Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos! A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
What's going on, guys, and welcome to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3. I am Cozy, and I'm joined by I Run Ship. It's great to be together, man, and we got the duo finally. I'm pumped to be able to cast, and we've got a good one today.
Yeah, brother, it's been about time. You know what I mean? We've casted once before back in our infancy. Happy to be doing it again on the big stage when it comes to the finals today, man. I'm so stoked to see these three teams.
Absolutely. Y'all, if you have missed the first few days, we've had absolutely electric lineups. Some were domination, but others much closer. A ton of game fives, match fives, Ship. And I expect a lot of that today as we look at two different stories, three teams, and the finals look to be a good one. The stage is set, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Dreamland pushed through that winner's bracket. Seemed like, you know, some of them were like butter, right? Especially that last matchup there against Nemesis. That was tough if you're on the side of Nemesis. But now Atlanta PXG, a team that is really making a name for themselves, trying to go after it here and push their way to the finals. I cannot wait to watch that match. Oh, and speaking of new teams and new things, Angela, I got actually hands-on, as I'm assuming you have as well with Angela. Angela's playstyle is incredibly fun. As a Vanguard player, probably the most fun Vanguard I've played in the entire game. You know, maybe that's recency bias, but man, she is awesome.
I've been saying, what are they putting in the water in Asgard? I mean, just absolute awesome hero here. And this is what I love about Rivals. They take heroes that people don't know too much of and they bring it to the spotlight. Angela, Flying Vanguard, absolute chaos. I expect to see her a lot when we go into Ignite and some of these pro teams getting their hands on a Flying Vanguard, great at displacement. You can as well here in about a week or so. And Ship, I'm excited to see the public get their hands on such an incredible hero.
Yeah, exactly. And, a lot of teams or people, when they're looking at Angela, just thinking damage numbers, her utility is insane. But speaking of some new stuff that we can also get our hands on, Chrono Storm, you can get 2 times Chrono tickets right now if you jump on the game. It's all the way through till September 12th. So make sure you jump on, handle some of those challenges. You can actually turn those Chrono tickets if you want to use them on the Battle Pass. You can also use them to transition over to units at the end of the Battle Pass. So make sure you're grabbing these Chrono tickets.
Absolutely. Do the missions. Go out there for the end of season 3.5 and go ahead and test out a little bit more Phoenix, Jean Grey action, a little bit of Blade. It's been a great season so far and a great way to cap it at that. But speaking of great things, again, Shib, yes, we are going to be going into what is an awesome lower finals. Now, Nemesis, they've been doing fantastic all year when you look at, or all the tournament, when you look at the upper bracket. Yes, they did struggle a little bit against Dreamland here. But we're going against a matchup of the Atlanta Phoenix Guard. This is a team, if you guys don't know, they came from console, got things together here, and now looking a lot better. And speaking of better, Shib, have you seen this Penny Parker skin?
Yeah, the Wasteland mech skin in the game right now. Personally, not a huge Penny player, but if you are, you need to cop this skin. One of my personal favorites. I love these rugged, beat up skins. More, you know what I mean? Building a mech out of scraps kind of playstyle idea, I think is really, really cool. And just on an art form, just the idea of how this skin was birthed. But yeah, man, huge fan of this. Saw this already in game a ton. So make sure you're checking that out.
Yeah, we're talking about it a lot too. Season 4, we've got some Penny buffs, right? The drones coming not only from the ultimate, but the slow as well, So you not only get to play a better Penny, but with a potentially better skin, my man. So excited to see all those changes to the Vanguard Season 4. We're still in Season 3.5, especially for this tournament. But yeah, no, shit, it's definitely going to bring some heat there when we get there. Now, Ship, I want to break down the first little match here and anything that has caught your eye, any players that you think are going to stand out for the people to know.
Well, yeah, so there is a ton of really strong players. If I'm just looking at my list in notes, I mean, when it comes to Nemesis, Craze, an incredible Groot, incredible Hulk, so it does enable that playstyle when it comes to Namor. Namor's been a little bit slept on, I think, in this patch. Still has a ton of power, and we've seen, these teams pull it out, like a Median, not afraid to pull out the Namor when we are running that Hulk. But before we dive into more of that, look at the schedule here. Obviously, nowadays, down into the finals, where we're going to start with a lower bracket finals, and that's going to be Nemesis versus Atlanta PXG, and then we'll find out who is going to be in the actual finals towards the end of today. I mean, I know you and I are both stoked about it. I'm excited to get your prediction here. We'll talk about that very shortly, but what do they get if they take it all the way, buddy?
14,500 total cash prizes going out, 6,000 for the champion, a big 3,000 difference from first to second. The action does not stop. We came right from mid-season, and then bam, we started in August. We're all the way here. We've made our way to the finals. And hey, listen, you get third place, fourth place, you still come home and away with not only a little bit of a pride from getting this far into such a competitive tournament, but also a little bit of cash prize as well. And we set all the stage up for what is Ignite in that stage 2. So this is definitely going to really help people carry not only momentum in the game ship, but going into Ignite with momentum is going to be huge for these teams.
Yeah, we know how much pressure there is, and I think Ignite adds a ton of pressure, but as you press through this tournament, the MRC here, I know initially you could just sign up with some friends, but as you get to this stage in the tournament, money's on the line, and it gets very real as you see the breakdown here of the bracket, like we had just mentioned. Atlanta PXG going against Team Nemesis here for the lower side bracket. It's going to be the first game we'll watch together, and then we head over to the grand final. So who is Dreamland going to be playing, and will they be able to capitalize? Will there be a rematch with Nemesis, or will Atlanta step up and try to make something happen? We will find out very shortly. If you had to put some odds down right now, buddy, who do you think takes the first game?
Listen, it's tough because Nemesis did very well in the games that they've played so far, and Atlanta Phoenix Guard, they've been this story of reverse sweeps, kind of always coming back or into maybe a game 5 each time. I think my heart wants it to be Phoenix Guard. My mind kind of tells me it's going to be Nemesis and for that rematch. But we saw the result with Dreamland and Nemesis, so I kind of want to see what Atlanta would have against Dreamland and what they could pull together.
Yeah, see, I respect that. I think I'm with you there. I think if you looked at that last match, Nemesis, they could be beaten down by it, but we like to make the reference a lot. Maybe we see Bruce Banner turn into the Hulk and come back with a vengeance, right? And I know how strong Nemesis is. My money is on them just simply due to the fact that they have a lot of experience in these high stakes, high intensity matches. And I think when you get to this stage in the tournament, that plays a huge factor as we see our first ban here from the side of Nemesis on that Wolverine.
Couldn't say it better myself. You know, just being in this position before, they know exactly what it takes to win, to get in. And we start off here, big bands. Atlanta going with the shutdown on Groot. So have a little bit of respect. Obviously, we are in the old pick and bans, right, Shib? So this is going to be universal bans. Definitely going to change up a bit of the strategy here as these teams go in. And my goodness, we didn't see a lot of it yesterday, Shib, but right off the rip, we get ourselves Mello protecting the skies with Human Torch. You know it's going to get crazy.
Yeah, Mello is disgusting on the torch, and there's a lot of very targeted bans over these last two matchups against Mello. So I think that's going to kind of enable him to do what he does out in the sky, like you're talking about with that Human Torch, one of the strongest torch players in this tournament still right now. Well, obviously, when we're down to these last couple teams, but just a demon up there in the sky, no pun intended. Goodbye to the Phoenix. We've been seeing a lot of that Phoenix Ultron bans. What do you think about the Ultron with that damage boost? That composition's crazy, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing a lot of it too. And listen, just getting rid of certain key players. We saw different teams like Dreamland attack Nemesis with bans, and they kind of tried to shut down Amadian. They went after Punisher and Ultron. Ultron off the table now. Love that the Phoenix is banned though, because SJW went crazy on the hero. And when you look at what Rita likes to play, it's Human Torch as well. So I do expect there to be some, again, fights in the sky. But we go with a Psylocke save as well, who also, coincidentally, we saw a lot of Veritas playing Psylocke. And so this is definitely, we're getting a lot of meta heroes. It says 0 meta up there for the captainship, but there's a lot of meta from what I see.
Yeah, I do agree with that. We're going to say goodbye to the Emma. Actually, believe it or not, the most played in terms of playtime in that mid-season finals over there in China. So that's just a little known fact. Emma, obviously incredibly strong, but teams typically, at least right now, have not been banning Emma nearly as much as some of these other heroes, which, you know, maybe kind of shines a light here. I also think, you know, as you're climbing ladder, there's been a lot of, you know, teams that like to think that Ultron isn't the best, but I will say at this level of play, especially with damage boost, you are seeing a ton of that Ultron ban, and you know, even the strategist line bans. Groot, I would say, is a little more targeted specifically to the side of Craze, but that is, you know, everything that's just going to happen as we go through these tournaments. As the problems are identified, teams are going to really try to hard focus on a specific player and shut them down.
Yeah, without question. And I don't know about you. Yes, this is the last of the kind of supreme Loki we're going to see as we head into season 4. But I always like a game without Loki. It definitely changes things up with Luna and Loki, one of the two being gone. And when you look at what's available here, yeah, you know, Emma, you got to take out Emma. If they're saving Psylocke, they've got that plan. They want that team up, right? And so it's going to be interesting now how they kind of pivot, what they utilize. Prince came down with a 4-piece, absolute beautiful Meteor Imp to end the day. Guy can play any Vanguard out there. Axery as well was playing a bunch of different Vanguards as well to end the day, and was playing it at one of the highest levels I've witnessed in a long time. So I love the picks over there on Atlanta PXG's side. But Nemesis, they're going with the tried and true Namor Hulk team up, bud.
Yeah, we mentioned that a little bit today. I think that Amadian is really, really good over there on the Namor, and Craze is very comfortable on the Hulk. And if you have that kind of duo, it just makes sense to run, especially against the Torch. And I do think that's another one of those slept-on ideas of counters. You don't need to aim, and Torch's movement is insane. Obviously has escapability too with the self you know, overhealth. So you just gotta find a way to deal a ton of damage in the sky, especially with the double pocketeers. We're gonna have Invis and Luna with that snowflake and the boundary up in the sky, keeping him healthy. So we're gonna start off here with Mello dancing in the middle of the point, looking towards the opposition. Gonna walk in here quickly towards Redis, and it's just a stall at this point. The ticker starts though, heading towards the side of Nemesis.
Yeah, I like already having Ricky on Invisible Woman, right? And Scatter does get that pick on SJW to open things up massively to shut down the duelist lane. But I love the Invisible Woman to help the Human Torch. That's going to give Mello the edge. And we're seeing it right now, Madian able to push forward. Axer gun as well, and that's just going to give them the easy point capture. Obviously, Human Torch, really great hero, but helps a little bit more with that team up, right, Shib? Redis going down, and Madian, who was struggling a bit yesterday in the upper finals, is showing he's here to play today in the finals. Lower.
Absolutely. I think one thing we need to take for those watching who are trying to learn from these events, and I do think that is a great way to improve at this game. Notice how the team, as soon as they lost a few, were trying to immediately head back towards the spawn. The idea is to stack up again as a team or to wipe instantly. The more time it takes for that to happen, the more of a dangerous position that you are at, especially as this ticker on the first hole gets around 70%. It becomes a one-fight game, especially if you don't have teleport available. So you want to try to reset and retake and get that point as fast as possible, as we see Zero here going to take out Melaphobia in the sky, and that is a good start here for Atlanta, who wants to retake this point. Make that 2 from Prince. Silent gonna find one onto Scatter, and that's 4-5 as they press forward now, and the point should be theirs very shortly as they do walk down Craze.
This is what I expected to see today. I expected the talent level to be razor thin here in margin, and getting Melo out early, that's massive. Bend don't break mentality right there from Atlanta, and being able to just quickly take that point back and then reset. You know, they do match the comp there with Namor and Hulk, having something to hold down a defensive wall a bit. One thing I respect about Melo is he doesn't hop around heroes a lot. He plays Winter very high level and Torch, and so that's going to help him out here as they look forward. We do have the Moby Dick coming out and getting a quick pick on the strategist jib. That's going to open things up massively.
And they walk through it again. Now, Axry going to follow up on Omadian. Melo turns it around, though. Redis is down, trying to even the numbers. Immediately, we are going to pull out the Supernova. Doesn't work out. Good retake there. The Meteor M not finding much value either. Great patience there to not feed that Meteor with more damage. You'll see a lot of that at this level of play. Everyone shutting down instantly, making it very difficult to find value with the meatball in the sky. Out goes that shift. Melo going to try to capitalize onto SJW. Does not work out as the team keeps pressing forward. Atlanta still holding on. Very close to percentage. Out we go again. Doesn't land the whale. Damage boosted does not find much purchase just yet. Amadian now going to try to find some good placements of those squids, and still these teams are just back and forth again. Out we go with the invisible boundary to stall just a little bit for Nemesis, who still does not have the point. 61% here for Atlanta.
Yeah, fantastic stall. Every Q press, quite literally. We in there on Ricky to put the exclamation point on what was an ultimate fireworks show. And honestly, great stagger between all of them, or stagger stalling between all of them. No one going down, really. Ricky coming back, but it is going to be Redis that does find Ricky in the back line. But Amadian trades quickly there, but one strategist down is tough. Make it now 2 with Dinks going down, and this is going to be yet again Atlantis to take, and they never lost truly all that momentum. The point goes to Nemesis briefly here. They're going to get it right back ship. We're looking at probably a 99% at the least, maybe the whole point.
Yeah, I think this was exactly what you wanted to see after that first fight. They did not panic. They retook as a team, came back in, got the point instantly, and it was a little bit of a trade there shortly for Nemesis, but at this point, it is very much their game to lose. They are very close in ult advantage. It's almost tied here as we go into the final fight, at least for the retake on the side of Nemesis. Will they be able to make this happen now? Because if not, we will be seeing another map, but this time in the favor of Atlanta. So here we go as they are approaching 99. You need to touch within the last 3%, so as long as you get somebody on that point, which they do here with Craze, they should be okay for the OT. And now you buy yourself a little bit of time on the retake. SJW popping both squids out. 25 HP able to escape there. Squids out the sky. Out we go with the boundary. Meteor M up now. Can they find more value? Scatter looking low and just trying to buy time on point. Who's going to be the first pick here? This will be massive. Melo very low up SJW, but way to escape there on the side of Melo. It was full in HP now. At this point, very patient. Do we see the damage boost? SJW with a 2-piece with the whale. Will they be able to capitalize? 68% for Nemesis may not be enough. Can they get back? I don't believe so. SJW, Axry gonna find another, and they are doing some serious work and take map 1.
Absolute perfection there in terms of ult economy. They had a bit of an advantage opening up with the invisible boundary. We had show on show, but it was always gonna be Giganto, the Moby Dick, getting the 2-piece and giving them the full advantage. Again, you may not know this team as well, guys, compared to Nemesis, but they are here to play. And right now, 0 meta and SJW all the way locked in. Love how they're taking every fight, full confidence, just absolutely 0 breaks here, Shib, as we head into the next part of the map.
Yeah, I think that's a great call, and I really liked your conversation around this team coming from the console side. I think that shows some love to folks on the sticks, and you'd love to hear that. A team that can come over to the PC side and honestly do very well. Coming up here into the lower bracket finals is already a massive achievement, so make sure and just know, if you're on the controller, you can very well play on PC. It's not only an MKB-dominated, esport. For the most part, you'll see a lot of these really strong players still on controller across the board onto various different roles, whether it's strategist, vanguard, or duelist, and we've seen some very top-level players across the board.
Yes, sir. Here, as we head into what is going to be the matchup between the two teams. Now, look at Team Nemesis. They do have Ricky's invisible boundary. That's going to give them a huge head start in terms of strategists. I expect them to be able to take this point. You want to take it when you're up in the ult economy, right, Shib? You got Crash, you have Scatter as well for the counter on Redis. So they have what they need to take and get that momentum right back here.
Yeah, this is their point to lose at this point. They should be up 1 ultimate in this fight. Rita's going to pop that as we do see Scatter up at the Meteor Ram. Meliphobia going to find Rita's mid that ult, and that is a huge win for the side of Nemesis. Not only a pick, but shutting down an ultimate. So well done again. Meliphobia going to dunk towards the back line. 0, actually one of those folks that is on, or excuse me, Silent is still on controller. Excuse me for that slip up. Amadian going to find Axry though, and they are likely going to hold on to this point for a good while and still holding on to 2 ultimates. Good patience there by Nemesis.
Yeah, great call out. I mean, what a fight in the neutral, right? Chip, Mellow taking out easy Ritas there, who just ulted. They didn't use much outside of obviously Scatter to help a little bit on the defensive effort, but Ricky, Crash still there. Mellow now is going to match. Jinx is shortly behind, and now we're going to get a bit more of the Michael Bay special. A lot of fireworks coming up. Crash, though, Scatter is going to instantly the Vanguard show, getting the 1-2 right out of it, and that's going to keep this point ticking for Team Nemesis, looking a lot stronger here on the second part of the map.
Yeah, ult advantage still up here for Nemesis, and like you had just mentioned, I mean, at this point, once they got that early pick there on Ritas, Melophobia, I'm sure they had a call out of do not use more, do not commit more, and that is a conversation, or at least a comm that you will hear heavy as you climb ladder, because it's all about those little wins. Out we go with the whale, and it finds Silent. Goodbye to Silent again. 2 up as Craze finds 0. Both of the strategists down. SJW falls to Craze, and they are holding them tight. 52% and still holding on to 3, almost 4 ultimates as Scatter is building, and this is looking very much like the old Nemesis that we know.
Exactly what you highlighted, right? You liked Nemesis because they've been here under pressure. Teams do not break, and we're seeing it right here. They're fine, right? They just lost that map, and pretty handily at that. But bam, full pressure all the way on now, pushing towards the spawn a bit. Jinx and Ricky Crash still have what they need. Atlanta's got to figure this out here, going into the point. They've got to make something happen. They do have the damage boost of the whale combo. Let's see if we see it right here.
And Craze is going to pop the Rage. Will Hulk find some value just buying time into that tight zone? Scatter with a nice pick there on SJW. I'm assuming that shift was burned, but great follow-up there after Hulk is going to collide out of the sky. We do see Prince on the high side holding on, still making things happen, assaulting the point soon, but they've got to find value with these ults, and they got to do it soon. X-Ray goes down again. Nemesis is still holding on. Make that 2 as Mellow finds Ritas. Do I see 3? I do. 99% and ticking down. Nemesis coming back with a vengeance, and it is very close to 100-0 unless this portal comes through.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that was near perfect for Nemesis, right? I mean, talk about just getting the rust off a little bit maybe there on map 1 for the slingshot to shoot right back, because you could not have asked for a better bit. And the plan going into that was probably SJW to work there with the Luna Snow in 0 meta, but immediately the pick there from Scatter is going to completely shut that down. And at that point, that battle's lost, that match is lost, and you just got to go into this next one now knowing that, okay, you've got the ults to match them, but if we look across the board, it's still pretty close. You know, Atlanta doesn't have those strategist ults heading into here, but I've got to say, I'm impressed with the resilience of Nemesis, and that's what we expected heading into this ship.
Yeah, I think Ricky did a great job being patient with that invisible boundary. I think we talk about, you know, what I personally slip up on a ton is he's showing some love to the strategist. It is very much a you cannot make mistakes game on the strategist side, because if you do, it is potentially game losing. Ricky holding on to that ultimate for the vast majority of that point and not overcommitting it ever is a huge sign, because now they'll go in with strat alt advantage, which can shut down things like the Meteor M or like the Hulk when they're alting. That is a ton of value. So really well done there by Ricky on the side of Team Nemesis as we go into our final map of game 1.
Yeah, that's a great point out too, because sometimes when you push into these strategies hard, as you know, actually, and we have Crash trying to do with the Hulk, it forces them to not as much be able to just heal and do other things to help the team out, but they're forced more to keep their team alive. SJW trying to take a back angle here. Does find Ricky. That's massive. The whale comes out. SJ now getting Ricky. Prince to trade, but Mellow and Amadian match the board here a bit, and that is a massive swing of momentum.
Double strategist down. It's all about who can make this happen now. No healing. Find your health packs. There we go. Mellow, who's going to retake. Axe re-up finds 2 right there. Amadian and Scatter go down. And we are going to see the reset. Good starting fight here for Atlanta, who probably deserve it after that early double strat pick, but it did get matched right back. That is insane. And at this point, you don't want to stagger. They use that teleport early on to try to retake and not allow them to get the point, but it does not work. And that might have been a little bit of an overcommitment at this point. So well done, Atlanta, who are still up in alt, and that is a huge swing for the side of Atlanta PXG.
I appreciate the old Lady Gaga abracadabra trying to get in there and not let them get that point. You almost had it yourself, but man, talk about it not working out at all, and then you burn the teleport for later. But now we do have the flyer on flyer. Fantastic Four. We have the back cap happening, though. They got to keep an eye on their ship. It's halfway through now. A Scatter. Prince is going up there with the Meteor M, and it hits it midair, baby. The fire is out, ship, and that is a great pick to open things up.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of Magnetos that are able to do that at this level is disgusting. That's not something you're going to see a ton as you're climbing ladder, but at the very top, you know, landing those on Star-Lord, landing those on flyers in general is very difficult, especially when they have movement abilities, but they are not afraid, and it's a ton of value if you can do it. Now we see Prince just trying to shut off this angle, doing a good job, and making sure that that off angle potentially taken by Namor is not going to work out. Great bubble to save there from the tackle from Hulk in the sky. Great just understanding of what could happen from the side of Prince. Now we do see the boundary match. The Venn diagram diagram, if you will, from both sides. Who's going to be able to find value through it? That is crazy. Goodbye to Axry from Mello, who deals a ton of damage up close. Scatter now on to Regis. That's 2 up for the side of Nemesis, who want to retake this point before 70. Can they do it? Looks like they will. 63 and ticking, and everyone falls as SJW gets a single pick on the way out.
You gotta love the double invisible boundary, right? It's like kind of like Roman Coliseum days, right? Just forced to fight in such a small area, and Mello showcasing that he's fine with that, right? Bring the pressure on. That's where Heat does the best, right? As he does an insane job helping with the team there, Median as well. Now looking at the ult advantage once again, Nemesis has exactly what they need to continue this absolute crazy dominance that they had in map 2 into map 3 now, but 68% on the clock. They got to be a bit more careful here. Ricky, phenomenal strategist, one of the best we saw yesterday, carrying that right into today.
Yeah, we do have the dance floors being able to be matched on both sides. Ult advantage up here for Nemesis, and that pick in the neutral is so huge. Not having to commit much now at this point. Just hold on to the point. Mello gonna try to find another onto the Luna, forcing out the dance floor is a more value. That is huge for Melophobia here, which will likely be matched, but at this point it'll be a quote-unquote better ult from the side of Dinks, who didn't need to use it necessarily too early. Mello gonna find SJW, who was not on the dance floor, and we do see a supernova. Not sure if it was necessary unless they can, you know, pick off a ton more here, but Prince gonna take out Mello. Scatter gonna try to shut the rest in here in the backside, and they are shoving in heavy. Craze playing hyper aggro. Bubble's gonna be put out here to keep him in the fight, and we do pop another ult. Nemesis committing everything in this fight, and the dance of the Cutterfly out here for Regis is gonna, oh my goodness, immediate here on a Prince. It's so back and forth. Who's gonna end up with this fight? Everyone is pressing Q.
1 for 1, and a lot of the ults I did not like in that fight particularly. You called it out well. It was kind of, they were all out of sync just by a frame or so. Nothing was matched up great. SJW first to be picked, but does go back in there and get a nice trade. Amazing, though, doing a great job just to keep everybody in this thing, and Nemesis is now at 82% after a fantastic stall. Still holding on, Shib, as they tick up now. Ricky trying to get something rolling for the team as Crash does get the pick on Regis. That's going to help them now move forward, and even though they do have the point now, Atlanta, they've got nothing else to kind of hold down the line. SJW forced to use Blessings of the Deep. Has the whale, throws the whale, nothing. Oh, but he does the follow-up, Shib. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, I saw Craze jump off point there for a moment and gave them actually the advantage, but it was just because, you know, it was very low. Does find a pick prior. I thought that was a great idea just for the retake, but unfortunately losing 2 to the whale after the fact, make that 3 now as they collapse. It is going to be, if the teleport's up, if it's been 3 minutes, they'll be able to get back here. I'm assuming it has been. It has been. As Ricky teleports in, we might see a shift here in composition to make up for the lack of a strategist. Will they be able to turn this around? 99% Atlanta just trying to get a pick now. Regis on the high side, almost getting that dance of the butterfly up. It's anyone's battle here. Will Atlanta be able to get this win on map 1? Now everybody again is popping Q out. Goes to the dance floor. The whale doesn't collide. Heading back towards the back line to Patty Cake to make sure they stay healthy. We see that boundary popped up here again for the side of Silent. Regis gonna use the dance of the butterfly. Eye of the Agamotto is a huge. Eye of Agamotto does not seem to get too much value, although Scatter goes down. Craze gonna pop Hulk. We see Scatter with that ult does fall. That is brutal, but Amadian gets a pick. Are you kidding me? Can they come back from this? Numbers are evened out now. Nemesis, they're really battling back on their side, grouping together and making sure they retake as a unit fully, just full HP again, and they get this point. Are you joking me?
That is, who's on Amadian? Because he's just absolutely farming here, not going down at all. And it's a bummer, right? You had dance execution there from Psylocke, the dance of the butterflies, and they use the Agamotto. Not a lot to show for it now. We have Nemesis pushing forward. They've got the portal. Kraz is making his way back, and going in here, they at least have a whale to help out a bit. Outside of that, though, not much ship. Mello does have that invisible boundary to give them plenty of that sustain. This is going to be a hard uphill battle to win for Atlanta.
Yeah, boundary goes out again here for the side of Melophobia, who made that switch over to the strategist line to make up for the fact that Ricky is on Strange. Out goes a whale here from SJW, who finds Melophobia, and that could be a little bit of the, positioning issue of making a switch on a strategist when you're mainlining the duelist role. Very tricky here. You don't have a ton of escape there. As we start up again, Eye of Agamotto goes out. Is it huge here for the side of Ricky? Doesn't look like it lands too much. They're pressuring out. The whales are huge. Ricky's gonna find Zero. Axry now on a dinks. The res comes up from Silent. Zero's back in the fight. We have the Luna. What are you? This is insane. Amadian now onto Silent. Mello onto Zero. What? How are they doing this? Down in numbers. Regis finds Craze. It's anybody's battle now as ults are just being launched off cooldown. Axry finds Mello again.
but the point is still there. They don't have it yet. Atlanta, it's been traded back and forth. Ricky with another into a Manian, who's been the story of match one, Shib. Everybody's off their roll on different heroes, different. It doesn't matter. There's one Amadian on the duelist. My God, what a map one, dude.
Are you kidding me? That was the most insane first game I've seen in forever. Are you talking about warming us up, huh? Like that, it couldn't do better than that match. So back and forth. That final fight felt like forever. The amount of times I thought it was going to go one way and turned out to go the other way blew my mind. I could not have called that by any means. That was insane.
It's crazy that both strategists went down. You had one go down for Atlanta, but came back with the res beacon, so the advantage was so much on their side. Plus, you said it right, Nemesis is all off their roll. They've got Ricky on Strange, didn't get a great Agamotto off. You have Mello on Invisible Woman, their best player now playing strategist. And it doesn't matter because the Medium was able to absolutely, look at 20 final hits. I mean, the guy really showed up to the fullest degree. Shout out to the 5K healing of Mello, by the way. Just want to say, okay, out of his role. But man, that was cinema, bud.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the amount of times that I thought it was going to go one way and then somehow they turned back the fight. It was like they would lose strategists, be able to make sure they found the strategist matched on the other side. It was a trade, and then it was all just about who could get more value out of their queues. And I'll tell you what, Nemesis, I guess they did, as they came through heavy. And like you said, a median 20 finals there, Mello with a 13, very close. SJW on the 14 over there, the side of Atlanta. But wow, what a battle. And it goes to show you why you can't give that combination there with a Median who, didn't even have that whole team up at the very end of that Namor. You gotta shut that down.
Yeah, I would say obviously I think the ult fight's definitely got to give the edge to Nemesis. Even the last one didn't go too well. It didn't really matter. We didn't see anything in response there from Atlanta. And honestly, I want to highlight Regis a little bit here. Regis obviously there with the damage, but we've seen better from him in the previous days to match SJW, the 1-2 combo that they do have. But I'm telling you, even though the eliminations kind of feel the same or the deaths feel the same on the stat sheet, I just feel like Amadian he never died. The Vanguards were always there as well for Nemesis. Talk about again, after losing that map one, shake the dust off and go right into it.
I think it's a bit of a mental thing where you get those picks early and you just kind of assume if you play slow that you will be able to make that win happen for you. And that might be the most I've ever seen it happen in a game where those picks happened, the teams played slow, and they lost the fight. So I don't know how else to say it besides really well done. And we talk about experience in high pressure situations. That was a great example of how to perform under a ton of pressure.
Exactly. I mean, you highlighted before the match, and I think it just kind of showed it during it, right? That Nemesis, they've been there, done that. And the talent pool is going to be narrow. You're going to have a lot of trades, and it's going to come down to little things happening throughout the match. But Nemesis, I mean, we saw that so many close matches with the stakes even higher, right? At the Ignite mid-season should try to get in, go and get Shroud X. They did reverse sweeps there. But again, the matchups to look for, I think right now, let's see the difference here between SJW and Regis. And of course, it's easy to highlight the duelist, but I want to see Mello, Amadian. Do they attack that a bit more? Who knows if Namor, by the way, makes it through this pick ban phase this time around? Because yes, SJW did great, but Amadian, he can shut down a couple of heroes, but man, he's still showed he's king of the sea there.
Yeah, I agree with you fully. And yeah, just to continue that shout out, SJW was one of my duelists of the match during the last cast I had on day one, who looked really, really strong. So can really play a ton of different heroes. We've seen SJW, Namor, Storm, Mag, Bucky, Pun, Phoenix, pretty much everyone that is super meta at this exact moment or this point in the meta. But we do see, instead of going down the Hulk route, they're going to be banning that Wolverine, which is consistent from the last time, and then the Emma immediately.
Yeah, interesting they went with the Emma right away because they kind of allowed that to last so long last time, and then they just opened up the Groot, and that's definitely going to be a bit of a struggle for them because just that skill ceiling on a hero was just so much potential. We've seen it time and time again. But I will say this, we saw plenty from Prince playing Groot, so plenty comfortable on the hero. It's not like they don't have that in their own roster, but when you see one of the teams save it themselves, it obviously means they're cooking up something on their own. But Prince does love Magneto. We got the save there. Loki being banned, so kind of the same bans, but in opposite order at the moment outside of the group.
Yeah, yeah, you're going to see likely a save here of a Luna unless they really want to, assault the strategist line heavy. I would not doubt that we'll see the Luna save, but I might have spoke too soon. We're going to see the Punisher locked in, which is strange to me. If you're locking in the Groot, you typically don't really care to lock in the Punisher because you don't want that kind of damage on your walls. And Punisher does a great job of burning those walls. Just for a tip for those in ladder, break the equipment. Trust me, it will help you climb. If you see those walls, if you see those squids, say goodbye to them with your weapons. Trust me, it'll help you a ton. So that's typically why you ban out the Punisher, but keeping him locked there is a little surprising to me.
I think this is the Ultron ban that we do see here. Yeah, the Punisher is going to be for Madian. That's exactly who they're going to lock in there. But you're right. You would think to try to help spare the walls, you wouldn't even give it to your own hero there. They're banning. Okay, they're now banning the last pick there to shut down Mello. And I think Mello had a decent game there on Torch. We've seen better from him, but I kind of want to say Regis did a good job kind of matching it up a bit there in the first bit of the maps. But you're looking towards it. Yes, you do get that Luna ban to kind of end things. So we're on to the strategist of Invis, who Ricky plays at a very high level, and the Ultron and a Madian. So right now, I'm just got to say, Ship, I'm giving the pick ban W to Nemesis clearly here.
Yeah, I think this comp kind of works in their favor. And, just a shout out there when you're talking about that Torch matchup, I think the map 2 was very much swayed on the momentum shift of when you saw Mello get that pick onto Regis during ult as they both popped ult on point 2. And at that point, they were able to save the rest of their ultimates. That was massive. So maybe that's why we're seeing that ban as we head into game 3 here, folks. Very excited as we are going to see some teams push into the defense on Clintar.
Yeah, Nemesis, they want that rematch. They want the rematch. Prince going to be on Magneto over the Groot. So one-sided Groot, can be very dangerous, right? Just a tough time for the teams here. SJW going to the Winter Soldier. We saw that a little bit yesterday, but I like the Regis combination with it. A lot of cracking impacts. A lot of, again, we're going to hear, Shib, as we head into this matchup. And looking at it, Madian, though, with the damage boost and having the Mantis, that's going to be a tough comp to deal with, especially on defense.
Yeah, I think Nemesis team comp right now is absolutely obscene. I think it's really, really strong. I think Hulk plays very well into this map when it does have a lot of those single lane points. And even if you're electing to try to fight on this right side, this is another strong position here for Groot if your team is prepared like this on the high side. So great understanding of the attack strategy here from Atlanta, from Nemesis. And that might have just been from homework or what they've done in the past. But it is a great defensive position. Regis, though, as I'm saying that, goodbye to Craze. That's another one of those counters into Groot. You really have no answer for that besides natural cover. SJW with a two-piece Prince onto Dinks and Melophobia as well. And wow, Atlanta, after talking up this team comp, is just going to walk right through them like it's nothing. What a first push here. Will that teleport come through from Craze?
Yeah, we're going to get that teleport. Nemesis is big on the teleport, but yeah, Dominoes, may they fall. Craze goes down first, followed by the Madian right after. That's going to be a tough one to make up. We got the bubble to go in immediately, too, to help keep things alive. SJW just farming from the top here. I like the play of having Regis here in the back a tad. You don't want to lose anybody too early as Prince is by himself there. A Madian going in this backside. This is going to be something to look towards. He does find his way back to his team, Shib. And looking at the ult, we're getting ever so closer to have Atlanta kick things off here with Silent. Maybe going with the invisible boundary to get things going.
Yeah, that boundary is going to get a bit of a buff here coming in the next season. You and I both talked about how strong that seems to be. Very threatening to enter that zone, but good defense here again for the side of Nemesis as we walk right through with that bond. Good movement here by Regis to reposition onto the backside. Kraken impact ready to launch, but now ults are virtually ready to be matched. Who gets more value? What a hold and retake off that portal. They're still maintaining position. Just a little bit of, ooh, what a pull again. Good off angle here from Melophobia, who may not be able to escape this. And no, Kraken impact goes out. Goodbye, Mello on the reset. Will we see more? Bang onto the back line. But we do have Mantis popping all. The Meteor Rem can help clean that up a little bit and get the reset. Do we see it? No, we do not. Great cloak there by the side of Dinks, but they are just barely holding on to this point at this point. And that should do it, I believe, as Atlanta is walking through point 1.
Somebody clocked the time on that Q and click that he had there on Mello. That was the fastest Kraken impact up and down. It almost looked like an ability ship. just the way that he quickly threw that out there. But yeah, great job there, even with Dinks trying to survive through what was the onslaught from Prince. But that is exactly what you wanted to see. And I got to give a shout out to the patience of Atlanta there. They kind of just hid once the Terror Cape came out. You had the Meteor M whiff, and after that, they kind of just let the other ults fall. You had the Cloak Dagger ult kind of anticipate with the internal Bond go away. And then they were able to clean up from there, right? So we're just looking in now, trying to farm early. Madian does have that extermination with Kraken Impact as well. So they should be able to hold okay here as they are making up a lot of ground.
Yeah, I have to agree with you fully there. SJW with the pick onto Ricky, though, is a good start to this fight. And at this point, Atlanta has a ton of momentum walking forward. Scatter, though, going to find Redis, and that does even the odds a little bit as both are down. Duelist. We see Mello now onto SJW, turning it back towards Nemesis, who are holding on. We see the Kraken Impact launching. Can they follow up and get the reset? Not quite yet. We are going to see the Eternal Bond out, and they're going to walk forward, heading and taking that space. There is no Meteor M to match it, so that should be enough for them to rehold this position and retake onto a more defensible location.
Got a good mental victory, though. They survived what was going to be an onslaught there. Nice little Gamma Freeze on the Kraken Impact, headed their way, actually with a nice pick on Mello. Maybe overextended just a tad there now. And Crest, we do have the Brutal coming out. Can they make something from it? Obviously, Mello being gone is massive for the damage. Can be traded with the Kraken Impact. We got one ship, but the sleep happening. That's a huge one there. Reset still available. He gets 2. Prince goes 3, 4. And now we're going to be pushing in. Team Nim is visiting the respawn room.
Yeah, well done again by Atlanta. Great work to walk through. Redis on this Bucky is looking dominant right now, and you kind of touched on it before. When you're using Kraken Impact on a tight ceiling, you can actually launch it very quickly as long as there's no upward momentum for him to be floating upward. When he presses that Q button, you can essentially launch it almost instantly. So that's why he was able to launch that incredibly quick. So just a call out there for those who maybe want to start working on their Bucky play. If you're in a tight ceiling, you can launch it very quick and get some good reaction. They are retaking on the high side now for the side of Nemesis, and that's a great idea. It's a different position, but they walk right through as SJW finds a Madian, looks right past the Vanguards, doesn't need to fight him. Melophobia is now going to find one. Dinks onto Redis, make that 2. Do I see 3? Bang! Down we go with the Kraken, and we are going to just sweep some of these squids and find another as SJW falls, and that will actually stun in the next patch. Again, Bucky looking really, really good.
That's what the difference of a star player could do, right, Shib? You get the pick early on a Madian, it's looking like maybe they can go ahead and carry that momentum, and then Mello just kind of gets rid of both strategists, and what are you going to do from that point, right? And I love the angle there from Atlanta, as we do see Nemesis kind of picking up the scraps. They had the trap set up, they had the angle, the high ground, they kind of have what they wanted, but nope, Mello, he'd be different here as he does get the lens that is needed. Next fight underway, we have the Extermination setting it up, Shib, as now we are having the invisible boundary from Atlanta to match. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, the value of a stagger there is they took their sweet time at dropping Hulk on the side of Axry, and I think that was very valuable because while Axry was still retaking, trying to get back to the team, they had to force commit a few ultimates here, and that's a ton of value for the side of Nemesis on the defense. So Nemesis, once again, in a very pressurized situation, still showing up when they need to. Scatter onto Redis. Do they find more Mello? Gonna look at that off angle. New SJW was over there and still finds 1. Make that 2. Do I see 3 now? Onto Prince, rotating back towards the back line. And yeah, Nemesis looking, Mello with another nice shot there on the off angle is playing insane with that Ultron drone.
And talk about a greedy man, you know, he gets 1, 2, leaves some for the rest of them. No, he wants them all, Shib. That's why I love Mello and his playstyle. Nope, let's get another one to stagger now.
Oh,
it's
wow.
Absolutely brutal for Atlanta. They need to slow things down. They have 20 seconds here, and Mello's just farming at this point, making another one. They've got to now rely on the TP.
Yeah, and Strange is going to try to escape and find a location to use that portal, but they understand that that's the play, and the pull's coming through, and it stops it. Mello, incredible stun, crucial stun, 4 seconds on, but Atlanta does have someone on card. I don't know if they noticed. Nemesis gonna have to drop back and find out. Yes, they do. They see it, as I believe it's actually potentially Redis on the Spider-Man. We'll see very shortly, but they did a great job shutting down the portal, but the rest of the team is there now. Melophobia behind enemy lines here, potentially going to try to find a pick onto the strategist.
What a crazy job being able to touch even through the madness. The stop was huge, but Prince now tracing. Oh no, they were there. How many times has that happened to you, Ship, where you're like, oh, I'm on the point, right? I'm there, but nope, too far, Ship, and they give up what was going to be probably a fight they could take.
I believe Bruce was de-hulked in that moment and was probably calling that they were on point, and that eye frame, that moment of not being on that point, essentially pushed them off and allowed it to stop. That is a very tough look, and what a touch. Again, goes to show you how valuable, the value of the touch, like he said. I mean, in that super intense moment, being driven back to your spawn door, being able to get to that point and force a multitude of the defending team to walk away, and then you know, maybe you start finding some picks pushing through because the half the team on the defensive side is now rotated backwards. It was a really good job by, you know, really well done there by Atlanta, but it just very tough to end like that after all that effort.
You know, right now the story of this team is they're starting off fire hot, right? But they need to figure out how to keep that momentum through the match. We saw it in the domination there, map 1, and then they fell off after that. Now, kind of the same here. Electric start to get the point, and then it's like 3 minutes just disappeared so quickly there, kind of obviously at the hands of Mello. And I was talking to you about this in the green room a bit, how Mello is that standout player in this tournament, right? Just truly someone absolutely to fear and can put the game in his hands, especially in times of need when the point's getting so close. We are getting the old teleport on the door. You know, sometimes you don't always see this here at high level play, but I'm here for it, Chip.
Yeah, I think we've seen a resurgence of the old Season 1 strat of strange teleports and trying to counter the portal. I think it kind of fell away for a while, and now teams are, you know, essentially using it as a surprise tactic because it just hasn't really been that prevalent, you know, recently. So here we go with the counter portal. Will it work out for him? Good idea. I'm curious to see if it happens. The portal came. Oh my goodness! It's a three-piece.
The Sorcerer Supreme, man, he lined that up so perfectly. I swear it was like playing Mario Party. There's like that cookie cutter game, and that guy just nailed the circle on the circle. What a great way to open up. And not only that, Chip, but also look at the ult charge, 50% to Prince just to get things going.
Yeah, and that's the value of getting those off maps with Strange. You do get a ton of all charge. Again, shout out here to Axry, the group who's actually on controller, and you've got, I believe, also Silent, who's a strategist on controller. Again, shout out again to Atlanta, who is a team from console representing the sticks, trying to make something happen. But great, again, pulled there. Good portal, excuse me, by Prince, shutting down that play entirely. So we're going to see the rotation from Strange now to Scatter's going to be on that Magneto, and we start our next fight right now. Again, SJW on the high side. Mello with a pull there on to Groot, and that is a counter to Groot. Make that a two-piece as Zero goes down to Mello. That is a ton of value. Do I see 3? The portal play, they are not going to be able to retake with portal because it was used early on, and that is the downside to those plays, unfortunately. And at this point, it looks like Nemesis might get this point relatively early.
I mean, that was just so clean all the way around. And Mello, you can tell he's just absolutely feeling it. Just great job in general, keeping the vibes high after what is, you know, a little bit of a laughter of the portal that happened. 4 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. They have an eternity here, Shiv, to go ahead and get this point. Not even hitting point 2 there for Atlanta. Farming early, Kraken Impact's online. They also got the damage boost. This is going to be something from a horror scene as we enter the month of October soon.
As we start up again, ult advantage is roughly even here. There's going to be a ton of queues prepared for these next fights. It's all about who can get some value, especially early on, and force out some more defensible. And that is one of those examples. Silent forced to use that boundary early as a Madian. Essentially, is just trying to target that back line with that triple strategist composition, and that's exactly what Ultron needs to do. Ultron will be doing a little more damage there to some of that additional HP, that over health. Oh, a Madian with a pick on SJW. Redis right back onto a Madian, even in the odds a little bit, but everyone is pressing Q as Prince finds Ricky now. Scatter holding on Mello, Craze, and again Ricky, who did just fall, all having all. Mello committing with a Kraken Impact and still finding one. Will they keep this going? They might, as the internal bond is out now. Kind of walled off there, very unfortunate, but oh, what a pull on a Silent, and that's a pick as Mello gets one. Axry gonna find Craze as well, and wow, what back and forth again in these fights.
That Hydra trading just showing through there on the Bucky Barnes. And yeah, definitely goes favor to Nemesis here because Atlanta had to use so much to try to get that stop. And it's a little too late. Actually, now having to back out. Very low on the health. Forced to use the cloak bubble as well. So you're farming not only just quick ult charge, but also getting those key abilities out. He wants more. We see him just so aggressive here now as Prince is forced to push up. Ricky now trying to keep the team boosted up in damage. He gets a quick pick there on SJW, and the Kraken Impact is gone.
The power of Mantis. Melophobia going to find one Craze and a Madian, and that's a ton. At this point, it's going to be a dangerous retake here for Atlanta, who need to get back on this point before it ends. They're just stalling, trying to keep Strange up. Prince not going to be able to get that portal back now. Keeping him up was very smart. So you'll see that switch there. Notice an immediate switch so that someone else can pull up Strange and do the portal. Make sure you think about that strategy. It just was not quick enough as they walk through on map 2, and wow, Nemesis showing some serious patience, and they pull through.
I mean, absolutely textbook on getting the win the way they planned on it. And listen, we can shout out a lot of heroes, but people playing, but Mello just going crazy. Obviously, we got a little Invisible Woman last time. I had to shout out the healing. He could do it all. But yeah, the Hydra trading, like I said, fully intact there, because even though a couple would fall, he would just trade instantly right after that with 2 more to follow, right, Shib? And that's what makes the team great. But looking across the board, Ricky with some clutch, he only has 2 final hits, but he made both count in the battles looking at it, and they just could not get their feet planted there. Didn't love the switch in duels from SJW2 and Redis. At the end, they tried to switch things up on the defensive side. You had Namor there for Redis and SJW going to Bucky. They kind of firmly get a good game plan going into this if they want to make it to the finals.
Yeah, I agree with that fully. As we see 18 from the side of Melophobia in terms of finals, that is obscene. Obviously, for those who don't know, when you're using Kraken Impact, if you do apply that mark, no matter how that hero gets KO'd, it still goes the final hit to the side of whoever was using that Kraken Impact on Bucky. But, I just want to shout out again. I think it was just really big brain plays there for the side of Nemesis. They kept that Strange alive, and that's the downside to playing Strange and not having Strange available on the bench, because if Strange gets held or staggered and is not KO'd, it makes it so that portal play can't come through. And the smart play there, the idea was to make sure that you immediately change off Strange while you're in the KO screen, allow someone else to take Strange over and do the portal, but they waited long enough to where that was not even available as an option. In Nemesis, that kind of thought process won them that map. So really well played again by Nemesis in these clutch moments.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, they played all the Strange. You had Mello kind of going on the aggressive, even though you did have, Redis touch as Spider-Man. You had quickly a little bit of a touch, but mainly nothing to use. And we highlighted how great that portal was at the beginning, and I back it up. I love it. But then when they got wiped, right, there was no chance to touch after that. So you use a little bit of ore farming to then get farmed, and then you can't come back, right? So kind of tough there in terms of how Strange was utilized overall. We didn't see a ton of Strange yesterday from this team, Atlanta, so maybe that was a bit of a weak point. Every other Vanguard but that. But all I know, buddy, is it is 2-0, and Nemesis is looking pretty good, but this is some good gameplay we have on our hands for the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is a ton of fun to watch. I think that these teams are very evenly matched, and we are going to see more heat heading into our next map right after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We are in the lower bracket finals, and I'm already sweating ship. I mean, these have been absolute crazy games right now. Nemesis, though, pretty firmly 2-0 outside the first very map in domination. This is where your backs are against the wall. You're Atlanta. You're here for the first time. You took out the prior MRC champion in Noir. Can they get this? It starts right now. And listen, Ship, they've been the reverse sweep king, so I guess it starts here.
Yeah, and they've shown moments of just being absolutely disgusting. I think that's all you really need to do. I mean, we saw them sweep. I think if they did not, drop off that point there on the push, whether it was the Hulk, de-hulking or whatever the conversation may have been, it could have been a very different game. So it is just a very marginal difference between these teams right now, although I do think Nemesis is just making the right decision when they need to in these very clutch game-winning moments. And I think that's all that's really defining these two teams right now, both very skilled. And also big shouts to some of these huge plays like Melophobia there on the Bucky. It was just disgusting. So big shouts there as we start up again. Goodbye, Groot.
Yeah, I was going to say, you knew exactly what they wanted to get rid of as they started that. And Nemesis, they want their revenge game. You can tell they are locked all the way in now with the Wolverine going away right to start things off here. First save. Now, going into last time, we had different saves with, we had the Emma ban, but then you had the Psylocke save. They're going to go with the Human Torch yet again, though, with Mello. And on Yggdrasil, definitely a great torch map. Really tough. So many alleyways and top ground to throw down the heat. But we'll see who's saved here from Atlanta, Shib. It's going to be Luna.
Yeah, that means we'll probably see a Loki ban unless both want to run that composition. Obviously very threatening right now. We'll be getting toned down here in the next batch. Obviously a couple seconds off that ultimate, off the dance floor there. So Fate of Both Worlds might be seeing a little bit of a backseat in the meta. I love that they are constantly updating things as we see the Ultron ban, which is also not a huge surprise to me. Ultron gets that ult incredibly quickly. Rage of Ultron, and then you essentially just look right at the backline, look at those strategists and try to force out one of theirs, and knowing that you'll get your ult back quicker. So that is the idea of Ultron as we say goodbye as Atlanta shuts that down quickly.
And you can just tell that that's just not in their roster, right? Atlanta, I've been kind of boasting about how flexible they are as a team, and they are, but the Mantis, Ultron, we haven't seen them do much of that going into this, and you obviously can tell Nemesis does it to a high level, so they're just shutting that down, that possibility anyway, and then there it is. We've seen a lot of Madian, especially on this map, play the Punisher, as you know, getting that kind of triple Vanguard hold to start things out. definitely a great way to kind of break through things here. But going to the last save, you know, there's a couple choices here. I'd be interested if they go with the Emma, but oh, the Jean Grey, SJW's best hero. I do dig it.
Yeah, I think there was a great call out there. Atlanta, in their last series, banned Mantis a ton. They do not like that composition. I think Mantis not only enables Ultron, but does enable things like Venom with that Feast of the Abyss. If you actually use Fate of Both Worlds damage boost and a Mantis damage boost, or even something like Cloak, Terror Cloak, if that lands and you press the Q button on Venom, you can actually take out the backline with no other additional ability. You don't need to land your tendrils. You just press Q, you press click, and everyone is gone. So them forcing, you know, needing to ban out Mantis all the time, or at least some of the compositional buffs or things that might get buffed from the Mantis, is a disadvantage. I do agree that may be something they need to work on as a team that'll enable them to have a more effective banning stage as they get rid of that Ultron just kind of out of that fear. So definitely something that the other teams are not banning as much. We don't see Mantis banned besides maybe one time from the side of Nemesis, and Dreamland hasn't banned Mantis a single time. So definitely comfortable running that as well. So I do think that is their weakness. So great call out by you there.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we've seen a medium play Jean Grey as well, so I do expect them after this kind of rotation happens. That's what we're going to see them go into here. Looking at it, though, we did see Axer yesterday played some Hulk here, but was going crazy on the Venom in the later half. So you pointed out the Feast of the Abyss. We're going to be seeing plenty of symbiote shenanigans, even though we may not see some Jeff here. Now, going into it, though, they've got what we expected to see. They're getting things kind of worked out, as we are going to see the triple Vanguard. No, coming to play. Yes, we have the Emma thing and Strange. SJW, though, this was one of the better Jean Greys that we saw. He can play just about any hero, as we've highlighted, but I like that he's going to the comfort pick with Regis kind of showcasing what he can do. A lot of Star-Lord yesterday. Haven't seen any of that today, Shib.
Yeah, typically when you're going against triple, you're not afraid to run things like the Storm damage boost with, you know, maybe something like Moon Knight. You know, you're really trying to boost a wide spread of damage to get ults incredibly quickly and just use the Vanguard's, you know, health pool against them by just getting ults for days. So them banning out that Storm there's a little unique, as this is very much a triple map, but they clearly have an idea of what they want to run, as we do see right now Craze with an early pick onto Regis, but it's matched right back onto Mello, who will get that self-res from the passive. So not a ton of value there, but still a little bit, as they are holding on very close to the cart. Good retake, drop back, and here we go once again.
Just 3 punches right to the jugular there. Now moving forward, and actually it's gonna be on that Venom. We saw a lot of this yesterday, so I do like the call. And yeah, Storm being out of here shuts down so much of that damage potential. A lot of teams ran that yesterday, and it's gonna be Prince and SJ now going back to back on the strategist. That is going to make this home free now as they get around this corner, but expect the Strange now, even though Strange did get eliminated last, so they have a little bit of time. They're going to get up this hill. They're going to hit them right away. You got to win 3 fights, as you know, Shib, typically to get this point.
Absolutely. I think Atlanta, big love to the team there, did a great job on that early attack. Usually it's far more difficult to press through, but I think that early pick onto Mello was enough value, or at least enough momentum for them to walk forward, because at that point Prince just found a 2-piece onto the back line. As we start the next fight now, immediately Axre finds some strong damage onto Thing, who resets back through portal. Don't be afraid to jump back through the portal, walk into your spawn and get full health, come right back. A lot of people kind of forget you can do that, as we see SJW with the follow-up onto Dinks. Zero gonna find Melophobia now, and again Atlanta just keeping this momentum forward, holding on to these ults and still sweeping everyone, as again Nemesis loses all 6.
The talent is there, Shib. We've highlighted this. They have the talent to get this win. They got to lock it all together. Love the mobility and approach that they had there with the dive in. And to what you said earlier, we've got the damage boost. We've got the Feast of the Abyss. Will we see it here? Do they even need it to get this point? Okay, we do have the touch coming in quickly. Crashman trying to get something rolling. We'll see if they combine these ults together. First one, Supernova up on the board. Finds the Loki. Gets the Loki, Shib. 1-2 as they fall. The first point's looking like it's theirs.
Yeah, Atlanta's really utilizing this momentum. Regis with a 2-piece now, and we are going to see Ricky now pop up. Bang, gets grabbed right out and stuffed into a corner. Prince onto Ricky. Great carbon crush there, as the team is going to keep this momentum, make that 2 more as Prince and Regis find another set. And at this point, there's no stopping them. They do get point 1 pretty, honestly, convincingly with 1:30, even through that triple Vanguard hole.
Yeah, I mean, that's as good as it gets, right? Especially when things are shaky, you're down 2 matches. We've seen on this map in particular, the better team just makes it so hard to get through point 1. But no, they did not shake at all. I'd love to see what we have here. Still save 2 ults to boot. SJW coming back around. So, yeah, you know, Nemesis is going to have a couple things to hold that down. But 4 minutes to get point 2? I like the odds right now for Atlanta to get this.
Yeah, I think Atlanta is looking refreshed, and this is what you need to see. I think you're right. I think the compositional change, SJW there on that Phoenix. Phoenix is, SJW, obviously, an incredible aimer, and that's why you see him not afraid to rock virtually any duelist, but when on something as strong as Phoenix, who really dominates the hit scan space right now, even more so than Hella, according to the pros at least, you can just really see some strong advantage, especially against the Flyers. But out we go now. Sonic Seduction, does it find value? Not too much yet. Great repositioning across the cart there as Prince is walking right back towards the back line again onto Ricky. We will see some damage. I cannot believe that follow-up. Great coordination through the Feast of the Abyss to find Ricky as Mello goes down now from Regis, and they are just walking forward.
Flamehawk game on. I mean, yeah, Burrito's taking out Mello, who's the king of the skies typically. And yes, great follow-up and coordination. Just the comms there from Prince. Incredible. And I just have to shout out the huge copy and ult there from Silent Blaze to match all the chaos coming from their side. Scatter going with Dinks. But no, they were able to match it pretty quickly there with their own. Now pushing forward, getting to this quite easily. And we've got a little bit of scouting here. Now they're going towards the top and love their positioning.
Yeah, it gets dangerous to pull off that copy, especially when Emma maybe has Sonic Seduction, because pro tip, if you know that Loki's about to ult, use Sonic Seduction and look directly at Loki. There is no possible way for him to copy and get an ult off if you started your Sonic Seduction at him. When he makes that transition to the other hero, he'll actually start walking directly towards you, and you'll get a ton of value because you're shut down that ultimate as well. So it is scary to play Loki into that pick there, but they did find value, so great work by Silent again. Regis gonna find Ricky on the back line. The whale goes out. Melophobia gonna find Silent and even the odds a bit. Great freeze out of the sky there though, and who will come out on top? Looks like the cart's still going. Good touch here, but not sure it can happen for long, as at this point they're just going to take out the Hulk. Oh, who does pop all? Can Craze make something happen here?
Prince putting the team on ice particular. I mean, he's just done this so many times with the 1-2 punches, but then again, they get the picks. Mello comes right back. The spawn walks not far. Both strategists are out as usual, but come right back around. Ricky forced now to throw up and get this team some sustain going. Have to win this fight so perfectly, Shib, or they can just funnel in over and over now as we're looking for the Feast of Abyss. Now, 2 stunts from SJW and Axter going down. The dive in, the pushback, and this is essentially going to reset the full fight. This is tough look for Atlanta, who looked like they had it early on.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about resetting or at least playing safe, and Melophobia did just that. Has been here since the last fight and has still not been found, finding 0. 2 fights later, SJW gonna find Ricky. Mello again gonna find another pick in the sky with a comfort pick. Torch is insane. Scatter onto SJW now. Mello again onto Silent, and what a retake by Nemesis, who are holding on here with a minute on the clock. I really did not think they were gonna be able to hold point 2, especially after that first fight.
Every single map, it's been 3 picks for Atlanta, and then Mello matches it. I mean, it's crazy how you're able to get away with it. He keeps getting away with it, right? Is what they say here. The walls go up, and Regis did win the one-on-one one time. We got to see it again. That's his mission right now. Love the back play here from the Squids, and wow, what a pick to open up the beginning of the fight with Scatter to follow.
All of this momentum built off of Crazemang jumping onto the point and popping that ult on Hulk, folks. The last one of the team holding on besides Mello, who was playing an off angle, playing very safe and waiting for the next initiation. That all bought them enough time to fully retake as a team, and that just goes to show you how one touch can win you the fight, and not only the fight, potentially the entire match as they proceed now. Still holding on tight. They've got to get there to touch with 3 seconds on. They do, but it does cost them Hulk right into banner form, and that is Sonic Seduction. Can they keep this up? Dinks gonna find Regis. Great work there on this angle for the defensive side of Nemesis. Prince gonna find Scatter, but 2 are down already. The whale goes out. Dinks onto Prince. That's a 3-piece here, potentially for Dinks, who is still walking Crazemang onto the back line now. Still holding onto that ult, and this is a tough position. That should be the rest of them. It looks like Nemesis held before point 2.
I mean, good God, you could not have a better start if you are Phoenix there, and I can't believe that they were able to hold so strong. And you said it, 1 fight, 1 pixel, doesn't matter. You show up, you try to get the stop in, and we saw it happen just like that. What was going to be a pretty convincing win to point 3. Nope, shut down early, and now your backs are against the wall. This is it for Atlanta. If they don't win here, they're obviously out. And so right now, for your Nemesis, you can kind of play loose, have some fun. And I think we are going to see Nemesis go a bit more with that heavy aggression damage. Yes, the Storm's out. We'll see how they get through the potential here of the triple Vanguard. Nemesis has a lot of strengths. When we see them potentially here against Dreamland, I want to see better from their triple Vanguard. They kind of folded kind of quick there at the beginning ship. But other than that, a great finish.
Yeah, I do think they struggled there on the triple. It didn't look as consistent as a lot of these teams, maybe have seen it, but I know they can pull off that composition. It was just more so, something faltered. I think that early pick kind of put them in a weird position, and then they kind of just crumbled from there, at least in the triple Vanguard front. Once they went back to a more traditional comp, their bread and butter, they held on that point two. I do think point two is very defensible, but that hold and that last, essentially pixel, that last meter was wild. So well done again by Nemesis on the defense. Can Atlanta hold on with the triple comp that is looking a little bit different with no thing?
Let's go and give to the final boss of Rivals some love. Both Lunas, I mean, Dinks getting those 3 eliminations. Zero Meta had an amazing freeze on Mello. Great strategist play from both teams. Love to see it. The gates are open into Asgard here. One will leave victorious, and right now it's all the pressure on Atlanta as the team looks to move in.
Yeah, not really holding too tight here. Still playing around that corner with the triple comp. That they look for the picks and then retake, it looks like, as Atlanta finds 2 early on. And the Cap gonna find a Median onto the backside. Folks talk about Cap maybe quote-unquote lacking damage. I'll tell you what, watch the pros play Cap and tell me that again, because these animation cancels enable a ton of DPS right through that. Jeff Prince finds a pick on a scatter.
Yeah, that nerf coming to Cap in Season 4 was the first time I'm like, this kind of feels like it's towards the pros. 5% damage gone. Going into Season 4 here, and what they could pull off. Prince being able to play just about any Vanguard here. Looking at it, though, it's all about farming and getting stuff going, and that's what we have for Mello here, trying to just get some burst damage, trying to open up with the maximum pulse and try to get some more spacing now. And yeah, they are playing a bit back to your point, and then they're moving in as a unit now. Looking low on health, SJW having to go back to the team. Lanterns are now burned.
Yeah, good defensive work here by Atlanta, just trying to build those ults quickly. And as I say that, Mello gonna find one onto Prince. Great switch there, but the res is up, so Prince is gonna reset. The team just has to play slow and act like nothing has happened as we see Rocket gonna pop the see ya. It is holding on. It's matched right back with an invisible boundary. Very difficult to see who they want to try to pick off now. Still gonna get a few walking there through that ultimate. It just wasn't enough as they are still holding on with number advantage as Atlanta was down SJW. Portal likely gonna be coming in if needed. Bang! Out we go with the maximum pulse. Jarvis clip that one as Mello finds one. Make that 2 from Axtree now, who's going to turn it around onto a Median. Mello again onto Redis. And this is a trade fest. Who comes out on top? It looks like this will be the side of Nemesis.
No god of mischief there. I mean, did you see that Loki jump right into the full might of the maximum pulse? Just wrong place, wrong time. Maybe he thought it was going a little bit to the left. That's what my guess is, but nope. Found it right there. Jarvis now jumping in with the portals right away. They got another fight to win, but at this point now, burning a lot. We've got the Phoenix into the damage boost, and wow, it just takes 2 Shib to end it pretty quickly here. This is going to be a tough comeback for Atlanta.
Yeah, it's honestly the same story we saw on the other side where that retake just did not work out for him. You've got to commit heavy as a team. If you stall at all getting through that portal and you lose your front line, you are in trouble. So Median now is going to find Prince, and 3 are down for the side of Atlanta. And this is going to be a slow but steady stagger as 0 falls. Goodbye to Silent, but at least they're holding on to the point. And that is what you should do, folks. If you are going to fall, if your team is losing the fight, please stand on the cart and try to buy as much time as possible for your team to res up, to retake for another fight. That is a very necessary tactic to apply as you're trying to climb ladder.
And Jarvis with a fresh pack of double A's, man. He's back to the Melophobia ultimate. We've got yet another, and that's sometimes all you need, right? And they're always ult tracking, and so I don't know if Atlanta knows that he has it back that quickly here, because that was an absolute crazy job. Scatter 80% looking new. SJW could put the team on the back here with a huge Agamotto. There's only 60 seconds left, so every mistake matters. SJW stunned and out just like that. That's brutal.
Yeah, the res is up. Out we go with another maximum pulse that finds one. Gray's gonna clean up 0. Prince back on the Mello, but a Median finds Prince. I have Agamotto not getting a ton of value. Great push there again by Ricky, who had eyes on that and was holding that cooldown, as you should if you are going against a Strange with that Q available. Good foresight again, as they still have ult advantage. Nemesis only getting through with 30 seconds instead of a minute 30, but still have the momentum and ult advantage in the next fight. Can they push through this and take this series 3-0?
Did Kraz ult? Did he do the clobbering time inside the building followed by the maximum pulse? Was the double duo there? Because I thought it looked like that potentially. Either way, great job there, as now they're pushing forward, not showing any bit of let up here, as Scatter just wants it all, and that is exactly how you want to approach to get past this first turnaround on the point. Of Scatter now trying to get some people seduced. We have the invisible boundary up to help, and oh, brutal shit, just brutal.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great call out when you're talking about the clobbering time. That likely is what happened, and that is a combination that maybe slept on a little bit as Thing maybe not getting as much play unless you're running that triple composition. Still getting some serious value with the maximum pulse as Ricky now going to try to collapse and try to keep the team healthy. Scatter getting away with virtually full HP is wild in that situation. Well done, Ricky and Foresight, and understanding where they were going to go, and at this point, they're just holding the space. They've got Craze jumping up and down, making sure they can't take that height. Portal is now out by the side of Mello, who is trying to stuff the point. Can they push through it, or do they get this free space? Likely shutting down the top side angle and the lower sides. You have to go through that little doorway on the left, and yes, I think that's exactly what's happening. This is a ton of free space for them.
Yeah, we saw this on Symbiotic Surface too. There's just a lot of stagger happening, and the team just could not get all together. Good freeze from Zero Meta. He's been huge on them today to shut down a little bit of aggression there, and now they find their way in. Dinks is going to be forced to ult Silent Blaze to Mad. Looking at it, they've got what they need, though. Minute 24, they're going to have to be close to how much ultimate economy they use to win this fight. Dinks going around the back and love to see it now throwing on a Median. Now looking towards it now. Oh, low health on Dinks. They found their target, but it's not going to be enough as just a Agamotto comes out. Melophobia tries to connect Kraz. Gets the follow, and it's going to be a Hulk fest here on the Olympi.
Yeah, off the back of the eye, we find a two-piece there, matched back by one from Atlanta as we lose a Median, but still, that is a ton of value, and at this point, they've got to get back to this point. It's pushing right through to the match. Loki going to have to copy up, goes invisible there as you see him just kind of pause. That's typically the sign that he has gone invisible. We're going to get Loki walking here with the Psionic Seduction. Same story here for Star-Lord. Pressed right through the Fate of Both Worlds, and they are up in numbers now. Make that two as Silent falls. Scatter trying to push through and get to the finals. Can they do it? That's another run to 0. Goodbye, Axe, as they walk backwards right towards the point. Will it end now? It's looking like it's going to, but again, another pick as Prince falls. Scatter still holding. Regis now on a Scatter. Melophobia on a Axry. Will they stuff this? Great hold here, but is it enough? The E gets popped. We do see it. Oh my goodness, Melophobia on a pick on the SJW now. Yes, Ricky onto Regis, and again, Nemesis heavily up in numbers, but the portal comes through as Silent now stalls the point. Will it be enough for them to retake as a team? This is anybody's battle now. It's all about who holds on and stays calm in this moment. Again, Ricky keeping the damage forward.
Oh my goodness, Melophobia now with the Agamotto into the whale. They've got the momentum on their side and the way the cards have fell. We've got the ults needed to clutch it up. A great last second hold. Here goes, pop goes the Wizard. Gets one, make it two. The whale to fall does not connect as we move in here trying to just stall as much as possible. Throwing in Kras now with the 2, and that is going to be it, Shib. Hello, revenge match. We're here. It's Dreamland Nemesis in the finals.
Wow, what a beautiful set of plays back and forth by both teams on the stall there. I cannot believe how long Atlanta stalled that point, even being down in numbers. Great work by them, but Nemesis, again, calm under pressure, not falling until they've got a pick, earning a spot into the finals now. And wow, it is going to be that rematch, Dreamland versus Nemesis.
I mean, Nemesis, who needs one win condition when you can use them all, right? I mean, just absolute, just perfect team fight. Symphony of ultimates, as we always like to say. And Mello, great job there getting the Agamotto that helped set that up into what was the finish. And yeah, like you said, I thought that match was over before it started. But yeah, the stall was there, but just eliminations at a time. Got rid of them bit by bit, and we say farewell for Atlanta, but I got to say, Phoenix Guard, I'm excited to see them in Ignite. They've got the talent. We've seen it, right? We saw what they have. They just got to put it all together. Little bits of their game that can clean up, but great match, great team, great fight.
Yeah, I think they, like you said, showed moments of greatness and made some really good decisions across the board. Unfortunately, just kind of fell to the pressure, and it's a very defensible position, and almost, they looked really good on their attack, just could not get through point 2. If they, had a little more effort, if they're able to stuff that Hulk just before the team was able to retake, maybe it's a different story. But once again, it's just really good clutch decision making by Nemesis that wins them the entire series 3-0 for the rematch. And 15 finals again for Mello. We got 10 on a Median. Those duelist lines are looking wild. Scatter with 10 showing up there on the cap even at moments, but 13 for Prince. It was really anyone's game.
Yeah, listen, if I'm making an all-pro team, though, Prince, I might have them on it, because just absolute great play from the Vanguard, but you got to put all the pieces together to make it work. And I've got to say, Kraz did suffer a lot against Dreamland that we saw yesterday. He's right back. That Hulk is back to the form that we're used to, right? I always say him and Spark Chief are the two Hulks that I really look for when we're looking at top-level rivals play, and they just had all the pieces clicking at once, and the strategist standing out, too. Dinks just over and over, getting the clutch pick after the clutch pick, even as the Luna. And like I said, sometimes it forces strategists into only healing, right? But they were able to do it all and really help out the team in every which way.
Yeah, I mean, and also the understanding of cooldowns, excuse me, where, you know, you're holding onto that push and pull and you just know it's coming. It's the alt tracking, it's the alt clocking, always knowing who's going to try to make a play in those moments. And obviously, if you see someone sticking on Strange for a while, typically it means they do have that Eye of Agamotto. Stopping that on point one could have been game winning for them. I mean, we just saw a lot of big plays from the strategist line, like you said as well. But again, the duelists just finding so much value. Really strong duelist line on both teams in that series.
Yeah, and if you put yourself in Nemesis' shoes, right, they got swept, right? They got swept at the upper bracket. Now they sweep the lower. That's the momentum you want, going right into it. And folks, we got a great one coming at you right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Grab a pizza, grab maybe some water, but we will be having a good old break, and then we'll get to the action.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end and rise up. Open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end and rise up. Open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the back to you. And in a unleashing wake up, open your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Hello, guys, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3. And listen, we wanted to build up the suspense. We're here now at the grand final ship, and we've got the tale of revenge here with Nemesis versus Dreamland. Are you ready for some fun, bud?
I can't wait. I mean, I'm back in the hype mode. It's going to the grand finals here. Last time, obviously, 3-0 Dreamland taking this to Nemesis. You know, I know you and I both want to see a close match. Just a ton of fun to watch. We've seen a lot of that in the MRC in the past, so hopes are high. But I know that this team is not afraid to learn from their mistakes, so I do expect to see them put up a serious fight here. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the talent pool is definitely there. We've seen Nemesis climb pretty far in Ignite, I think even further than some of the roster that was on Dreamland, but they put together a very good team now, and so we've seen that here in day 3 of the MRC. But looking together, the talent is right there, and so it's who's going to show up, nerves aside. And I think Nemesis, even though they got 3-0'd and it was a pretty dominant 3-0 ship, I think they've got what it takes to bounce back.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know, like I just talked about, I think they struggled a little bit in the banning, and there was some new talent that is looking insane on Dreamland, at least talent that I haven't had eyes on that have really been showing up, and I'm sure we'll dive into that just shortly. But yeah, Nemesis, they just got to do a little better in the ban phase. They got to understand their strengths and try to take it to them a bit instead of just trying to have these match comps that they are just not winning with. So I expect to see some different stuff here. I know over the last 3 maps, you mentioned to me during the break, you know, they've actually played at Symbiotic last time and lost when you're looking at Nemesis. So hopefully they've learned from their mistakes as we go back to Symbiotic Surface for the first map here.
Yeah, and Symbiotic Surface was the closest of the maps, I think. I mean, just barely. They got a point there, Nemesis, but still, you know, wasn't their best showing. Looking at this team, we just saw Nemesis, so you guys are familiar, but let's go to now take a look at our eyes towards some of this Dreamland roster. For those that don't know, as we get some of the pick and ban phase underway, we've got a deadly duo of Stinkers and Chime. Chime being that Jean Grey, that's where you're going to see that Phoenix Protect come from them, and they love what they can do on that hero. We know how good she is for the hit scan role. And we're getting a mag ban, cloak ban, Psylocke, so a lot of respect shown here early, Shib.
Yeah, I mean, and then you have to mention Chuckles. Chuckles is, you know, a young, like, you know, the word's been tossed around a bit. Prodigy, 16 years old here on the Vanguard and showing up in every single one of these matches. I mean, talk about nerves of steel and, you know, growing up in a seriously intense environment when it comes to these tournaments and really performing, getting all the way to the finals and the top side of the bracket and progressing forward here. You see, goodbye to Psylocke, goodbye to Magneto, see a Cloak and see a Luna. I mean, that is, you know, on the side of Dreamland, they've been banning Cloak a ton, Ultron a ton. We see Nemesis banning Mag against this team a ton. So this is looking pretty similar to what we've seen in the past. It's all about, can we see a different outcome if you're looking for Nemesis? But I know Dreamland's got what it takes.
And listen, we talked about people that concentrate on 1 or 2 heroes. Mello being, I can guarantee you, Human Torch or Winter Soldier for the most part. And Valentina Eve, very talented Invisible Woman. And we're seeing that Sue Storm save right now with that because she is just able to do things people are not, honestly, on the hero. Now, with the save there on Amadian, we're seeing this because last time they went against each other, funny enough, we saw a lot of concentration go towards shutting down that. Now, actually, looking Dazed is going to be subbing in here, Shib. So that is going to be the big difference right away here with Nemesis. They're going to try a little bit of a different look on Symbiotic Surface.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff you think you need to see, right? If you want to shake up, if you struggled on this map last time against this team and you've got something you can pull out of your back pocket that'll shift up the way this team looks at you as a whole, if it's a different hero pool, if it's a different strategy, that kind of stuff can win you the game, especially as you see here, Daze is going to be locking in that Wolverine. You know how impactful Wolverine can be, essentially taking some of these Vanguards out of the game, but the counter to that is a very strong Invis, and we know Valentina Eve is really, really strong on that Invis, so I'm curious to see what that looks like here when it comes to that tackle, if you can get pulled off. I mean, that's virtually what you're saving all of your cooldowns for as Invis. You want to make sure you have that push and pull consistently ready to save your Vanguards.
And you know what? We're just seeing the flexibility already from Dreamland. They kind of went back and forth. Stinkers was like, okay, you know, you can have the Ultron Chime. Then no, he swapped over. And now we're having them switch to who's playing what, because they can both play a lot of the roles at the same time. You know, we did see Phoenix, I believe Lord on both of them. So, yeah, they play plenty of old Jean Grey over there. But yeah, looking at the early comps here, this is a map typically Nemesis does very well on. I like what they do and their approach in general. They've clutched a ton in the Ignite series back in the mid-season here, but looking towards what we've got now, you've got the offense approach, the Wolverine for Days. All right, trying to mix it up a bit here, but yeah, like you said, Chuckles, the young prodigy, really stood out. Mace was just, we've seen Mace a ton in these tournaments and always kind of steadfast, doing great on the Vanguard role. But here we go, guys. We are underway. It's the grand finals, and it all starts right now.
Yeah, just continue that conversation about Mace and IGL. We talk about conversation and just having comms, right? Communication in these games. Mace does a good job in-game leading those comms, ensuring the team is all on one page and being the voice behind the decision-making. That can be very important. You know, every team has their different strategy of how to handle that communication, but I know that is, you know, Mace's style, and it seems to work a ton as we start off here with a tackle. Daze gonna find Mace immediately right towards the back line. They do get that pick. What a throw here by Craze with Daze. The combination is insane. What a start to this fight as we keep going for fight one.
I love the sub going in immediately and getting that absolute aggression there, taking down the Vanguard early, forcing them to back up. And look at what it's done to open up this fight. Daze going in immediately with Logan, with the slice and dice there now. And just the point, I mean, completely not contested. Shit, what did we just witness?
Yeah, that was a little strange. I'm surprised to see nobody, you know, try to really commit there and commit after the fact. That's a little bit of a misplay, I believe, by the side of Dreamland. Have been playing pretty lights out. Obviously, it is a best-of-7 series. First to 4 will win this series. You don't want to be warming up for too long, though. That's a little bit of a misplay. I know they can play smarter than that as Chime finds Daze and starts turning that momentum around a little bit. Mace is going to fall here to scatter. Melophobia onto Chime, and this comp is really working for him.
Playing with a vengeance, and you know what? That's what you get from going from the lower finals. We saw that in Ignite midseason, right? Where people that had more time to kind of practice, warm up, was able to come off the heater. And right now, it's Nemesis showing, okay, listen, we got swept. We're going to do a lot more here in the grand finals. Opening up, we got the invisible boundary here from Ricky that could go Dink's way as well. But look for Mello and what he can do with that final judgment heading in to this next team play.
And we start up with fight 2. Great positioning here by Nemesis to hold on that high side again. We're going to try to make something happen with Wolverine. From downtown, up we go. We see the Supernova. A ton of damage goes out as Melophobia falls, and that's the downside of being a big body when it looks at Punisher. Dinks falls too from Chime. Stinker's onto Ricky with a 2-piece now, and that is going to be a reset here for Nemesis, who will all fall. Great retake by Dreamland, still holding on to a couple ults.
Yeah, I was going to say, very smart ult economy for both teams, to be honest. You know, we had what was needed to try to get the win. Didn't have it for Nemesis. They pulled back, and Dreamland didn't overcommit there. Do like the extermination there from Stinkers just to kind of seal the deal and make this thing reset. Mace now at 93%. Mace typically always on Vanguard. He does have Wolverine in his pocket if he needs to use it. We've seen this in the past. Love to see what he's got in store here. He's going to go for the kidnap, but there is a bit of a break there now as he's slicing, dicing, not connecting quite yet, and the invisible boundary does go up.
Clobbering time out, and he does find Chuckles. That's one. Good follow-up there by Dinks. Can they keep the pressure? Yes, they do. Melophobia now onto Jabori. Down goes Mace, and they're keeping this momentum. I'm not a huge fan of the comp that they were running there for the side of Dreamland. It's tough. There's really no main front line there when you're running that Wolverine with the cap. So it's tough. There's really no main base, right? No one just really holding on to that front line point. Everyone's trying to make off-angle plays with the tackle. When it comes to that Feral Leap, when it comes to cap, it's really a backline aggression play. So a little bit of a confusing composition. I don't know if they're going to be able to get back here and maintain point 2, but we will see if that changes up as they head into point 3. I know this team is incredibly strong. Mace falling early, and there it is, point 2.
Yeah, great call there. I mean, who's going to be with the Mantis, right? And the Wolverine's kind of off by itself. You have both Stinkers Chime up in the air. Chuckles is probably, running around as a cap per usual. So very interesting. They got to ground themselves, not only in this grand finals, but that team comp, as you mentioned here. But they are sticking with what they've had so far. We're not having any swaps yet, which is definitely an interesting take. They clearly practice what they're trying to accomplish here, though. We do have the kidnap coming there with the team up, and there's the first Berserker Rage. Maybe that's what they're waiting for there as Mace goes up, goes down. They do get the pick on Scatter, and then maybe we get a rotation here as they're heading down the hill.
Yeah, just burning a little bit of that front line should buy them some space as they head right back in. Chime going to commit with a Supernova. A ton of damage onto the front. Team is going to regress backwards, though, as you should. Retake as a unit, but the tackle goes out by Mace. Feral Leap finds one, does not manage to get that KO, but great play there. Team is going to now elect to reset and start over. Daze comes in hot with the leap, and we see Craze following right after. Punisher with the final judgment. Craze going to find 2. Down goes another as Stinkers goes down from Melophobia. They're going to keep this pressure forward, and Cap's going to pay for it with 2 more. Melophobia popping off here with a 3-piece.
I mean, what are you going to do to stop the bullets there, right? Like, who do they have to stop just eliminating the flyers from the sky? And they did just that. Now they are swapping to the Strange, to your point exactly. And Craze, the big difference, Craze was having a tough time against Dreamland just yesterday, has flipped it together. And the thing is the answer right now, but you got to stop the nightmare that is Melophobia.
And we'll start up again. Great turret placement here, just doing a ton of damage. Out we go with the Rage of Voltron. Stinkers trying to find some pressure onto the back line now, keeping that team healthy, but still the team is full HP, very close to point 3 with almost 3 minutes on. Ricky gonna find Chuckles here early for the side of Team Nemesis, who are now up in numbers. Valentina Eve gonna pop with an ult here to try to hold on to the defense, and Melophobia finds Mace now. And the numbers are roughly even, but we do see an Eye of Agamotto pop. Jabori in a dangerous position, falls. Melophobia with a two-piece back-to-back with a shoddy. Finds Chime. Is this enough to press them through point 3? This would be an insane attack as Craze is going to find Valentina, and the portal goes out.
Oh my, just absolute full vengeance from Nemesis or Roman Coliseum. Both the invisible boundaries forcing it up close, and it's the shotgun that ends the statement there. Could you ask for a better opening coming off the sweep, Shib? I am absolutely blown away. I'm both half blown away by Nemesis and how they played, and also equally a bit confused with not only going for the first cap there, they didn't contend that, right? But then they go to a comp that wasn't really good answer to what we saw. So Dreamland's got to reset a little bit. Obviously here to make sure, you know, things get back on track.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it was just a little bit of a momentum shift. I think that first point was wild, how fast that was taken after their initial pick. And then the downside is, you know, maybe they're thinking of resetting and trying to hold tight, but then they all fall almost instantaneously after grabbing point 1. It's at the, you know, if you're going to do that, the conversation is why not try to stall for a little longer and buy some time. So I think it's just a little bit of a mental mistake situation that kind of faltered and just kind of led to like a downhill spiral. But I will say, if any team can bounce back and pop off based on what we've been seeing, Dreamland is that team, as we do see a more traditional composition now.
30 seconds before you attack.
Exactly here now as they do set up for the first hold here. Now we did see some fun portal play. Don't know if we're going to get that right away. Team Nemesis, a very disciplined team. We've seen that time and time again. You know, they don't go for the aura farms, as you know the kids say. They go just for the standard wins. It doesn't have to be sexy, just has to work, right? Now looking forward, Dreamland here do like a little bit of the change-ups they're going to go with. Stinkers now going to that wolf, so they like Daze and the flex they had. Amadian, such a great player, but I love the flex play thus far. We'll see if we get that opening portal. Mace likes to kind of hide and stay behind. They did last time there with the opening Punisher turret, and they found an off angle, but looks like they're just going the traditional route. Shib.
Yeah, looks like it was prepped on the defense there by the side of Scatter, who was ready with that portal back. So great decision by Maze. Probably, you know, metagaming, essentially finding out, hey, they might have seen that we did this last time. Let's hold off on the portal and bait out their portal. So big brain there by Maze, if that was the intention, as Scatter now going to maintain this high side angle. Ton of damage goes out. Now the tackle is thrown. Scatter going to find Jabori, and that's a good start here for the side of Nemesis now. Make that 2 as Maze falls. And even a stronger defense that we saw clearly from the last go as Scatter gets 3. And good positioning by the side of Team Nemesis, knowing that they're going to take this angle if not making that portal play. So covering both sides there, but we might see a portal soon unless they want to hold it for the final touch.
I mean, it was barely a fight. That was survival instinct on the side of Dreamland, just trying to be on display there. But yeah, great point. Vanguard's really putting on a show right now, and either way, 2 minutes eternity on the clock there that Nemesis was able to cap with. So Dreamland has to play perfect here from here on out now. You do have that portal, as you said. Great point here. A lot of pressure trying to get done, but Scatter doesn't care. Mellow to follow. It's done. Another team fight in the books inside of Nemesis.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of an idea of, you know, let's take half the team through the portal, send the other down main lane, but I'm just not sure there was enough commitment through the portal to drive enough attention away from the main lane, and Nemesis was able to capitalize on that. So well done again on the defensive side of Nemesis. Dreamland, though, going to have a slight ult advantage, actually roughly dead even right now, as we will have some strategist line ults ready to counter up. Once we start now, Final Judgment super speed, going to run right towards the back line, matched right back. Who takes this win, though? It's anybody's fight, as Scatter cleans up Chime. Chime goes down. Melophobia onto Stinkers now. And wow, Nemesis looking really, really good. And ults are still being roughly even across the board as we go into our next fight with 2 minutes on.
Castle feet castle for the final judgments, but it's the fortresses that are the tanks that get the roll done in the team fight 1. Gotta love it when it just comes down to the pure raw talent between here Chime and Mellow, 2 very good duelists at hands. Another reset, minute and 45 to show now, as we do have the Mantis ult trying to push this team some momentum forward. Dazo with the pick on Stinkers, and then we've got Mace with the 1-2 chip.
Yeah, Mace with the 2-piece there is momentum shifting heavily after Daze finds 1 onto Stinker. Stinker should be back quickly too. Valentina now finding Daze, as they are keeping this pressure, and this is looking like a Dreamland advantage. They likely are going to get very close to capping, if not capping. They should now, as I don't think we will see, we will not see a portal coming through. So well done by Dreamland on the attack, staying calm even after some tough fights.
Yeah, just getting everything back together there. 3 minutes, 39 seconds now. Obviously less than what they had here, and I think they won about 1 fight here on point 2, correct, as they moved in. So again, gonna have to have a very clean finish. 1 on the point right now, though, and I do like the pressure forward. Valentina trying to do the best from a mile away of the team right now. You're up an Agamotto ready to go, Shib. And, you know, Nemesis isn't far from what they need as well, economy-wise.
Yeah, notice folks that are trying to climb ladder, the teams are elected to take that high ground as soon as they possibly can, but to counter it, Nemesis taking everyone in that left angle. Out we go with the Eye of Agamotto on Amelio. Melophobia, excuse me, is going to be able to hold on. The whole team now is going to be inside of that invisible boundary, the Venn diagram. Daze finds Mace, though. So what up here for Nemesis after the entire backline ult have been popped? Here we go with another judgment. Will this one land? As we're holding on here, the throw. Oh, good reposition. Going to put some pressure, and it does work out as Chime goes down. After Chime finds one, Melophobia gets that pick, though. The whole team now going to reset. Stinkers onto Dinks, Daze onto Chuckles. These fights are so back and forth now as we're roughly even across the board, but down goes two more on the side of Dreamland as Nemesis walked this through.
What a textbook Agamotto by Mace, but no, Ricky had the test answers. Throw up the invisible boundary. They flip the script. Daze can see Lim on Mace there moving forward. And right now, you've got this kind of weird Daze versus their Wolverine, and then obviously the Mellow Chime show. And it's right now in favor of Team Nemesis as they're just trying to hold them back with somewhat ease. They got another final judgment ready to pop. The clobber in time. Look for some absolute vengeance coming from Frank Castle in just a moment.
And here we go with another final judgment. These Punishers getting all insanely quickly. Out we go with a clobbering time. Following up, down goes Chime. Melophobia with that combination. A ton more play than I would think here with the Thing. Now that Magneto's banned out, a big issue for Punisher. So that's just going to kind of enable a ton of damage. Scatter Gengi is going to find Mace. Mace again gets found early on by these team combinations. Very unfortunate as Chuckles and Chime make that. Chime and Stinkers again are walking right back with a vengeance. Nemesis, no ults on either. Really well done by Dreamland to hold on to this momentum. Still making sure they can win this next fight with some commitment of ultimates.
Absolute Marvel blockbuster over there with ults popping. A great job getting a lot of the ones out of the way, though. Jabori a little bit far away. Valentino was forced to use Invisible Boundary to win that fight. Minute 17 seconds. They're going to have to win this now under on the strategist ult. When you look at Team Nim, though, they don't have much either. So Dinks is going to match Jabori. Here comes the portal. They want the aggression right away. Maybe make it 3 fights to win the point, Shib, as they collapse in.
Yeah, good take here again by the side of Nemesis, but like we had just mentioned, Dreamland up on ults. They've got to find value now. They are holding on to some big ones. Can actually even use that combination with the Phoenix Ensong Inferno and come right in after with that Eye of Agamotto, knowing that shields likely will be burned if you time it properly. So a really good combination, very similar to what you've seen with Magneto with the Meteor M. Will that be utilized? We'll find out shortly. Dinks holding on here, ready with the... there it is, matched immediately. Out we go with final judgments now on both sides. Who gets the most value? It's anyone's fight. We'll find out now as everyone is putting a ton of damage out. Chime gonna find Melophobia, and that's a huge win. Chuckles now with another. Chime with 2. Jabori on a scatter. Valentina onto Daze, and they are trying to match this up, getting to point 3.
It's raining ultimates here in the grand finals, map 1. I mean, I swear, Shib, every Q was just pressed at that moment. But they got the job done, what's needed here, pushing forward. And I like Chime's approach here with the damage boost. Just getting enough pressure to allow the point all the way through. They're going to get so indeed here as they're going to cap it. 1 minute, 30 seconds. I mean, that's already a minute less than Nemesis had for the full cap. But hey, all you need is to get 3 points. We're going to see it here. We're going to see if Chime can get a pick. He does. Ricky goes down, Shib.
Yeah, again with these early fights. That's 3. Make it 4. Melophobia finds 1 onto Chime, but that is not enough as they are just going to walk this quickly. Try to fall on the point as you saw there. Just to stall for a moment before your team resets, but good commitment by the entire team to not use any of those ults here and just fall on point, getting ready for the next fight. There is only a minute on the clock, and that's where point 2, a couple fights make all the difference now as Nemesis has 2 minutes and 14 on the final take there. So this is getting serious now. It's all about getting to OT and clutching up in that moment. Valentina holding on to that invisible boundary is all they're really going to be able to use in this early fight.
Yeah, here Valentina definitely going to be a big playmaker with 40 seconds left. No mistakes can be made. They've been showing coordination is great, but it's been more even choreography with the team here. Throwing it up to counter the clobbering time. They do get the ult out. The Agamotto follows here. Going to be close to seeing Chime and Valentina getting the 1, 2, 3. That's a quick way and an exclamation point to get down this hill. They've got to win 1 more now, and the ult economy now favoring over Nemesis on this last fight. The Chime and Chuckles are still loaded.
Yeah, that was great patience there on the side of Dreamland, really only using Valentina at that moment. Now there's going to be almost 5 ults up, soon to be 5 ults up for Dreamland in this final fight, favoring them heavily if its touch can come through. And they're, pushed right out of the boundary, tries to jump right back in. After the final judgment, Ricky goes down, Dinks goes down, and that's enough as the portal wall comes out from Mace. Beautiful play, and we are going to OT.
I mean, what you could have scripted better, Ship. I mean, just what a match one to open things out. I mean, Nemesis getting such a dominant start, but then you see Dreamland just a bend not break. Yes, they got the 3-0 last time in the upper bracket, but right now it's going to come down to who can clutch it up in this overtime matchup. Listen, do you think that we're going to see kind of a different comp from Dreamland here? We're going to have Nemesis start. I wouldn't switch things up with how amazing it went with Days. You might as well go with potentially the same thing, the old fastball special, but I don't know. It looks like they might go another direction.
Yeah, this is that chess match, right? About the portals, in OT. You got 3 minutes on, so it's either you want to hold that portal for the final retake or you try to make a play early on. And who's going to commit that cooldown early and who's going to try to bait the other cooldown? It's going to be a tricky position. This is where portal kidnaps can come into play and be very dangerous too. So it is a tricky position to be in. I do not see, I don't see Dreamland necessarily holding on to it as there's only a minute left. And Mace would have to fall relatively early for them to get a ton of value with the portal. So it's tricky now, as Nemesis does have that additional couple minutes on the clock. That's all the time in the world needed, because you can use that portal right off the rip and have the cooldown back actually towards the end of the OT fight. So that is a massive advantage, and that's why time on the clock is really important.
Yeah, that's where just so much, even the seconds matter to such a high degree. Look for this first kidnap to really make the big difference. Now, looking at what they're going to try to go with approach-wise, Dreamland, again, they've tried this turret approach with the portal. Can't use the gimmicks too much at the moment, as you've highlighted. Okay, no, we are going to take the fight right to them. They're going to shut them down and stall as much as possible. Shit, what a way to get things going now, as they're going to force to go into the point here with Mace.
That was big brain right there. Pretend you're walking, force out the counter portal, and then immediately reuse it with the Punisher setup. So I think that's the play here. And yes, it is. They are going to send it down main while that portal goes through. Try to put some damage onto Daze, who now is trying to take Mace out. This could be huge for the side of Nemesis. Both teams are playing like crazy as Scatter finds Mace. One down. Numbers up here for Nemesis on the defense. Can they keep the momentum as the turret is behind? Dinks falls here from Valentina to even the odds. Oh my goodness, Stinker loses the passive quickly. Still gonna reset, be healed up here. Melaphobia taking a fair amount of damage, but does reset back to the team. 4 seconds on, they've got a touch here. 3, 2, and they do make the touch happen. It's all about this next fight. Mace coming back as Cap. Ton of damage onto Ricky, who does fall. Melaphobia onto Chime. Numbers once again, but Stinkers takes out Scatter. Wow, what a fight here by Dreamland as they find another on a Craze. And they do look like they'll take point 1.
I mean, absolute perfection. A man down. Mace goes out early. Different rotation. Same thing there, but doesn't matter because Valentina hitting the clutch lever there, getting one strategist down. They hunt the other. Mace comes back as the Captain America, doing it all day here. And what a great way now. Overtime activated. Every pixel's going to matter here, but they're getting the cart on the way. And if they win another team fight, Shib, that's going to almost match the time that Nemesis has in the first place.
Yeah, this is tricky, because you want to, if you're going to lose that first point, you want to have an insane ult advantage and take them right now in this tough position for the offensive side. But unfortunately, ult advantage up here for Dreamland. Everybody committing Qs as the Venn diagram is out. Both invis boundary, Scatter finds Shine, putting numbers on to Nemesis. Everybody popping Q as Mellow is going to pop. We see Jabori as well. Who gets the first pick? Chime falls without using that final judgment. Can the res come back and find value? Ricky, Craze, Melaphobia. That's 3, and that's going to do it. So they do still win that fight.
Absolutely. Great finish there. Yes, you get the point. I think it's, the mental victory of just getting the point cap was great for Dreamland, especially being a man down and being able to flip that Shib. But now you've got the 3 minutes, and this is where we've just pointed out that time really comes to be a factor. It took them, by my calculations, like 9 seconds to get the first point last time as Nemesis. So they're going to have to definitely bring something new, and they've nailed that kidnap now twice in a row. They're going to have to look to stop that, and we already know who's the hunter, Daze, and who's being hunted. It's Mace.
Yeah, it has found a lot of success for them, and when you have time advantage like this, that early fight, and if you're able to get point 1, just like what we saw on their attack this early, it is very difficult to hold that second little choke for 2 full minutes because the spawn is incredibly deep. So we will see what happens here. These first 2 fights are going to be all the difference on if this time actually matters, because Dreamland being able to get through point 1 like that is potentially map winning. It's just as simple as that.
Yes, pure animal instincts for days there, getting that rocket boost that we've seen. It's so crazy, and I'm sure as a Vanguard player yourself, it's just like, man, the absolute terror that is Wolverine, that is Logan. So appropriately matched here in Rivals, but getting all together, getting everything gassed up for what is going to be the, I mean, they got a good amount of time, 3 minutes approach, and we'll see what angle they take. More time to have a bit more of a strategy. They typically take this right side up, though, and I expect them to do the same ship.
Yeah, we'll see if the counter portal play happens again. I'm not sure it's being matched, as I don't see Strange being held. So Mace playing confidently, ensuring that they would not use that portal. I like that idea unless it was canceled relatively early as they walk towards the right together as a unit. Got to take this fight relatively quickly. It's all about using this time advantage once again, and we are going to see the fight over in this corner, which has worked twice now for the side of Nemesis. Will it happen again?
Yeah, I do like the swap there from Stinkers and Chime to go to these 2 hit scans and try to contest if there is something going to be picked here. But, oh, we have Melophobia trying to take the fight right into, got the damage boost and the shot and the finish. And Chuckles not getting the last laugh there as they're going right to the point with the smoke. Vanguard down, now he's high, trying to hunt what is going to be the biggest pick, and that's going to be yet another Stinkers. We got a duelist Vanguard 6v4. It's looking like this point's going to be theirs to clean up.
Incredible off angle there from Melophobia, just dealing a ton of damage towards the back line, but unfortunately team electing to walk forward is going to be difficult for them to maintain this space. Chime on a Melophobia, are you kidding me? That is a huge pick, driving everyone back. Wow, Jabori follows up on a Daze, and that is nutty. Portal goes out now, but this time on the side of Nemesis, I believe, as they retake as a unit. Gotta wait for Daze to come back into this fight, and this is another good usage of that portal to be a wall that you can play around. So that was nutty to witness. I really thought that was going on the side of Nemesis after that fight, but Dreamland, do not give up. This team can make it happen. As I say that, Melophobia now on a Chuckles. Out we go with the boundary, and it's going to be matched right back with another boundary whose final judgment gets the more pressure as Scatter finds Chime. There's your answer, and Nemesis looks like they'll take this point 1.
Absolutely perfect play there. How Chime even saw Mello setting up in the turret there. Not only gets the turret down, goes right for the headshot, takes out Mello. I mean, absolute incredible peak awareness, what you're expecting to see here at the top level of the grand finals. But yes, what a way to recover even through that, the portal back and everything. Now as the team gets together and they're looking for what is the last bit of cap, we have Mace unfortunately having the portal in touch and nothing happens from it. This is going to be Nemesis taking most likely the round 1 with 2.98 ship. They're gonna have to throw everything they have left. Dreamland, they do have the Phoenix, they've got the Agamotto, but Mello not letting anything happen. That's it. That's map 1.
Yeah, Nemesis taking point 1. And for those who maybe not understand what just happened, Mace likely used that portal to touch, folks, just being that the team couldn't get there to make that touch happen prior to it walking through the OT point. So that is why that commitment maybe seemed like a little bit of an overcommitment, but it may have likely been necessary there. But wow, what a just beautiful play here by the side of Team Nemesis, who bounced back and take a map that they lost to this team last time.
I was going to say, just already we have a different result, right? It was a 3-0 from Dreamland, and then just like that, they get the first win. And that's what's so fun about watching these teams at top level play ship, is that even when something looks so lost, you have someone like Chime able to turn the page completely, and then it goes right back over to the other side of Nemesis there. But looking at the MVPs, first of all, Valentina E, very deserving of the SVP. 41,000 healing, 16K. Wow. Are you kidding me? Absolute insane stats you're seeing there from Sue Storm. Gonna be afraid of her in season 4 even more so, but Melophobia doing what he does best, almost with the 50K burger ship.
Yeah, I mean, Sue can put out insane damage. We've seen it a lot at this level of play. Obviously, Sue, it may be a little bit more slept on with Loki Luna being at the top of the meta. And for this current season, obviously, that will or may change as we head towards season 4. But yeah, I mean, look at Melophobia. 29 finals is obscene. That is over 12 the opposition. That is some serious work there on the Punisher. And then we know how strong those initial tackles were by Daze. So great swap with the sub there.
Especially because we've seen so much of Mello play in the past. He was doing just Winter Soldier and Human Torch mainly, right? 49,000 damage. He picks up Punisher. Maiden is out. The sub did work. We'll have to see if they end up doing the same sub rotation. It did work. And you said when it opened the matchup, just throw a little surprise factor in there, right? And they did that and caught them by surprise there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams are doing their homework, right? They're watching tape, they're understanding how various teams play different maps and trying to make sure that they can't find success with whatever they found success was in the past. So changing things up, adding subs, changing rotation. I mean, I think we saw even a little bit there on the side of Dreamland, the compositional difference. I think they had a unique defensive comp where they were running the cap only Vanguard, and it clearly didn't work out for them on point 2. It didn't give them enough time to stall to make it more viable for point 3, especially with the portal walls coming up from both sides. And we know how strong strange portal wall can be on point 3 of this map.
Yeah, sometimes in scrims and practice, if these teams play for a long time, a certain comp, right, they're going to run it and they're going to make sure they try to stick to what they've practiced. Obviously, didn't work out in the live setting, and sometimes you got to reset. They did so, and it did work for a while, but they now have to reset for match number 2, which we're going to get to here in just a moment. If it's anything like match 1, I'm ready for it. We're going to be back after this quick, short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
The doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys? We are back with the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 3 Grand Finals and Ship. We just came off Match 1. Nemesis already flipped the script. It was 3-0. Now they're up 1-0. Gotta ask you to open things up. Who gets Match 2? You gonna see the bounce back from Dreamland, or do you have Nim again?
See, here's the thing. I think Nemesis coming from that lower bracket finals, they got rid of that nerves a little bit. I know it's still nerve-wracking going into the finals, but the butterflies chilled out a bit. I'd like to think that Dreamland, knowing how strong of a team they are, they were just getting the butterflies out of the way in that matchup and are now going to lock back in for map 2. If it's not going to be going their way, it's going to be a very close one, but I have Dreamland on 2. What about yourself?
Yeah, I like what you're saying there. I think because it's the grand finals, the biggest moments here in the MRC, at least, right? We're going to see a 1-1. I think we're going to get this thing tied back up. It does depend. We talked a little bit about it briefly here before the or in the break. That we're going to see Daze. We're going to see Amadian come back in. I want to say I think that Nemesis did win the pick ban phase there when it came to symbiotic surface. I think they had exactly what they wanted. Yes, you know, Melophobia going to Punisher was something they didn't expect as much, but I'd be surprised if we didn't see a Wolverine ban, especially if Daze is going to be locked in that sub position.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by things like the lock-in of Invis. Obviously, Valentina is disgusting on Invis, but Ricky also is well known to be a very strong Invis, right? Stuff like that, is going to likely get through the ban phase unless that's like the mind games of it, that is something I'm missing. So, I'm curious to see if we'll see a change up in at least locks and bans, because I do think some of the stuff is a little bit redundant and maybe wasn't necessary. So, we're going to see very shortly here as we head into map 2.
Yeah, for sure. And listen, we've said all the time, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And Days certainly wasn't. So I expect them to carry in with that same momentum. And yes, we can confirm right now. There you go, Central Park. Days still in on that supposition. Like what they did, exactly what we said, right? I mean, there's no question. I think they looked for the D there at the beginning. They see Dinks. Okay, Days is there. Bam. Get rid of Wolverine. Psylocke to match.
Yeah, it's a smart idea. I think it was a problem. A lot of early picks in those fights with just from the last day, or the tackle, the Feral leap there by the side of Days was a ton of value. Maybe not getting the most finals in the match, but that's not what matters. It's about that initial pick and giving your team the advantage in the fight. As we see, a save here of Human Torch and a ban of Psylocke. The Psylocke ban I think is very strong right now. I think that is a very meta pick and very terrifying if you're a strategist.
I mean, look at that. Just again, we said it last time when there was 0 meta on the board. I'm like, okay, we're getting meta this time around. Yeah, the 2 flames that is going to be sparking the flames of Ignite, Human Torch and Jean Grey Phoenix being saved. Both their teams saying, hey, you know what? We can do it different in the air, and that's going to be obviously Mello definitely locking in. He's always going to be Human Torch if it is made available, but Ultron shut down. Smart position there to try to at least get rid of that deadly duo that we see often. I think they're okay with that. Maybe he does play a lot of Ultron, so we don't know Dinks' entire pool at this point. Punisher save as well, kind of opening up the floodgates of what they want to do and the way they want to approach this. I very much like it. Mace is going to get his Emma though.
Yeah, epilogue is, very strong. I think really strong here on Central Park. This is a map that these two have not played each other on, at least in the last series. Maybe, in scrims or in the past, this has been something they've explored. But Emma dominates point 3 with that staircase. Very terrifying with the carbon crush into the kick. It does not give you an opportunity to make sure you're not off map. You are essentially just thrown consistently. So Emma, this map, even there on point 1 with the aggro, just a ton of walls around for you to play around with that kick and carbon crush. Emma dominates this map. So good lock in there. If you're confident you can out Emma the competition, there's no reason to not lock that in. Punisher going to be locked in as well. Goodbye to Magneto. That's another one of those difficult situations. It's so hard to shut down a Punisher without Magneto.
Yeah, I mean, hey, and listen, we've seen Scatter. Scatter is a very good Emma, right? And so, listen, you're going to be confident. Like you said, this is coming from the Emma guy himself, right? So, definitely those kicks can be lethal right off. I can't tell you how many times I've seen the bottom of that stairwell. Last point there from the Emma. But listen, when you got the comps together, I think they both did a great job there getting Wolverine now. They got what they want. Going to give the edge now to Dreamland, at least getting a bit more of a comfortable comp. We always say this, and I interviewed the players a lot in China here. Do you ban against the other team, or do you ban for your own team? Now, obviously, this is going to be mirror ban, so it's a bit tougher. But I like when bans just want to play or teams want to play what they want to play, and they're going to try to just do what they do best.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a great take. I think if you're playing your comfort picks, it's not really about, it's such a team-based game, right? It's not about who is outperforming on specific heroes. As long as your team is coordinated and understanding how to make these specific picks happen, you don't need to shut down another team. I think if you're really hard focused on shutting down a specific player, you're in a disadvantage in the banning phase. And that's been something we've been seeing consistently throughout Ignite, throughout the MRC. Once they start doing things like banning the Panther, for example, is an example we see a lot. Typically a more of an off-meta ban, it enables the enemy team to start playing much more meta picks. And granted, these are open, banning system where if you ban on either side, it is matched for both, but still it gives that specific team an advantage on something they can play more confidently.
Yeah, well put, for sure. And I'd like to break down when you look at it too. We're going to definitely see, most likely from what we saw previous days, Chime, here's the thing, Chime can flex really well as Stinkers, and so it's going to be interesting who kind of picks up what role here. I do expect the Battle of the Air to go between most likely Chime and Melophobia, if I were to guess. But Days, how well can they play? You got the Punisher save in there, so is that going to be more for Melo to be able to swap to that if needed? But I have a hard time thinking that he's going to play anything but that Human Torch as you go in. And I got to say, out of all the Torch maps, Shib, this might be my favorite hometown advantage being Central Park for him.
Yeah, there is a lot of location, vertical movement and just structures to play around. We talk about these teams, and at this level of play, you play around natural cover. And what does that mean? It's cover that cannot be broken, that you're consistently dancing around in, in this third-person perspective, getting vision on the enemy, and then having a wall that isn't a cooldown to use for defense. But on this map, especially on defense, there is a ton of structures right in the center of the point that you can dance around on Torch. So I have no doubt in my mind it will be matched on both sides. As you can see here, Chime and Melaphobia both running that Torch. But I do... Ooh, Daze is going to be on the Punisher, actually, as we're walking in right now.
Yeah, we see Melo versus Chime. That's going to be a big opening pick. What's going to happen with that now? Jabrori is going to be able to lock in that Loki, but Dinks, we've seen what both can do. Very similar comp. Love that crashes on Groot, especially for this first point. Really helps shut things down quickly. Dreamland now going for a quick back flank. Love this from Chime. He's going to go for the dive and the not completion there, but he's going to go up and see if he can go and get some picks. Does finish off Daze, but Melo up top suppressed. Melo did not capitalize on Chime there. He was kind of, focused on getting the elimination.
And we see more pressure forward. Nobody following just yet. Craze is going to be on that Groot. Incredibly comfortable pick there for Craze, who does a great job on defense, kind of isolating that very shallow, the very tight opening window. Everybody playing on height here. This is something to take to your latter games as Chime falls in with a two-piece onto the back line. Goodbye, Ricky and Dinks. What an attack strategy here by Dreamland as Chime, Mace, and Chime again. Valentina finds one, and this will put them in a great position. Can they get this portal back? I'm not sure that the strategists have switched. They may try to make this touch happen with Dinks here on Loki, followed up by a portal, but I'm not 100% sure they're committing. It looks like they are not, and they are going to elect to hold for point 2.
He's hot. That was scorched earth on the strategist. The quick 1-2 on the flame on game on there now as Chime is really showcasing why this hero could be so lethal and why we need Angela coming to the game here shortly. Now with the snowflake on, he's going to go pressure. Melo now is forced to back out. You can't stagger this early, especially after the reset, Shib. Now looking towards it, all the ultimates going to be here, what's needed. But it stinkers that takes out the rest of Melo, and that stagger is going to be lethal.
Yeah, Dreamland has awoken here. They're looking much more fluid as a team. Nemesis on their heels, all still up in advantage for Dreamland as we see some commitment now. We have the Nova up, and here we go with the end song. Damage boost out as Chime finds Daze. Daze goes down. Scatter goes down. Chime getting these early picks like it is his job. Make that a third. Stinker is going to find another, and they are walking now towards point 2.
Absolutely wildfire out there, and you can't change the approach that you want. Daze is going to go to Winter Soldier, but yeah, Melo here has got to win these fights in the air, and right now it is all Chime as team backs it up. Chuckle's doing a great job too there on the land. They're both flying and on the ground. Doing it all here is Dreamland now. We do have a bit of an ult to try to counter things. Chuckles is going to get his kind of faux strategist ult there from the Vanguard, but they're making it past this first choke point. This phase 2 is so important to get the majority of this clock out because phase 3 just gets so much more pressure. Chime hiding though, and here it is, the fight about to collapse. Chime going around the back end, trying to get another cheeky pick to start things out, Chip.
Yeah, we see a little bit of a difficulty there. Dinks copying early, trying to hold on to that ult, but only having around 15 seconds before having to commit with that ult. So the dance floor gets matched. Here we go with the Psionic. Does this get value? Good idea to use that on height as Daze finds one. That's going to put them in a good spot right now. Up a number with ults out. We do have advantage here for Nemesis and ults. Melaphobia popping. Do we see any value? Walking back towards them. Craze is holding on here, trying to make sure that Strangling Prison gets as much value, pulling out cooldowns, trying to get rid of those crystals there by Jabori, and there it is. Followed up, bang! Down we go with the Kraken impact. Daze gets one. Do we see more commitment? Out go those lamps there from Loki, and again onto the clones to reset. This is why it's very difficult to run that Loki into Bucky like this, as we will see time and time again, just saving these clones to buy more time for the ultimate and ready for the next fight.
Just crazy good patience. I don't know if you saw, but Melo and Craze could have finished off Chime there, but they gave it to Daze to get the reset, and look at what he can do. The snipe from downtown and landing it on Stinker. She gets one. Chime going in, though, to get Ricky out to swap it there, but Melo getting Jabrori. That's a pick they need to make it an even battlefield. Supernova off. There's fire rolling, but Daze keeps going. There's only one man on fire right now, and his name is Winter Soldier.
Yeah, that was some really, really good patience. The last millisecond launching that out and finding value, getting a pick early on. Could not be more picture perfect if you are playing Bucky. Ult advantage now goes to Nemesis with a great defensive position here so far. 2 minutes 10 on is plenty of time, though, for Dreamland, as we do see we are ready with the end song Inferno, and we're very close to the dance floor here from Valentina. Ricky can match that right back in Dinks as well. So ult advantage for the strategist is going to be just barely on the side of Nemesis for this fight. Scatter is close, and so is Craze. Melophobia falls, though. Stinkers is going to find one. Ricky goes down. Stinkers again is holding on, as at this point, Dreamland now has the aggressive position. And here we go with the end song. Boom! Down goes two. Beautiful play by Dreamland.
Truly the encore of the end song. Chuckles, they used a lot to get that point, but hey, well worth it there. Going in for the full reset. They do have Ricky and Scatter going in, so I like what they have. Days, we know that every Kraken has a name, and he knows every single one. What we just saw what that's able to do. Most importantly, though, Chip, they took so much time off the clock there in what was a pretty long fight. Minute and 19 seconds here, exactly what they needed to do after a pretty tough .1. Chime now going for the quick poke. We do have the captain activating Scatter, trying to seduce early here. Interesting Scatter usage, but Melo gets the pick, and that is all important here, and what is going to force this team to now back up and kind of reset unless they can get another one to trade.
They're committing the ult through it with a minute left. It's Jabori now going to pull out the dance floor. Maze with the Psionic. Can they follow up? Might see a damage boost switch here shortly. Out we go with the Supernova. Now from Melophobia. Mace not able to get too much. Does get a few. Walking with the Psionic Seduction there. Still holding on to ult is Daze. Can we see a big Kraken impact once more? Up we go with the Kraken. Will it find value? It does. Down goes Stinker. Jabori onto Scatter, though, even in the numbers. We still have that ultimate up. Will they be able to get more? And there go. Oh, what a strength. Prison now. Mace gets two, though, to not allow it to get too much value. Daze gets one, but it does not matter as Mace and Chuckles clean up the rest, and they do get .2. Dreamland able to hold on.
Incredible awareness, Chip. I mean, are you kidding me? You have Daze doing like a cinematic moment going up right before the tornado goes down. Does get the pick, but can't roll on past Stinkers, which was surprising, especially after that entangled prison comes. They've committed 24. Thought they were going to get more out of it, but Dreamland does hold firm here now as Chuckles pushing ahead, getting something going early, looking towards what they've got. They have Stinkers, they have Chuckles. That's going to be a lot to get through the stairs here. And there we go. Chuckles activating, being that Avenger, leading the way for his team, but no! Daze, my goodness! He got the mobility off of what was probably a jump.
Yeah, that is brutal. May's gonna find a kickoff map there on Craze, and that's that part of the map I was referencing prior. A very strong Emma position here, evening the numbers. Both Vanguards down, coming back quickly with the spawn. Spawn advantage should be slightly on the side of Nemesis now. There's that good positioning, trying to find a kick, but no, does not able to make it happen. But Scatter falls here with some great focus there. A little bit of overcommitment. Chuckles finds Dinks. Mace now onto Daze, and that is a lot of pressure walking towards point 3. Melophobia in a dangerous position. Chuckles out of the sky. Cap with the shield. That is a wild look now, as it is very close to point 3.
Ricky dancing up the stairwell there, something you don't see often. And look how fast this thing is going. They need to touch if they want anything rolling. They do get the lanterns out. That's going to be pretty clutch here. We've got the Armored Daggers cracking up, making an impact down, but Mace trades with Stagger. And wow, okay, just like that, touch the point, it's over. Everybody off.
Wow, Dreamland walking that through. Point 2 was a struggle for them, but once they got their feet moving, they did not stop. Even after losing that freedom charge early on from Chuckles, who was just trying to take some space there with that ultimate. So once again, Dreamland woke up from this dream, and they are walking through looking like a whole new team after map 1.
Bro, I can't believe they lost, so it doesn't matter ultimately. But when Chuckles ults as Captain America, must have jumped, right? Because it was the energy vortex thing that like ended up picking him off. I don't know if it was low health or if it was able to cut the mobility and it drops like a rock afterwards. Either way, fun to see top level play here. And yeah, great job overall from Dreamland. Really, you know, shaking a bit in phase 2, but my gosh, that's what I'm talking about. You need to cut the time there. Because Chip, if they didn't, they would have just waltzed on in to the point. They did so easily here now as we find Nemesis on the offense, and they're going to have to show up to make this thing 2-0. But we both predicted 1-1 for this exact reason.
Yeah, I mean, I really think the struggle there for Nemesis was losing point 1 that quickly, just finding an immediate pick, not even the attempt of the portal back. I think this is a very strong Strange portal map for the retake, and they were not able to get there in the slightest, and I'm just double checking bans now to make sure Strange was not banned out, and I do not believe Strange was. So just a insane, you know, attack there by Dreamland through point 1.
Yeah, and then force like the ult there. They had to climb the stairs out of position. Then at that point, they're able just to go in and finish the rest here as Chime is showing the absolute demon he is there on Johnny Storm, creating that storm for the team. Gotta love the 1-2 punch that they have rolling now. Now, looking forward, the plan of attack, they stick to similar compositions. And shout out to Valentina Eve. You know, you've got the Johnny Storm. You'd expect Sue to help with a little bit of the team up, but the Luna has been clutch for them in what has been these tight team fights.
Yeah, and we will start once more in these fights. You notice how everyone is staying on the height here. Looks very different than what you might see as you're climbing ladder right down that center choke, which is a very difficult position to push through. This now opens the map up, and it has eyes looking in two different directions. Chime able to use that to try to buy more time, but Scatter is going to find Chime early. Can they follow up with that momentum? Wow, how is Craze still holding on and not being KO'd at like 2 HP there. Comes back heavy now with some good healing. Is going to start placing those walls to just shut down lines of sight, LOSs, if you will. Yes, just like that to ensure they can do enough damage onto Mace as Mace falls. Jabori goes down, and this might happen right back at him as Nemesis now is looking lights out on this attack.
Super clean, and you're right. Craze's health bar was like a DJ's BPM. It was going up and down like a beat. Now we've got the portal coming in. They're going to try to touch. We did not see this in the side of Nemesis when they had the defense rolling, and this is why you do it, right? You just get a little bit of a stall, and it could be enough, but a little too late. They use the portal, and unfortunately not gonna stall more than a couple seconds here, Ship. 5 minutes. We got ourselves a match too.
Yeah, this is crazy. I do think the portal was worth it, right? Any amount of seconds you can burn off the clock can matter, especially when you see some of these maps and, you know, to see the team touching with literally 3 seconds left. So 5 seconds may be, all it takes to get a win. So not a bad idea there. Scatter gonna find Maze, who maybe overextends just a little bit too much there. Falling back now as a team. They are gonna have to retreat back towards point, but no, Dink's gonna pull out the dance floor to match it right back. And the damage move, Daze with a quadra coming in, looking for 5. And that is a nutty combination with a damage boost there from Dinks. Beautiful combo as Craze commits that strangling prison. But you got to remember, that is 3 ultimates. The only upside is that the dance floor was out prior to this combo. Sometimes using too many ults, if you're just using the ult for the damage boost there, it may be may win you that fight, but you lose future fights after that. But no, having that dance floor just matched from the side of Valentina and then getting a quadra from Daze was beautiful. But we might see an early pick against him right here.
Yeah, they're using everything, and I love the aggression of Nemesis just getting exactly that. They match show for show and get it done. Jabori, Chuckles, Mace all activating at the same time, but right now, nothing is changing. Here comes the end song, and it is just an absolute nothing burger from the old show of fireworks right now as Nemesis is staying alive through the chaos. Supernova, though, does come down. Chime finding one. Ricky being a big one at that now. Throwing down, going down, and does find another pick there on Dinks. Both strategists out. The team's going to fold. Great job here from Chime to keep this thing together. I'm still getting over Shib, the 4-piece from Daze.
And it's matched right back here by Torch, and we all know how strong Torch can be. There has never been a game besides, I believe, one on my eyes where the team has not elected to match the Torch if available, and still was able to get the W. Torch is an incredibly strong, especially when you still have Invis and Luna on the table. Just so much pocket potential there, especially with your escapability like that. And now you see Nemesis, the whole team taking the long side angle here instead of that short turn. Make sure you take that into ladder. These are those small things that are going to help you understand how to win these fights. Now you have a long line of sight that you can play around down there instead of having to take that tight turn. So smart play and beautiful play here by Nemesis. Stinker's able to escape from that with around 30 HP. So good positioning and great eyes by the strategist lines. Walled off here now. Chime going to use that damage to burn down the walls as we see Psionic now launched out. 1 gets walking, 2 as Mace gets Ricky. Melaphobia finds Shuckles. Chime on to Scatter, and that should be enough for Dreamland to hold on for longer.
That stops all the momentum, right? Because they were just about to set up the wombo combo. You saw it coming, the old Days repeat special with the Strangling in Prison. But yeah, I mean, it's a fire Pokemon getting it done right now with Human Torch and Phoenix just lighting the team up. Being able to survive just barely Stinkers really helped the team out and keep that momentum strong. Going in now, Valentina does got the ult as well. That's going to help at least get through what it's going to be. It's certainly, I mean, I don't think Craze has missed one of these imprisons yet. So we'll see if he can make it now, 3 for 3 as they move in here. Trying to get early damage down. Chime going down, making the campfire snack. He finds 2 and burns him to a crit.
Both strategists? Are you joking me? Melophobia finds one. Mace gonna get two more. It's definitely reset time if you're looking for the side of Nemesis. They are gonna hold on to every ult, but at this point, Dreamland now is virtually there with them. It's about this next fight and this next fight only. Can they outperform with a slight ult advantage of two ults here? Both strategists ready on both sides. It's about how many can they counter now in this fight. Chime holding on to the Supernova, but we know how strong, like you had mentioned, Craze can be with enough focus through that strangling prison, especially with Human Torch able to jump on top of that group hug.
We have 5 minutes on the clock now, and it does not matter. We're down to 1. We've got Supernova going into the seduction. We'll see if they're able to put something together here as Chime throwing down, putting the pressure out, and it's Mello trying to fight it. This is going to be the trade and the animation cancel battle in the air. It's the Johnny v. Johnny in a multiverse battle as they go on. We have Valentina matching the show. Ricky goes up with the invisible boundary. Here's the prison. Down with the Kraken. Can he make it 4 or even 1 as they push in? Deeks trades on Sinks. Days going to Mace, and it's looking like Team Nemesis is going to win this trade battle. Oh, but we've got an ult coming up here with Jabari. Oh my goodness.
Valentina with the snipe on Days in the sky. Craze gonna find Valentina right back though. And now we've got Groove gonna start walling off the back line to focus heavy onto that Luna looking up into the sky. Good retake here by the side of Dreamland who group up together. And there is that Psionic once more. Craze very close to, oh, scatter though on a Mace to shut that down quickly. Getting rid of those lamps. Cool very fast. And it looks like they're a meter away, but they find another pick. Craze now matching it right back. It's anyone's fight. Valentina on Melophobia. And that is just such a crazy hold. Chuckles on a Craze. Is this going to go back towards Dreamland? What a fight here. Another pick onto Ricky. Days onto Valentina. Chime onto Days. What is going on right now? And that should do it. Dreamland bringing this OT down to milliseconds. Will it end? It does. Dreamland on the defense.
Effectively winning 3 freaking fights there, Ship. I mean, they won the first, goes into the second. Portal comes first. Mace doesn't even need to portal back yet before Days is in. Doesn't matter. Even with the pick you saw from Scatter, they were able to trade efficiently and just lock down. Point 2, nobody's getting in to Dracula's castle at this point. My gosh, what did we say, buddy? 1-1. Here we go. Grand finals.
We had drawn it up right before this match that they would turn this around because that is what Dreamland can do. And that second point, 5 minutes, like you had mentioned, is obscene. That is a wild hold at this level of play. Although I do think that is a defensible position. Look at some of these stats right now. 25 for Chime. Wow. Days obviously was 16 there on the Bucky. We saw 4 of those from one ultimate instantaneously, but Chime really showing up. 32k damage, most in the lobby. 25 finals. Really well done.
Yeah, only 199 fire making here. It's Chime with the 25. That's exactly what you want. Hey, listen, who was it? Who was it that saved the Human Torch? It was Nemesis, right? They wanted that battle in the air. They believed in their guy. And at this point in time, at least, I mean, it was about the picks. We can't underplay, Shib, how insane that was. The quick double limb there. That was essentially stopping not only the first momentum fight, but the second. And then at that point, you're on the third. Time's down to under 60 seconds, and everything kind of folded under the table after that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, we saw some ult advantage fights not go their way. We saw strategists. I think I got to show some love here. I definitely got to show some love to Jabori and Valentina. In that final fight, they got away with a ton with those ultimates, countered a ton. Obviously, Valentina fell towards the end, but Jabori was still holding on to that ult. So it's all about patience and making sure you are the quote-unquote better ultimate, launching that, second, making sure you have a few more seconds on the clock after the fact. And they definitely did just that. And instead of falling at the end of their ults, they retreated towards the team, reset as a unit, came back and beat the team even through a portal play. So that was some wild defense here on the side of Dream.
Yeah, that was some of the top defense that we've seen in the MRC thus far. Chuckles really turning it up to 11 there in the last fight too, just chasing down, ensuring no one gets back. And Valentina Eve, multiple times now, #1 on the entire leaderboard with an olive ladder. And this is not just a one-time coincidence. Valentina often, they're at the top and just showcasing how lethal they can be on the strategist position. And overall, looking at it, Team Comp gets it done, and it's going to be Nemesis falling to what was dominating Dreamland. 1-1 Ship, exactly how we hope for.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw on the replay there, Stinkers with that one dive, finding two strategists, I mean, that kind of value is wild. That just wins the fight instantly for your team. At that point, play slow and try to buy more time. If they lose 2 strategists instantly like that, I hope they try to stall. You know what I'm saying? So that was those small wins like that are game-winning small wins. And at this level of play, the smallest little take, the smallest advantage, alting early and, losing someone early in the fight is everything. And it's very difficult to come back from. And Dreamland really capitalized on those small wins.
Yeah, winning in the neutral. We saw that multiple times with him. And not only that, I want to shout out also Mace's huge seduction that he got prior to that fight happening. He got a 5-piece, I believe, on that. And that was when they had the Strangle in Prison and the Kraken Impact. And then they just kind of finished it off, right? They were able to just completely get rid of that game plan. And then the comms are crazy, right? Everything's trying to reset. You have a minute left. People are yelling. It just completely got them off their flow, what was looking pretty good. I've never seen 5 minutes disappear so fast there, though, in Central Park.
Yeah, I mean, I just glanced over at the stats again. 46 limbs there for Chime. I mean, obviously, when you are running Torch in this composition, everything is up looking at you, right? But it is difficult to actually run a Torch and find that much value, especially as Jabori made the switch to Loki. Loki doesn't really succeed very well in landing heals in the sky. So being able to perform at that level, even with the Loki switch, is wild. So I'm sure we're going to see more of this craziness. Maybe we'll see Torch banned. Maybe we'll see, I don't know, Emma banned. But we'll find out what the changes are going to be right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. Now, a disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Marvel Rival Championship Season 3. It's Sunday night, Chip, and we are here not on football, but with the grand finals. It's 1-1, buddy, and I'm excited to get into match 3. Do you think they shake anything up? What do you think we see heading into that matchup?
Yeah, you and I were talking a bit in the quote-unquote green room here about what we expect in terms of changes. I mean, I'm going to just call out here for Nemesis. You know, they locked in that Punisher. You know, they locked in which I think was a bit of a struggle for them, the Human Torch that just did not work out for them. I think we see some changes on that front from the side of Nemesis. But do you expect anything different from Dreamland? I know you were talking a little bit about that, Emma, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if we might see Nemesis banned out, Emma, potentially. They go with the Psylocke, though. They do not want to give. I'm telling you, you guys did not get to see it as much, but stinkers on Psylocke was something to witness. And that was a big front into 3-0 that happened last time in the upper bracket. Jean Grey going to get protected again. See, they're confident. Even with what just happened there with Mello versus Chime, didn't matter. They were able to, they want that torch save, and I respect them for it.
Yeah, sometimes it's not like, I think we all kind of fall in the pattern when we see a stat line difference, to blame it on the opposition, right? Because there's a lot of mirror matching and you like to say, oh, this Torch is clearly played better. It's a team game. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, whether it's distraction, for example, from a cap on your backline, making it so your strategist can't look up at the Torch, et cetera, all that stuff, vastly impacts stat line. So that's why instead of necessarily looking at the stats for how a game played out, it's always worth watching that replay and seeing how the teams performed in various team fights. But yeah, we're going to see that lock in again from the Emma for the side of Mace, who played very well, had some really huge Sonic seductions, and getting rid of that Daltron is no, surprise to us.
Yeah, that's a great point, honestly. And if we look back at it, I think the Winter Soldier was played well by Daze, which is going to be Melo's kind of flex immediately. Obviously, he can play Punisher too. We saw that. And they are going to lean into that as Punisher does get locked right away. Love to see that play. Now, when Dreamland did have access to Emma the last time we played Domination in the upper bracket was at Wakanda, but they did have Psylocke, and that was out of hand, right? So this time they have the Emma. Mace is comfortable on that Vanguard for sure. And Valentina showcasing why they can flex so easily, right? From the Luna now and going back to the hometown comfort. Stinkers on Jean Grey's fun to see. I'm wondering if we are going to get the Hulk Namor that we see so often here. And yes, we do in Domination. Just such a strong duo in this game mode.
Yeah, I mean, I am surprised to not see Torch, at least so far in the beginning of the lineup. Maybe is not a favorable map for him, at least in this specific lineup here on Celestial Husk on this Domination. But I'm curious to see if that changes up. I know that some of these maps are favorable to Torch and Flyers, and then some are just simply not. So we'll see here as we open up, just getting eyes on which one we're running. But I think, I like this composition. It seems more comfortable for the side of Nemesis, as I think they're going to be running the Gun Brothers when it has Punisher and Bucky. And yeah, as you see Daze and Melophobia here, that is the plan. Match with Craze over on the Groot and Scatter on the Emma as we start up now.
Yeah, Crash usually goes out at Hulk in these moments. Chuckles, though, matched it so well last time they fought. So like we said with the Daze flex, they're just going in with a different approach, right? Going in with a different approach for this team, and it led to success on that first map. Second one didn't go their way on the P2 there. But looking forward, these teams clash, and Daze on that Bucky, like you said, the Gun Brothers, great way to go about it to get that Hulk taken down quickly and looking to hit these grabs. Those are going to be huge as Melo's great at them, but Daze is in the captain's chair now for Winter Soldier as the teams are going to clash.
Yeah, so the tricky part with Hulk is he really struggles into a ton of raw damage, like you mentioned, but as a backline, your job is to just really pocket that Hulk and allow him to just do what Hulk does. Take a ton of space quickly and be a threat to everyone in front of him. He actually deals the most damage up close in that melee range compared to virtually anyone in the game. So that one-on-one is very difficult if able to make that happen, but Jabori falls early here, and this is a Team Nemesis advantage. Chime going to be running. Ooh, that Namor finds Daze right back and puts the numbers even as Nemesis is holding on to point. At this point, Chime with a really good position is getting driven backwards a little, but is not going to have too much pressure on.
Nobody noticed Chime. He was like blended to the blue there. You see the Namor just like hiding in with the blessings of the deep. But yeah, I don't think Jabrori saw Melo as he was going to go and swap with the clone on the high ground, but Melo found him right before. He was able to get that clean pick, and that opened up the lane for Team Nin now to get this first cap. And going in with the Strangling in Prison right away. Daze, though, with the quick elim on Stinkers. Nothing from it. They are forced to use Valentina, her ult there, a little bit back from the point. So W, either way you look at it there. They didn't get the combo, but they did waste the ult.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think Chime falling there that late in the fight was like a really delayed stagger, and then forcing out the ult from Valentina after the fact. This is just a lot of small wins here from Nemesis. I mean, you have mentioned, oh, wow, the Chuckles with a great right click on a Melophobia there right after that conversation. But these small wins are everything, and I think that start was very strong as we come here to break all this equipment very fast. Stinkers onto Ricky and Dinks again with a double strat line takeout is huge for Dreamland, not having to commit too much again. And what a retake. I did not expect that at this point. It's just stall on point as long as possible.
So much to call out there. I mean, you had the massive lantern that kept the entire team alive from Dinks on Loki, but then it didn't matter because they had the follow-up right after that, right? Only so much you could survive, and bam, comes the end song to... It feels like they always fall together, Ship. It's like, at least one strategist not going to make it out as Chime really shining here. As we've seen them do before, Chuckles just being a demon on the Gamma God. Look at these angles that Chime's taken. This is what you love to see from the duelist. Being away from the team, trying to get those picks early. We do have Shatter going early with the final judgment. They've got to come away with the W here on this team fight.
Daze finds Chuckles, though, and that's going to put them up. They're committing a lot of resources here, Nemesis, but honestly, Dreamland still down in ultimate at this moment, but we do see the launch now from Ricky. Can they keep the pressure on? Nemesis trying to take this point back quickly. 38% and climbing for the side of Dreamland. Oh, good play there by Scatter, who finds one. Sinkers goes down. We are seeing more commitment here from Dreamland, just trying to stall the point. I don't think that's a horrible idea. Valentina just maintaining this position. It's all about trying to get to that number, that 70% for a one team fight win, and they're still holding on here as Mace now puts Craze in a dangerous position. That's a two-piece on Melophobia as well. Mace looking for more, and what a good decision there by Valentina to stall so the team can retake as a unit.
Yeah, you said it best there. Sometimes these decisions are made that people don't even notice, and that was the one that kept the heartbeat going, even through the strangling in prison. That is absolute chaos there from Mace, just being ice cold in the veins that White Queen is. Now pushing forward already. Love it. Chime ready to rock and roll. Looking at the ultimate. Chime does have Giganto. He throws it out. No connection. You do have the lanterns to keep everybody alive, but you burn an important cooldown, Chip.
Yeah, the fish can be dangerous, but not when all these cooldowns are up. Out we go with a Psionic. This is looking dangerous. No shields in front. Melophobia goes down. Chime, that's enough value. Make it 2-3 as Stinkers takes out Dinks and Daze. Scatter falls to the side of Chime, but Scatter takes out Jabori first. That does not matter now. 95-96, and it looks like they are likely touching, or they will touch based on what I'm seeing. Wow. Maybe not. They do not.
I mean, that was such perfection there, right? They used the whale to bait out a lot of cooldowns, then follow up with the quick seduction, and they finish with the end song, and they already pushed up. Nobody at that point can even get to the touch, and that is as clean of a finish as you want to see there from Dreamland, looking dominant. My shout out goes to Mace there, just on that particular matchup, getting the Emma to get through the strangling in prison and then finishing off the job where they were down numbers. Valentina as well, stalling the point, like you said.
Yeah, I think there was some huge, very micro that turned into macro plays, right? Like that stall was massive. I think Mace's Psionic was enough to just guarantee the win on that point. We're going to see a portal play here from Mace, and it looks like Chime is going to set up some. This, you know, this could be for the armor packs. I don't believe it is, no, because we do not have. If this is funny, we don't actually have the rocket. So instead, they're going to try to do a kidnap play off the rip and use that portal cooldown, which will be back by the end of this map. So big brain play again by Dreamland. If they can pull this off and find a kidnap, they'll run right through the other side, right to the point, and get a little bit of an advantage. And those small plays again are what you're looking for if you want to take this win at this level of play.
Yeah, we saw them try to do this last time on Domination against Nemesis, and they kind of backed out of it, right? So they're really looking for the angle, and they found it easily with the bait switch and a little bit of abracadabra magic. Beautiful.
That was insane. That might have been one of the kidnaps of all time with a three-piece, and they're following up, getting some more staggers as Melophobia falls now. One gets traded as Valentina goes down, but wow, they get the point early. They have pressure, and that was some serious work there. What a kidnap by Mace.
Oh my goodness, absolutely insane. You have the force pull there from Valentina if she wants to use it right into the thermal detonators of the spider nest here, but Jabrori gonna keep the gas press all the way down. They've got Chuckles now on the Monster Hulk, but it goes into the Scatter Seduction. Great way to stall a lot of that Gamma God, and they melt it down pretty quickly there. Wow! Down from 1,000 to 0 goes Chuckles, and look at Mello with the great positioning, trying to get on Chuckles early, wasting those squids. You've got the whale going down, both invisible boundaries to touch at the exact perfect time. Is Team Nemesis there with Ricky? Great awareness. Stinker's going down to Daze, and this is a good switchback now as the Team Nemesis is able to keep this point contested and looking like they're going to take it back.
Yeah, Dinks and Daze, Melophobia as well. One call out again is notice, folks, how every time you see Melophobia trying to get in a fight there with Chime, those squids are the first priority. Namor without a squid is significantly less threatening. And at this point, they're looking like they're going to try to stall and make sure they take out Chuckles as late as possible, who is now going to try to off map. And there goes Chuckles finally, but great stagger there. But again, that idea of breaking the equipment first and making sure that Namor is far less threatening is how you need to take on that 1v1. So well done there. Something to take into your games. Nemesis up in alts as we head into this next fight.
Yeah, that great call out there, Ship, right? Just the patience that we keep seeing from these players is one of the biggest things. That, you know what? Some of this can be done on team level, but that's an individual skill you can learn here in Rivals on ladder now as teams pushing forward. Daze does have that Kraken impact ready to go down. Craze, though, did not get the connection they're looking for, unfortunately, and I like the patience there from Daze. Now going Mello goes down, the ult fired up. Judge, no jury, or executionership.
The judge and jury were there. The executioner was not, as Daze finds Stinkers now to even the odds a little bit, and that is a duelist down on both sides. Melophobia will have a bit of a spawn advantage coming in hot here as the team is pushing forward, but now they're going to have to drop back. Roughly similar percentage, almost 60 now for the side of Nemesis Dreamland, playing very aggro. Out goes those lamps early. Melophobia taking a fair amount of damage, does drop backwards, and here we go. Daze looking for one, going into the boundary, going to elect to not use it, and out goes the whale that does not land. Match on both sides, but Chime still finds value into Dinks. Up we go, using that shift. Jabori now onto Ricky, Chime onto Daze, and that should be enough for Dreamland to take this point and try to get the percentage evened out. 80% here for Nemesis.
Disastrous though in ult economy. I mean, you had not only Craze his ult go to nothing, right? Mellow judge and dies, and then you've got the Kraken impact that quite literally has no impact except trying to escape. And great boundary there, just being aware of that. But I like the use of the escape, but getting nothing out of the ults was tough on that fight. But yep, 80% to give, right? They do need to win this fight. But they lost very similar to this just a moment ago, right? They lose this team fight, and then we've seen over and over Dreamland pushes in, and they can't touch. So we have to see what they can do with not a lot of ults to the name.
And we start once more, folks, as Dreamland up in alt. Chuckles finds one early. The young prodigy, if you will, the 16-year-old gets an early pick, and that is a W. Back on to point. Jabori holding on here to the copy. We've got Craze ready with the Strangling Prison as well. Who's going to get more value? Numbers down again for the side of Nemesis, but they're still trying to retake this point quickly as 85 is on the clock here for Dreamland. Everybody committing everything now in this next fight. We'll see who gets more value. Stinkers applying that pass into everyone, and down goes Daze now. 2 numbers falling. Make that 3 here as Valentina gets a pick. And that is big work. Chuckles onto Dinks. And they are going to find the second map likely, unless this portal is massive from the side of Daze.
Yeah, they don't even have any bodies, though, to left to contend here. Oh, my goodness, they touch just barely. They get down the Strangling Prison. Craze. What a clutch way to get the team at least through the portal, but Daze going down quickly. Mace with the quick elimination. Chime to follow. Chime trying to hunt, but we have the invisible boundary. Up, down goes all of it. Mello getting a pick on Mace, though, to even the odds quite a bit. Mello looking for that another pick to try to get this team back in it. The Judge, Jury, and Executioner all on display here. Ricky with the boundary, and Chuckles is hiding at the top. Well, chaos unfolds. Mello with the 3, and they're able to take it back. Shib, are you kidding me?
Wow. I mean, you know, down 2 numbers there early on in that fight for the side of Nemesis, still with a huge scatter there. Psionic Seduction matched immediately by the final judgment that gets a 3-piece, but they just allow them to take that point right back here, setting up and allowing that portal to come through. They got to make sure they make that touch happen. They will do that. They have alts coming very shortly here. The side of Nemesis with Daze with the Eye of Agamotto. Will that get value? That is going to be the determining factor on if they can win this. Portal's now gone. It makes this next fight a game winner for them if they can make it happen. Here comes the whale. Does it land? Giganto does not get a pick though. And there is the end song. Mace gets a pick onto Scatter. Now Eye of Agamotto goes out. Mace shields it. Mace gets 2. Melophobia onto Valentina. Stinkers gets Daze, and that'll do it as Dreamland takes map 2.
With the ore farm finished, the Agamotto for the exclamation point. My goodness, what a chaotic in there. The quick imprisonment to get the team through the portal to flip the script. But wow, great counter portal in a sense coming back there from the team and staying alive and getting through it. Great in song too, just to capitalize what just happened. Wow, Ship. I mean, even just even where you think it's just a clean 2-0, it can never just be that easy now as Dreamland, who was down 1, go up 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm looking for in a finals here. These teams are very well matched, and it's very back and forth in virtually every fight. You know, you saw how close that second map was, and you look at the stat lines of some of the Vanguards, and you may be thinking to yourself, how is that possible? That's why stats do not tell a story, you know, or the story, if you will. It can tell a story, just maybe not the right one, but, you know, it's a tough look there. A lot of damage out, a lot of, you know, when you have Phoenix on the table, running the group can be difficult sometimes. A lot of damage out there, especially with that end song, breaking all your walls, all your work, all your setup, and, you know, not allowing Crazy to get a ton of value. 0 finals there is tough. Chime with 14 there on the Namor is, you know, is enough to really ensure they get that win.
Yeah, this is how we saw things kind of get out of hand last time, and it was Craze that ended up having a bit of a struggle against this team, you know. And honestly, though, you know, obviously not to highlight one player, there just was not a lot of ult combinations there that I loved. Heck, even at the end when they got the point, you know, it wasn't great. There was not a lot of synergy between it. And that's what you hope gets cleaned up here. Domination for Dreamland has just seemed like their best game mode. They don't even flinch at all. The Emma save, you know, I like the sidelock ban. You have to get rid of that. But you can only allow so much. And when you're giving someone like Chime Phoenix, you've got to ensure to take some bit out of that team, some of that spark. And they've yet to find it. I mean, this is definitely going to be a tough uphill battle. We've seen what Nemesis can do. But Dreamland, they seem warmed up, buddy.
Yeah, I agree. We had that conversation here, you know, prior to this map starting, saying that I think they're going to be woken up a little bit, and that they, you know, there was just some mental mistakes on game one that have not been happening since. In fact, they're really utilizing those cooldown advantages with things like Strange. I mean, that 3-piece kidnap off the rip. You know, maybe that won them the game. Maybe that gave them enough percentage early on. We talk about getting the point early, winning them the game. So stuff like that is massive. So just big brain plays there for the side of Dreamland.
Yeah, you love to see the ingenuity, and we see this a lot with this team. I mean, they tried it there on Clintar, and they, you know, kind of can't reveal all of your tricks right away because people do their homework, and then you can tell they did a bit there on that map. But it worked out there with the poll, and my goodness, yeah, what an absolute crazy beginning of that matchup. You know, I think there's plenty of things to kind of look at when you're looking at this next match going into round 4, and it's best of 7, right? This has a lot of time for teams to adjust to try to win the crown of that MRC SHIB. But hey, we'll have to see, man. What do you want to see change in the pick ban phase though for match 4?
See, I think that the thing that happened there after the loss by the side of Nemesis is they didn't change their ban phase at all. It was the exact same locks, the exact same bans. In my personal opinion, although I do think, you know, it was just a tough point 2 for them, and maybe that's what the conversation was for them. It was like, you know, we just struggled on point 2. It was nothing that was on the ban phase, and maybe that's what they were saying. But me personally, as a team, I'm looking to make a change there. Maybe not allowing that Emma to come through, and or, you know, trying to find something that can disrupt the flow of the team, especially after they're coming through that high, you know, of winning that map and feeling confident. You just got to try to disrupt it. So we need to see a change in the bans.
Yeah, and I think Chuckles really turned it up to 11 on that match in particular, too. He was kind of heating up, I saw in Central Park, and just coming into his own. You said young prodigy. I mean, I was not doing this at 16 years old, man. I was all, yeah, playing a point-and-click adventure, RuneScape or something. But, yeah, I got to say, the way that Shime and him were able to lock in, and you know, I love the approach that they were trying to go with on Nemesis, but it just seemed to, you know, yes, it's a team game, but there's micro battles, and I think Chuckles got the last laugh on a lot of that. But yeah, looking towards what they can change, what they can do. I personally, I'm a big fan of Mello on the Winter Soldier. I hope kind of returning to the roots, but he can play anybody. It's getting the whole team set up. Punisher obviously was working a little bit for them, right? But yeah, the ults were just a mess, I think, from start to finish.
Yeah, Mello had, you know, it was 17 nights, still 11 finals, which is, you know, really well done on that Punisher. We saw some big plays with ultimates as well. But yeah, we're going to see what needs to be changed here very soon, right after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tide. sides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the MRC Season 3. We find Dreamland versus Nemesis, and they are up 2-1 Shib. And we've seen Nemesis come from the lower final. Who is Dreamland, right? And it's a very fun story to look at, Shib, because we have this merging of two teams from the Ignite series. We have previously Citadel Gaming, right? We have two members from them, Mace and Valentina Eve. They, to get into Ignite mid-season, take out a team called Rank X. Their best player, name is Stinkers, gives them a try. Now brings him in, and then finally you merge the rest of what was Dark Zero with the team to complete what is now Dreamland as we head into round number 4. And Ship, I gotta point this out right away. I thought they might do this. Days out, they brought Amadian back in.
Yeah, you know, if it ain't working, change it up a little bit. Although it definitely worked map 1 for them, you know, it just hasn't been showing up the last 2 moments. I do think Days has played great, but clearly they want to see if they can get a different composition in here for Amadian. Days obviously had some huge alts too. We saw some, you know, big Bucky plays and Wolverine plays, so big love there. But I do think that's a great call out in terms of how these teams got put together. I think we're going to see a lot of that in these early stages of this pro scene, and as these teams are developing, because there's so much talent, there's so much undiscovered talent, there's so much new talent coming to the game, especially with this much love in the pro scene. So a lot of shifting up. It's cool to see these teams coming together and find out their origin. And there goes that Emma. We like we said, had to see a change in the bands here, locking in that Wolverine. Goodbye to the Phoenix. This is the stuff that needed to happen if they want to try to take this W home.
Yeah, actually, I'm shocked. I thought Ultron was going to be the ban here. Last time, what they did ship, they banned out Madian's heroes, right? Punisher, first one off the board, and then they followed it with Ultron. And then at that point, that's where you had a bit of a shift on who they wanted to play. As we head into another domination, we just highlighted how well we've seen Team Dreamland play on that. They finally get their save of Magneto, who's been shut down the entire time. up until this point, and with this save, do they go Ultron? Do they try to make something happen here? Or maybe, but then they've got the torch out, right? So that does change things. They go with the Mantis save, which does this now force... I don't know. Maybe they're playing head games here, but that's who I would expect to go with the band of Luna to finish up Nemesis's band.
See, I think this is a much better chance at succeeding here for Nemesis.
Yeah.
I think that when you have... Oh, interesting. So they're actually going to leave the Ultron available here on Hell's Heaven Domination. Maybe not the most conducive flyer map. There's a couple... actually, I think there's some pretty decent flying locations on this Domination front, but... I think that the Mantis enables a ton of unique things. Like maybe if they wanted to run the Venom Hulk, there's a lot of pressure, even with... I'm not seeing any huge combination here from their side on the side of Nemesis. So I'm curious. I guess maybe they won't even pull it out, but I like the idea that they don't want to run that Ultron. Apparently they want to elect to go back to that Groot Namor battle. They're going to keep that Loki, get rid of the Luna. So yeah, I don't know, man. This is interesting. I'm curious to see what they're doing here.
Yeah, Mello was locked in for the Wolf, got back out of it. I mean, we saw what Medium was able to do against Atlanta Phoenix Guard, right? Staying alive forever, that it seemed like on the point when we did play on Celestial Husk previously. But we've got Chuckles and Chime, the 2Cs on Hulk and Namor. Very scary, deadly duo here. You've got also the team up there with Mantis and Loki. Stinkers has his Psylocke, dear God. I think Dreamland does have a team that they want to have through this. This is definitely going to be a bit scary.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm surprised. I think it's another one of those confusing ban situations, as it's funny because Dreamland is going to now try to make that happen with they're going to keep that Mantis on their side. It's not going to be run over here from Nemesis. So whatever their plan was for the composition, apparently it revolved around having that Groot, because that Groot was the reactive ban from Dreamland. So I'm curious what that means, or maybe we'll see a change up as the map changes here. But here we go, as we do get that match back and forth. Squids for days. It's all about who can get rid of those. Smellophobia not going to be on anything that can ruin those squids, instead going to be on the Wolverine, and we will see on the opposition a Psylocke, which is actually a pretty good job at burning those squids. And you talked about how good Stinkers is on that Psylocke. Tackle off the rip here onto Chime. Chime able to escape there with the shift, but Kraz with a tackle, perfect timing. Chime goes down. That was beautiful there by Craze, who just walks right in. Valentina very low. Amadian with a two-piece now. Amadian a very, very strong Namor now going to get some time playing here as we head into map 4. Wow, what a sweep there by Nemesis.
Okay, in the NFL, they have scripted plays to start every single time off, right? I almost felt like that was scripted. They're like, okay, we need to kidnap there early on Chime, one of their best players, force the blessings of the deep, and then Craze just look for him in the air. And it was like cinema coming together there as they do the biggest walk of death there for the Hulk of Chuckles. That was such a well-implemented job from Melophobia and friends. Man, I'd love to see that from Team Name.
I actually thought Melophobia there was going to get the tackle onto the Barus just to stall for more time, but cooldown must have not been available as we start up again. The defensive side of Nemesis now going to hold here with these squids, and we talk about getting that point early and how successful that can be. Great off angle here from the side of Craze Mang, who's keeping that pressure on, now looking towards Chuckles on the right side. There go the squids from Amadian, who finds some success onto Stinkers on the Psylocke. The weird trade between Psylocke here, oh my goodness, and Namor can make Psylocke struggle, but Psylocke does a pretty good job at burning those squids. As you see Psylocke there just explode Amadian before that all can even come through. Out we are, going to stall for as long as possible now, as we'll see ults up. Ricky, no more ult here, no more invisible boundary. Dinks gonna try to copy up Mace onto Melophobia now. Back onto the point. Dinks uses that ult, but it's not quite touching, but I guess it's enough for them to get some value onto Stinkers, and that's going to put them back in good numbers as Craze uses the ult from Hulk now. Going to just apply more pressure onto the side of Mace, buying more time, and it's matched right back. Oh my goodness, Scatter does get the pick on Valentina. Goodbye invisible boundary. A lot is working out over here for the side of Nemesis.
What has come from a stall has now turned into just domination on the mode itself. Great job and effort from everybody involved there. Love the job of trying to get something. Oh my goodness, they get a great kidnap. Melophobia finding Chuckles, throwing him right into the lava pit, and everything is clicking here for Team Nemesis. You could not ask for better after the jump scare from Stinkers. Thought things were going to go down. Does not. Oh, Dinks almost survives, but can't survive the burst damage from the X-Men. Psylocke in the swim attire now, looking for yet another one. Amadian forced to use and pop the blessings of the deep, even though not the elimination. Great cooldown to get off focus. Chime, though, going a little overextended and caught off guard there. Tritons are thrown. One making two. Amadian the sub back in. We get now this Psylocke, X-Men v X-Men, and oh my, Amadian making threes, doing himself, and the point goes to Nemesis.
That was lights out play. I mean, there's nothing else to say. That was gorgeous. Everything going their way. A lot of just very patient and strong ultimate play and picks, even through Stinkers finding some couple picks prior to every fight. I mean, that is a clean 100-0 there for the side of Nemesis.
I was gonna say, tell me like one highlight from Dreamland there outside of like Stinkers doing the jump scare. Like I don't think there was anything I could highlight individually. Mace got a nice little hit in the sky, but yeah, that was absolute locked in perfection. And man, it is a team game, and having, yes, you know, he did play the lower bracket with him, but having Amadian just jump in like this, right, and perform to that level, right? Subs, no one likes to be benched. Doesn't matter the role you play, right? You know, you always believe in yourself, right? And so Amadian coming in here and be like, I'm that guy. I'm gonna come in here, deliver my role, and he did so.
Yeah, we've seen that in the past. Give me the ball, coach, right? If you're confident and you want to get in the game and make something happen, I'm putting you in the game, right? You need that kind of confidence, especially as a duelist. Amadian coming in hot now. Ult advantage just barely up for the side of Jabori on Dreamland, but you're going to have Scatter and Amadian with ult before this fight even starts. So actually advantage roughly just barely on the side of Nemesis, as Stinkers will be there soon. Going to need to have something to counter that on the back line. Likely just trying to hold on to Dinx's crystals there for Loki, but here goes another attempt at a portal play from the side of Dreamland. This time it does not work out. Instead, it's just going to isolate that high side take so they can own that height and hold the point. But will it work out for them as the whale comes out? Melaphobia finds Jabori early. That's another now from Scatter on a Chime, and they shut down Jabori before Jabori can even copy up.
Mello really making this Wolverine work. I mean, Chuckles was a non-factor last match, and they forced now them to go into away from the Namor and Hulk team that worked so well. Just a domination to go. Same map, same mode, I mean, and they were able to now shut that down, and it just took a quick swap, a little bit of counter strategy, and that is why flexibility matters so much. Great job adapting to the portal. They're not going to get surprised by once, right? Fool me once, that's fine. Shame on me. Fool me twice. You know, got to figure that out. Now with the fastball special, ready to go at it again with the aggression. Love to see it, Shib.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very strong Wolverine map, especially when you're fighting on point, but at this point, they're just going to stall tight on the high side, not allow them up here. This is those fights that you maybe don't see in ladder, but as you climb, these off-angle plays, these height plays are everything, and that is some great crystals, but it doesn't matter as Mace goes down. Stinkers again onto Amadian, doing what Stinkers does here on this Psylocke, finding a ton of value, but is it enough to win this fight? Dance of the Cutterfly, ready, the Butterfly ready to make a play. I'm assuming we'll see that soon as we do see some of those cooldowns being popped. Nemesis with not much left here, as I say that Dinx is now officially out. Chime gonna find Dinx. Goodbye. 1-2 just like that. Out goes the boundary for the side of Ricky that's stalling and holding on. Craze, and the point is very close. Can they stall? We'll find out as Dreamland is still not able to get this point, but Stinkers finds Amadian once more.
I mean, I feel so bad for Dinx. The Lanterns, they're strong. Oh my gosh, he goes down with the 1-2. Logan, they still have the point through all of the madness, through the picks of Stinkers, then the slam down. They use both duelists to get down Dinx. Now it's just crazy in the show. This is straight out of Avengers. I swear, with Loki getting pummeled. Absolute incredible finish. This is right now their map, the Hydra Factory. Listen, dude, I mean, you cannot script such a better comeback here to make this thing a potential 2-2. It's looking like it's all Nemesis here, 80% moving forward. Chuckles, Mace, Vanguard's on the ready. Can they swap this thing up?
I mean, I'm going to be honest. This is so dominant by Nemesis. Even Stinkers finding a few picks early on in the fight before the teams had even committed anything. Walking forward, still holding off the strategist, but then back on point. They're just popping off. You got Melaphobia with a two-piece. You got Scatter with one. You got Crazeman getting it all in the back line. The fact that they're doing that without strategist being there is just a feat of just popping off with ults and making it work, even with no commitment. Melaphobia going to commit with Chime and take them both off the map. Why not when you're up like this? As Mace gets a pick there onto Scatter. Is that going to be enough? Exile immediately. Amadian in a dangerous position. Scatter is still down. We've got Stinkers falling from Amadian. Now the whale goes out. It lands. It does not find a pick just yet, but at this point it is milliseconds away from a W on the side of Nemesis that is still maintaining this position with an invisible boundary from Dinx.
Gotta keep touching the point here now as the invisible boundary goes with it. Jabrory ready, but is Daze trying to get by? Finally gets it there with the undefeated copy of the Mantis now. At this point, just trying to keep this team in this fight here now. Mello getting closer as he does portal in, does 74% getting to that Agamotto, but Extermination coming out was delayed after the kidnap we saw from Mello. going, popping it, but nothing from it right now. This is beautiful trades of sustain after sustain. Scatter going for the pick. He does get it, but traded by himself. Down goes Valentina. Chime with the trade. Stinkers goes from Dinks. It's looking like Team Nemesis is going to 99 at all.
Dinks just got a 3-piece at the end of that for the win. What is going on? Nemesis woke up, came in with the sub, and popped off 100-0. They are playing different right now.
Yeah, a Crazy Man did his best Hulk impression. You go and get 0 final hits on that last map, right? Hulk angry, Craze angry, and then he absolutely goes crazy. Ricky doesn't even die one time, Ship. Are you kidding me? This team played absolutely perfect. It's the grand finals. We knew it was coming 2-2, and let's take a look and just look at the stats, bro. Look at Krez, 10-0, 5 eliminations. I mean, that's what you want to see, the bounce back.
I mean, this is nutty. The entire team played so clean. You can see those final hits across the board. Dinks got a 3-piece in that last fight, so he's going to have 4 finals, which is very wild to see. Obviously, Loki going to take a little bit of a hit here on the damage front and even healing front in the next patch, and that may have made that not as impactful, but I will say, very clean ending there. Ricky not falling a single time. Kraz on the Hulk not falling a single time. That is another call out. Great ult plays in the back line, very threatening at all times, especially in those tight corridors. That's where Hulk really can, succeed with those ults, forcing people down a single lane and just clapping through everyone. So beautiful play. Again, Mello with the 7. You got Scatter and Amadian with 6. They were all right on top of each other. Stinkers, though, did what Stinker could do, finding a lot of picks. It just did not work out.
Getting somebody comfortable, right, and taking advantage of it. We saw the pick ban. We're like, wow, Dreamland kind of has what they want from this, right? No, they had the swap the whole time. They knew Wolverine was going to be the play, right? Going in, absolutely perfect scripted. Could not have drawn it up better. And I'm telling you, Ship, yesterday, Stinkers was single-handedly winning this entire fight after fight for the team. And it was funny because even Nemesis, they looked good in some of the dominations yesterday, but then Stinker would just completely carry for the team, and they shut that down. I mean, he did start to get there a little bit. I mean, they even used the Kraken impact with the dance of the butterflies. But the back half was fine. They were stalling. Absolutely perfect job from Nemesis there.
I mean, we got a 2-2 series on our hands. Could not have had the script writers write it any better for us. But as we move forward, I think... Personally, I thought the bans looked really good from Nemesis. I think it was just a change, and that's what they needed. You can't run the same thing twice and expect different results, especially because they were just, some of these stalls, 5-minute stalls on, on convoys and convergences are crazy. That's some real dominant performance on the defensive side. And I mean, I just got to say, they looked like a whole new team, and they made the subs right back, and it worked out for them.
And I want to shout out Amadian because Amadian yesterday had a tough time against this team. Had his heroes banned out. Even given the Namor just wasn't working out, but we saw it right there. Very comfortable. Had that warm up from the lower finals. Came off the bench, hot and ready, and they delivered on every level. And that's crazy. Pulling and playing the Hulk to the level that they did as well. And Chuckles, again, such a factor at the end of that last domination, right, on Celestial Husk. And then quite the opposite here as we hit the end of the Hydra Factory. But, man, looking at it, I'm excited. I think both these teams can win the whole grand finals right here, right now, and go into Ignite with all that momentum.
Yeah, I think Hulk does a pretty decent job marking Cap. I think Emma's good at that as well, but Hulk, I think Hulk is good into Venom. I think Hulk is really good into Cap, especially at the top level. Just that Exile is incredibly impactful, and just the raw damage up close when you get onto those more divey front lines is very threatening, especially when you have Namor squids all around you also dealing damage. So I think we're going to see a change again from the band side of Dreamland, but we'll have to check out what that change looks like right after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end and rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Priest, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We've seen these teams go head-to-head now 4 times. The result shipped 2-2, and the last 2 matches have been like under 10 minutes a pop. Both just firmly planted for the winner. First in Dreamland, then Nemesis with a great callback. And we said it, right? It came from that pick and ban phase. They finally shut down the Jean Grey. They shut down the Emma. That was huge.
Yeah, I think that was the change needed. The prior, we talked about how they were just struggling 2 maps in a row. It was the same exact bans. They changed nothing in their first ban and their locks and everything. It's worth changing up. I mean, I think you expose weaknesses maybe by accident or things they weren't expecting, and it really worked out. I mean, it was 100% to 0, at least on map 1, if I'm remembering correctly. And I don't know if they got a few percentage on 2 on the retake, but even so, certain people weren't going down. Crazy didn't go down a single time. We didn't see the invis fall. It was really clean play. They played confidently. Nemesis looked like they just bounced back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we talked about this here a second ago, but I just think it's insane that Rivals always lives up to this in the grand final moments. Like, we see it time and time again. It's always going to be close when you have these 2 teams that have made it all the way through. Even something like the MRC, you're going to see it tight. You're going to see these teams. Again, we talked about it, $3,000 difference between first and second, right? That's not nothing. Definitely worth fighting for here. And a lot of it, again, just that glory, that honor going into Ignite as that MRC champion. So I expect to see this. I think we could even get a game 7, man. We'll have to see. But, man, game 5, even match 5 is bound to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've been a part of a single finals that hasn't gone at least, there hasn't been back and forth. And I think that we're tied up here, right? Like, no matter what, we're getting 2 more games, 2-2 across the board. Remember, folks, best of 7. So first to 4 is the way to think of it. These maps are all randomized, so there is no major position as to, losing team has an advantage in the next, in the next map. It's not how it works here. But this is an insane battle, and it has been very decidedly for either teams. Like, you know, it's so difficult to understand who has the advantage going into this next map, but I'll tell you what, I am along for the ride, and this has been a ton of fun. I'm not sure what needs to be changed here from the side of Dreamland on the bans. Maybe we get rid of the Hulk. They can run it really well too, so it's confusing. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you would think they're going to go for the immediate Wolverine ban. You know, I think that it's funny because we saw what won this for Nemesis. So let's look back twice. It was Daze's Wolverine on Clintar on Symbiotic Surface, ban the next match, right? And then they did well.
Yeah.
Then we see yet again Melophobia on that Wolverine. That seems to be the ticket answer, right, for this team. So I guarantee we are going to open up with that quick, swift Logan ban. And if not, man, I would go with almost the Protect if I'm on the side of Nemesis, especially after what we just saw.
Yeah, I'm with that. I could respect that. I gotta say, you were showing a lot of love to the side of Stinkers with the Psylocke. I thought that was insane too. I understand why they were banning that a lot, but it surprised me how much they were willing to or able to power through those early picks. I think there was 3 separate fights, or I know there was 2 separate fights where there was a multitude of picks. It wasn't just an early pick, it was 2, and somehow they still pushed through and won the fight. That to me, you know, I would love to go back and study how that worked out, but you know, Stinkers can clearly push through early fights and neutrals and get value.
Yeah, no, that's a great point and great shout out. I mean, I would say if at any point Dreamland is able to get the Emma and Psylocke together, that's going to be all they need. That's all they need to win. So at least they came away with the Emma ban. And we talked about it earlier, highlighted again at the beginning of this break. But when you take out Emma from that rotation, then you force Mace to switch over. And then you kind of have everybody a little bit on something a bit different that does allow Nemesis to shine. I think Nemesis has a bit of a smaller pool, if you will, of some of their rotation. But when they have what they want, they shine quite easily. And Amadian again. But if Amadian plays like that, man, no one's stopping him.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of value, and we've kind of touched on it, but I think there's a lot of value in having a sub. I think that is another, you know, chain. It's another chain, right? Like, it's another thing that you have to think about. You can't go back and just watch this team play because you're not getting the whole picture. And I think being able to rotate subs in every map or whatever, you know, however it may work is advantageous, and it's worked clearly here. It was a decided win, but, you know, I'm curious if they're going to maybe cycle things up if it doesn't work in one of these maps and find more value again, because both times they came in for the first time with the sub, they got the win, right? Daze came in and popped off, and then you had a Madian pop off as well. So it's like, you know, they both are really strong duelists, and they clearly have strengths. It's just a matter of when do you put them in.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at like even Loki and Luna together, right? Like we saw what Valentina Eve can do on Luna in the case of what Central Park was. Yes, we love the Invisible Woman there, but as we stated, like Ricky does a great job matching that. So maybe they try to get the Luna to be in the equation. They went with that last time and it did work out for them. So they can look at, I think, all 3 roles. And it's obviously, you know, getting the gene is going to be priority because you can only ban so much. You can only save so much, especially in these global bans. But they're going to look at all 3 and try to highlight who they think needs that extra boost, that comfortability to try to get them that bounce back win.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see what map we're going to be going into here shortly. I'm not sure what the change in structure is going to be. You know, these teams have a decent, you talked about, you know, Nemesis maybe having a more limited pool, but even so, like these teams have pulled out a ton of different duelists, a ton of different Vanguards, are willing to play whatever. It's just more so now who gets that early initial fight. But in the end of the day, for some reason, it seems like whatever, you know, Namor is popping off, whatever Hulk is really performing, that seems to be the team that wins right now. Emma being banned enables that more, because Hulk does struggle into the Emma, obviously, with the, you know, ability to carbon crush anytime a dive comes in, and even after Hulk ults is super dangerous. It's just a ton of free damage because you're obviously able to take damage throughout that whole animation. So you get rid of the Emma, you allow the Hulk through. Both teams are comfortable running it. Whoever's performing well with either one of those, to me at this point, from what I've took away from these last 4 matches, that's the team that wins. And so I'm not sure if they're going to remove that maybe and add another element. There's just a lot to this game. It's a crazy chess match, and yeah, I want to see something different. I think you need to see something different for the side of Dreamland right now, because that was super that was tough. You know what I mean? They could not bounce through that.
Yeah, and listen, Nemesis has played a lot more games. You know, when you look at how the bracket kind of rolls out and how people advance to where they're at, Nemesis has had to go through, I think, 2 extra, right, in terms of actually playing. And so that does help. You know, when you look at Ignite coming up, we're only like a few weeks away from Ignite starting up yet again. And so Dreamland being, you know, that the newer team, we've seen this Nemesis team. Actually, funny enough, you know, we had a roster mania happen, Chip, and Nemesis is one of the few teams that have kind of locked the same roster. Almost every single team has a different look.
Yeah, I think that's a buff, right? You know, we talk about buffs and nerfs in different seasons. I think staying with a team and understanding each other, like at another level. I have talked about this with Dog before too. It's like, yeah, you know the strategy of a player, so it doesn't need to be communicated. When you have that understanding of how somebody plays deep down, and you know like what their flow is and when they typically all and follow up, that no longer needs to be discussed. And that millisecond, that fraction of a moment to where that communication needs to go through is enough to win you. You know, especially at this level of play, those very small, those very minute details and changes are everything. And although I do think that Dreamland does a great job with communication and following an IGL, I know that it's a little more open on the side of Nemesis. So two very different strategies, but a team that has been together for far longer, like that definitely is a huge advantage, like you're saying.
Yeah, and listen, hey, we've seen hometown advantage work a couple of times. The mode hasn't mattered all too much because each team taking away the W where they needed it. But we are going to be heading to Wakanda, Shib. And, you know, listen, looking at what the teams can pull together, not on domination here, but on convergence, this is where, you know, mistakes can really be amplified. This is a hard first point to take. And so seeing this teamwork and that experience, as you've highlighted before, is going to come into play the most here. And going into it, there it is. Listen, buddy, it's like we know a thing or two, right? Like, it's like we know a thing or two over here.
Play the game a little bit.
Yeah, right. Jean Grey and Wolf out the gate right away.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are great bands on both sides, and I think that's a bit of a change up. I mean, you know, we saw the Lock of Wolf last time, found a ton of success, a lot of off maps, and just some good commitment in neutrals, and even being down in numbers, committing that last stand and getting a couple picks. A lot of good decision making here on the band so far, but locking in that invis again, I'm not 100% convinced it's necessary for either side, as they're both willing to run it, and I don't believe it has been banned out. At least it wasn't banned out last map. So I'm still kind of hung up on that as to what that decision is, but it is going to be a convergence map. You got to take that point early on. There is potential to shut this down very quickly.
Yeah, we have what you want to see there. They start with that Wolverine band into the Psylocke. And so, you know, looking towards it, I love the Invis save. With the ban into Human Torch at that, Nemesis here has to make a decision. And I'm feeling like they might just go the exact same approach. The Emma ban, I think, has to be said here, right? Like, you can't allow the next save to go in. You've got to shut that down. I told you, if they get access to this full team up, it's just going to spell an absolute nightmare. So I don't even know. To me, this is not even a conversation. I mean, they definitely have their plans, what they're looking to do. But yes, it is going to be Emma.
No, you nailed that. Yeah. I was with you. There's no way. I mean, especially when you see a Psylocke performance like that and it gets locked in, right? Like, that is a guaranteed Emma ban without a doubt. So good decision again. You know, I'm not sure who's next on the table here when it comes to Nemesis, who they're going to be targeting. Them making sure they remove, I guess that was the decision. They're going to lock in and make sure Human Torch is removed once they see that Invis is locked in. A ton of pocketing potential from Invis, similar to Luna. So maybe we'll see the strategist line getting banned out here after this lock. We see Loki saved. So, you know, I'm assuming we're going to see another either duelist lock and then a ban out of or a Vanguard. That makes sense too with Magneto. And then they're going to ban out a strategist here, likely, if they are feeling confident, because I know both teams is not afraid to run that Loki or the Invis.
Yeah, they're going to get maced that Magneto, so, you know, not too surprised with the save. I'm actually kind of shocked with the Loki save, I'll be honest. You've seen Nemesis. Obviously, they like having Loki on their side. We saw Jinx play plenty of that. But going into, they've got the Punisher ban. Do like that, Madian, you know, when not on that Namor. They could go into that easily. The Luna ban to shut down what Valentino was cooking up last time. So, you know, I think this is a W on both sides. I think both are pretty comfortable with what they got. Of course, you've got to go in with that Hulk and Namor after it working so well. And then Melo could just swap over quickly to what he needs to go to on the Winter Soldier. And so that's probably what we'll see. Maybe they go, you know, maybe they switch it up. But this is the comp I expect, at least in terms of Nemesis.
Yeah, we've got Valentina floating here, the Mantis. I'm curious to see if she, I'm not sure what they were thinking there. Yeah, maybe they're gonna, right now the Rocket's just for packs. Obviously, it's May. It's going to be running potentially a portal play early on to take that height. That has been coming back into the woodwork of the meta again. It kind of got slept on throughout season, early season 3, late season 2. It started falling away because teams just expected it and they didn't want to burn the portal. But now that it's kind of forgotten about, it's back in the meta. So we might see something like that from Mace after everyone gets their armor packs. But yeah, I think this composition for Nemesis is comfortable. I think, they don't have that Punisher. to help burn some of those squids, but now that's going to be the job of Bucky, just removing squids and then allowing Amadian and Craze to do exactly what they just did all over again. But we know how good Chuckles is. We know how good Chime is. It's, you know, the conversation we had right before this is which Hulk Namor does it better. I guess we find out as we start off on attack here.
Big difference though, Stinkers, if they get a couple picks here, it's not domination, right? There's no stalling point. That just shuts down the team, and that's where we saw him shine before. Then no Wolverine to shut down Chuckles, you know, this time. So they are going to have to play absolutely lights out. Those claws and those pulls from Mello are going to have to be spot on here as the team's going towards the top. They got all the members up using Blessings of the Deep, going to Gamma Shield. Love the teamwork and the synergy right away. And you got the pull to get them down there. Great job there from Ricky and Awareness, splitting up the team a bit here as Stinkers trying to farm. Little bit of old charge as the teams collapse, get that health pack, and get right into things here, Shib.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was a great call out on it. Not being Dom anymore, and those picks are far more valuable. It's not about just stalling. I like that call out a lot. As Stinker's already 30% scatter close with 50. The entirety of Nemesis slightly up in charge. Besides, Valentina was already at 91.35. That is wild as they're pressing in heavy now. Nobody falls just yet, but alt charge for days. Valentina presses forward, and there it is. The boundary's up early. Can they collapse and match it? And they cannot in time as Ricky falls. Great reaction time there by Valentina, who now owns this space. Can they get enough here to make this portal not valuable? Craze goes down too, and Ricky coming in with the portal. We're gonna have to see a shift and a strategist. Somebody's gonna have to make that change if this touch comes through, potentially with the Hulk, but no, Dinks scatter, everyone falls, and that portal can't even touch as they get this point decidedly very quick.
Man, not only the Organ, but Valentina, the volume turned up all the way to 11. Great job there, just pushing the pressure in immediately. And that's how crazy it is. Just one ult to have a little bit of that edge. That's all they need. And, you know, Valentina showing Ricky, all right, we know who the invisible, we know who Storm is here with the quick trade at the beginning. Amadian with the whale to open things up. But yeah, right now, I do love the first approach there from Dreamland. 4 minutes. But just like Central Park, they've got to get the stall here because things can get out of hand pretty quickly there on phase 3. The whale coming up and then down from Chime. Nothing to connect from it. And Stinkers is going to be traded. Love that there if you're on side of Team Nemesis on the high ground.
Yeah, this is a defensible position. You typically can buy a lot of time, but 4 minutes and 20 on the clock right now. That is a lot of defense here as Ricky finds one. Chime goes down right after Stinkers falls, but alts are pretty much even across the board. Everybody going to be ready to press Q besides Chime, who used that whale in the last fight. So this is going to be an absolute Q fest very shortly, unless they really get some picks with some early ultimates. But I don't see that happening when the teams are this stacked ready with strategist line ultimates. Up we go on both sides. Bang, another. Why not see the invisible boundary? Out go those lamps as well. Mace takes a fair amount of damage, but it is matched by a quote-unquote better invisible boundary with more time on, as that's all that's left. Chime finds a Madian, and there is another copy here from Dinks to bring out another boundary. Venn diagram, why don't we? Another throw again, but you know, it's all about these Namor headshots, and that is another pick right there onto Dinks. Chime really dealing a ton of damage in this moment. Make that 3. Why not find 4 as Chuckles gets a cleanup?
The screen exploded. Yeah, you're right. Every Q was pressed, and right now definitely going in favor of Dreamland. I mean, absolute perfection on what they just established, and it's Chuckles getting back into things, right? You don't have the Wolf to make such a big impact as last time. The quick Gamma freeze, what a way to shut that down. 1.27 left on the point. Ship, this is going to be really tough here for Nemesis to get back into things. Chime getting extra pressure with Giganto. You've got 2 giants over there with now both Chuckles and the whale, but we are getting a good stall job. Craze is going to be staying with his team. He's going to be trying to get something rolling, but Chuckles in this back line just feasting Ship.
All 15 Mr. Fantastic mains are losing their minds as Melophobia on the Fantastic. I don't think we've seen Fantastic play in nearly any performance at this high level. So trying to stall a bit there, but did not work out. Immediately goes down. I was expecting to see a change up, but hey, why not keep running Fantastic here on the defense? But 4 minutes on, and the final point is obscene. Dreamland is walking right now, and they cannot be stopped.
No need to exaggerate. I don't think there's more than there's not 15. I mean, there's maybe 10 if we're being honest. But looking at it here, you love to see a little Rita Richards come into play. Ricky there joined by the husband, but now Stinker's just doing exactly what we thought they would do. The pressure is just so immense here. The dance execution is ready. We should see that there on the back line. They're going to have to make the difference right now. 3 minutes 30 seconds. Valentina with the quick pick and a goodbye on what we will probably see there from Mr. Fonta as the team keeps pushing through.
Scatter goes up with the Meteor M. Does the meatball lands? Wow, Stinker's just different. Goodbye, Dinks. Instantaneously, out goes that dance. Will it find some value? Why not? Goodbye, Amadian now. Out we see an invisible boundary by Ricky just to kind of stall, but at this point, they've lost a lot. 2 bodies down, potentially thinking they could keep the team up. Mace gets Scatter onto Chime. Stinkers with that early pick onto the Invis, and now at this point, I don't see Dreamland stopping, but this is a very defensible position. Spawns are so close. You need to start clutching up and change the momentum now. We need to see a change in composition as we do see goodbye to Fanta here.
It was a great 35 seconds there, guys. Great 35 seconds. Now, I mean, the payload has got at this point like rocket boosters on it, just going through phase 3 so easily. That momentum carrying through. Chime's got the whale ready at ease here, trying to get something rolling here with the quick get rid there, and he goes and throws it down, gets the pick on Ricky Mello to fall, and this is going to be one of the easiest points to grab as Dreamland cruises through for the most likely victory.
Craze is still holding, does a great job stalling. Out goes the boundary, but Invis is not even close to the boundary. Instead, going to jump back into spawn to stay healthy. Not a bad idea. Craze just stalling forever right now, but a ton of damage goes out, and there's that iframe transforming back. That could be enough to push the point. It is. Again, another one of those instances, and what a push. Are you joking me? That was beautiful. 2 minutes still on.
I mean, that was absolute perfection, and it was just at the hands of every single, Infinity War or ult battle that we saw. First to take the point, and then the second one, they just won easily as all 6 were trading the Qs. Then moving forward, they just did not have a problem when you had both Vanguards shoved up all the way. Chuckles and Mace were just pushed up with so much pressure. Stinkers getting the 2 picks there on the elimination made that just a breeze to make it through. And then Mello playing rifles on hard mode there, playing a little bit of fantastic. I thought I've seen it all, Shib. I thought I've seen it all.
Yeah, I think it was just due to the raw, terrifying damage that is Stinkers on that Psylocke, but I think we just got to find a way to make that Psylocke go bye-bye in the ban phase instead of anything else. At least that's my takeaway from this, a lot of that early value, but I mean, I can't shy away from the fact that Chime, Mace, Chuckles, Jabori, and Valentina are just playing lights out right now. It's that simple. The team is locked. They took that last loss personally. It clearly was a decided loss, right? Like that was a gonna take some damage there. Again, we talk about this a little bit, but don't be afraid if you're running Vanguard. Take some damage. You see here, Mace is not afraid to. Why not? It gives your strategist alt charge. Wait till that clock hits 0, that pre-clock timer. Take all the damage you can. Let your strategist heal up, and you'll have a little advantage having that alt first. Why not? I think it's a fun idea to try to get a pick, but it does backfire at this level of play.
Yeah, exactly, right? We rarely see that, turn and work out for the teams here. Stinkers already playing full aggression. You can tell when this team is feeling confident. They just played that different here. And again, getting that Psylocke, we had a feeling that this would be the end result. But Valentina, I just got to say, has just been playing at such a great level. Portal up at the top. It's either there on the point. And typically, as we are going to see here, at least Villaphobia having good awareness that Stinkers is probably going to be making the way from the left in. Now team moves in there. They've got the health pack advantage. Craze there going on the top. And did he hit that Gamma from downtown?
I think it collided. I'm pretty sure we saw it at the last frame there. Chime gonna keep the damage moving forward now. Dreamland just trying to hold the high side as you should on defense, but a ton of eyes all over the place. As Amadian now up in the sky with Ultron. Ultron can be very impactful on this map, making sure your backline can stay healthy too, putting that drone in the backline and not being afraid to shield up here in a dangerous position. Chuckles about half HP. Good damage from Chime, who finds Dinks in the backline. Melaphobia gets 1. Chime gets 2 though. Goodbye Amadian now. So great angle there by Chime on the defense to almost be attacking from the opposite side. Now going to hold the height, 50 HP in a dream, but still going to be able to get that power. Are you kidding me? What a throw on a Melaphobia there.
What the positioning of Chime is just something to be studied, right? I mean, absolute perfect play and finding the exact angle. It's like whose Namor is going to pop off more. Chuckles wanting to get a bit of this as well, and you're seeing the team up of every sense of the word from the Gamma Squid, just hanging out together and putting Kraz at such an uncomfortable position. We've seen this happen, right? Kraz had 0 final hits 2 matches ago, then goes off, but now finding that exact same thing here as the dive comp going in. Gets a little Gamma shield there, not going to last as the team's going to reset, but wow, they are playing to perfection. Amadian, quick switch over to at least trying to get something rolling. 95% on the Ultron though, that's going to help out a tab, but man, they've got 2 minutes shift. They still got plenty of time, but they got to reset.
Yeah, and here we go once more with the next fight. Alt advantage actually up here for Dreamland. Melophobia going to be there soon. Dinks shortly after Craze, so there will be a ton of Qs ready, but virtually the entire side of Dreamland ready to launch those ultimate scatter. Just not quite there on the Strange yet. Is this going to be a first point hold? It's looking like it has some potential here. Still some time on the clock, though. Out we go. Rage of Ultron. We see the Meteor M from Mace not find too much connection. There is the Gamma Squins up in the sky. Amadian now going to hold this height. Chop right into that boundary. Amadian with one onto Valentina, followed up by, oh my goodness, the juggle for days. Craze onto Mace. Ricky now onto Stinkers, and that is a ton on the side of Nemesis for the momentum, who's going to find Jabori. What a retake here by Nemesis, owning this point. And at this point, I'm not sure the portal can come through, and if it does, it will be a tough retake.
I mean, being able to hit that perfect of a juggle on a Vanguard is so crazy. The circus out here as they get the stagger there on Chuckles now. Team opens up, jumps in, tick left here. They used a lot. Scatter does have the Agamotto. If they want to time this out to perfection, they'll see what they have to use here as they move into the fight here. There's the Agamotto. Comes out. One, two, and pop goes the Weasel. Dreamland out of it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, for those trying to learn from these pro plays, a ceiling with Strange equals a very quick ultimate, similar to something like Bucky, but instead, your momentum from your lift, when you're using that left shift, has been increased. It was like a season 1.5 update as somebody played a ton of Strange. It increased the momentum, so you can actually use that momentum of height to push you forward when a ceiling is short above your head, and that enables you to zoom right through shields and right through expected location with that Eye of Agamotto shown right there. You just zoomed right through all of them, hit a huge ultimate and found 3, and that is some serious work by Scatter as Nemesis now pushes through to point 2.
The more you know. You thought you came here for an elite grand finals. We get both. A little bit of knowledge for your own play here as now Melophobia is on the Namor, and Giganto with the back gets the connection on Stinkers. Great job, and Reed there now trying to get rid of Chime, who's been such a threat. Blessing him deep going up, just delaying the inevitable. And right now that point 2 push making up all that time difference here as they're cruising Shib, but they've got to win the all-important last fight here. Last time the Vanguards pushed up, we'll see if they do the same for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, you came to watch some fun play, and I'll tell you, these teams are so much fun to watch. Great portal wall there, and that will give them enough to get point 2. Very smart play by Scatter, just to wall off anyone that doesn't have some height-taking ability. Chime holding up there a little bit, waiting for the back line. Big play, gonna find one on a Melophobia, and use that shift to escape. Out goes the Whale. Amadian finds Chime right back. Maybe the Whale was not as worth it as need be during that moment. Out goes the invisible boundary. Team gonna try to push forward to buy more time. 3 minutes and 18 on. This would be a crazy walkthrough if they're able to get similar time. Dinks doing what Dinks does with an early pick on a Jabori, and can they keep this momentum moving forward as Ricky hits a sleep up in the sky?
Yeah, absolute brilliant there. Scatter hitting yet another Agamotto and getting the team rolling here. I mean, it just comes down to a game of pixels. Chuckles just barely missed getting the overtime on point 2 now, and they're just pushing the full gas now. And man, they're loaded ship. They've got exactly what they want. They've got the extermination into both Monster Hulk. Dinks has theirs ready to go. This is looking good for them. But let's look for this dance of the butterflies. This will be a big difference maker.
Yeah, we're going to see Amadian pop this Rage of Ultron quickly and look directly towards Valentina to try to force out that invis, but we will see if it works out. Yeah, it does, as it's out instantaneously, not even needing Amadian. Just up we go with a few ults. Ricky going to drop back. Dinks' copy is no longer around. Melophobia, Amadian, and Craze ready to press Q. Stinkers and Chuckles. Chuckles launches in now. Can they continue the pressure? But a ton of damage as Mantis from the side of... Are you kidding me? Melophobia turns and dome shots just in a millisecond. Beautiful shot there as Amadian takes out Chuckles. Chime onto Amadian right back, but the numbers are up for Nemesis as they keep moving forward.
Absolute gas coming from that last hit just to get rid of the ult moving forward. I mean, you could not have done that perfectly. A Scatter with what seems to be the millionth Agamotto hitting the entire team. The Whale does delay the inevitable with just for a moment here. Minute 48, only 20 seconds behind the efforts. Oh, Valentina getting the big pick on Scatter, forcing them to push back. Chime to follow, stopping this momentum that was absolute devastating for the team, and now they've got to reset ship. That was huge.
Yeah, that pick from Valentina was potentially, you know, at least point winning for the moment. They still got time. They still have portal. There's a ton of options for them to retake. But wow, I mean, that momentum was heavily on the side of Nemesis. Way to come back in there as a unit. Survives through that Eye of Agamotto. Come back in patiently and still get a few picks. So Well done again by Dreamland on the retake, especially when the momentum is falling that much towards the opposition. It is tough to do that, so well played again. And the pull out of Ricky early as the, oh my goodness, pops all. Out goes a mean set of green to keep the team healthy. And there's the whale, Melophobia onto 2. Goodbye to the backline. Amadian now on a chime, and that is a ton of value. It is going to be tough to stop it now. They will not. Ricky on the mace, 1 left. The sleep is up, burning the rest, and that should be a full 3-3. We're going to OT.
What Mellow, what can he not play? The whole ocean behind him, slamming it down for the slam dunk finish. Wow, bud, what are we witnessing? I mean, this is such racer tight gameplay after what was such a dominant, easy win there for Dreamland to start it off. I mean, Nemesis said, hey, we're back in this. And outside of just that one quick pick on Scatter, they could have had it with only 20 seconds less. Still do a great job. But as we've talked about, Ship, a minute, there's a big difference here on how you have to approach this overtime.
Absolutely. It becomes a one-team fight to a panic teleport to a much more calm potential portal play. I mean, 2 minutes is not enough to have that reset a cooldown, but still, I think this is a totally, different game here. I think it's a little more calm on the side of Dreamland, but I will say the switch from Amadian over to this Ultron, the damage boost from Ricky is a comp that they're comfortable with, and it's finding success, at least on attack. So can they keep walking with this comfort on attack? There's a little bit to be said about, yes, you may not have the time advantage, but you just were attacking, so just do exactly what you've been doing. Play the same game and shove through, and Dreamland was kind of on their heels there.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We've got a minute on the clock with Nemesis showing what they can prove. And I like what they've got going here with the team comp and definitely feeling pretty good about it. Now, Stinkers with the Winter Soldier. Definitely, I think that's the right play, too, on the swap. So I like where both teams are headed here. 2 minutes, 25 seconds can be tough to match. Scatter has been nailing these Agamottos. We'll see if he can farm one quick enough because the ult charge is where a lot of the difference is made.
And here we go, portal from Scatter off the rip. I talked about this being an option. They won't have the panic portal, but it's a one fight territory now. They have to make this happen, so they're going to use it safely. Just put them on the high side in the back and hope that Ultron's peak damage will be enough. Getting that ult very quickly as Amadian already at 15%, right up there with the back line, trying to gain as fast as possible with each shot. So this is everything committed into this fight. Great sleep there. Scatter with the E ready to expel that dark magic. Half HP on the side of Mesa. Corner driven right back onto the opposite side. A full switch here in positioning now, and a ton of health on that shield. Scatter does have the escape, still going to elect to use that, but the pull right on the back line of Valentina. They're committing heavy, and they cannot make it happen. Amadian still finds Valentina, so it's traded off as Scatter goes down. Down goes a Vanguard and a Strategist. Melophobia onto Chime, and that is huge for Nemesis now on the attack. Up another number, down a Strategist for Dreamland, and they're using this positioning. They're gaining charge this whole time on point, and here comes the cue from Jabori. Ricky goes down. That could be enough here for the retake onto Dreamland as Chime is going to be portaling back. What a back and forth fight. Craze gets one, Melophobia another. It's such a trade fest here.
Absolute pinnacle job here as the teams go through the portals. It's not going to be enough effort as they're going to be pushing the Hulk body. The big thick man keeps the team of back, Jim. And I mean, listen, you called it out perfectly. Yes, the trade on Scatter, but we've got to highlight Amadian. Getting that pick on Valentina slows down everything, right? The ult charge and all. And then you have everything come from the whale and more from Melophobia. My goodness. I mean, with a minute left, they got to be so pumped for that. Phase 2, this is a big push here. And they've got everything, buddy. Team Nemesis still has so much left in the tank when it comes to ult economy.
Yeah, I think this is a really good look right now for Nemesis. Going into this point, a lot of the time as a team on defense, if you're going to lose that first point, just save all your ults and commit heavy on as soon as they leave that garage. But now they've got a ton to return back around on, as you see Rage of Ultron forcing out some of these backline ults. Stinkers is holding on here to the Bucky. Haven't seen a ton of Stinkers on Bucky. Chime going to be maintaining. It almost has the whale chuckles as well. But Amadian going to find Chime before that even matters. So they're going to keep this momentum heavy now. Everybody walking. Got to make sure you're on point here. It gets a little dicey if you walk off. Immediately it's going to switch, but Dinks going to find Chuckles. Melophobia, a ton of damage out, and oh my goodness, Nemesis may be getting point 2 here. This is a wild push.
Absolute, I mean, age of Amadian right now with the quick picks on Ultron, keeping this thing going. No high frames this time to slow down this card. My goodness, here as Dinks gets a pick from a down left field. Stinkers goes down. They're now making it through phase 2, getting to phase 3 potentially. This is an absolute masterclass job on how to make a minute last a mile, Shib, as they push in. And look, the whole team is up. It's just Dinks in the back.
Yeah, this is the most momentum-driven map, or at least push I've seen in a long time. OT at this level of play, heading towards map 3. Yes, I know momentum's a factor, but they're coming out on top with ult advantage in every single fight. The panicking is starting to ensue for Dreamland. Melophobia early again onto Chime, still holding on to these Qs, and there it is. The whale goes out, hits Mace on the high side. Mace in a dangerous position, burning all cooldowns. Melophobia gonna use that shift to just make sure that they stay healthy. Valentina coming in now with the invis. Will they be able to hold on with the boundary? They've got to stay on point. Hulk is juggling them away, and they are trading back and forth. Mace with a nice pick there onto Dinks, but at this point they're on point 3. Is it going to be enough? I'm not sure it can be. Stinkers now has ult and is over on the Ultron. Chime with the whale ready, but that is enough. I believe Dreamland wins this now as they're committing everything else. It's just Craze trying to hold on to the point, and it will not ensue or hold on for long. But wow, what a push in OT with a single minute on the clock.
Dear God, I love Marvel Rivals. I mean, just such good cinema and play there from the team. And yeah, I mean, listen, you cannot be like, you know what's funny about pro play is that they're probably frustrated. Like, oh man, guys, like, come on. But like, they just got a 2.5 push with a minute left. Absolute crazy. They're gonna have to, I mean, now it's just completely on how this defense is played, and you can play it so much differently now, right? Like, being the first team to push has its disadvantages, but when you go that far, now it's just all advantage because you can change your strategy, what you allow, when you ult, and what you do, right, Shib, to go into this thing. I mean, Dreamland is probably just left stunned at the moment.
Yeah, you're completely right. I love that call out. It's similar to what I was mentioning. Like, now they can lose this first point fight, try to get them to commit as much as possible, and then save every Q right outside that garage on point 2, commit everything together, ensure you get value with these ults, and win that fight, and then the game is yours. You have 2 minutes and 20. It's enough for them to push through point 1. But, you know, that transition time, well, the cart is, you know, pushing out of that initial point in the garage. You've got that time that's got to be on the clock. And then at that point, if you just win one fight, it's game over. So you're right. It's a completely different shift. You don't need to force hold them at 1 anymore. You don't need to overcommit. It's all about maintaining ult and forcing the enemy to ult as much as possible. I think Ultron does a great job of that, and that's why we see Stinkers now on that Ultron matching it right back.
Absolutely, Melo going crazy as we saw. Can they do it again? I think this is just, if you're a fan of Rivals, then you're just happy either way. But my goodness, is this not what you came here for? Now Stinkers going up top. They're doing the same approach as last time, and we saw Ricky was on the ready. They did the invisible pull to kind of disrupt them a little bit. Not going that way this time. As now we have Scatter. Okay, the portal here trying to break away some. It looks like, or at least Herd don't have the vantage point on it now. It Stinkers them up top. Shib, what? The rest of the team there to the left, so they're split a bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love this. Oh, you know what? I'm wrong. I'll tell you that real quick. Stinker's going to find a pick onto Dinks. It's just that simple. If it's working, it's working. Clearly something they've practiced before. Melophobia going to find Chime, but Mace already finds a Median, so numbers are still up here for Dreamland. Chuckles onto Melophobia now, and they are heavily pressing forward, not even having to commit ults here and taking point 1. If they're able to do so, the portal's going to likely come in here from Scatter, though. No, Scatter's going to fall late. It won't be able to come through. So at this point, this is exactly what Dreamland needed to do to give them some a chance to win this.
Yeah, exactly. We knew, I mean, but again, this does change how they can approach it, right? Because there's a minute 15. There's going to be overtime either way. And so when you look at the ult economy, they still need to win this battle, though. Ricky's going to use it and pop it early just to get the aggression right away. I actually do like the decision, but they have to make this follow-up work here now. Push against Scatter does have the Agamotto. We do have the match from Stinker. 60 seconds on. There goes the Agamotto out. Gamma Shield, though, protects the entire family as Dreamland pushes in. Mello throws the whales down, gets the connection. Goodbye, Shafrori. Goes through the map, Shib. It's a beauty.
Yeah, that is the momentum. They're still walking now. They got plenty of time on the clock. Remember, folks, it's not over if this fight is lost. The team can respawn here, so you got to make sure you're still committing some of these ults and holding on, but it looks like Dreamland is maybe overcommitting and not resetting as a team here. They're going to use Chuckles here with that ult. Macy's still holding on. Valentina's still holding on, but you got to remember, they've got to win the next fight. It's not about this fight necessarily. What? An exile from Chuckles. That was insane onto a Median. I love to see that. That's some big brain exile right there. Jabori going to find Dinks now. Nemesis is, it's a one fight territory once again as Dreamland is able to push through this point.
Absolute chaos that you're looking here for. 7 seconds now, at least 2 team fights it's going to take here. And when it comes to what they used, I mean, we still have Dinks available, and you've got now Crazy Man. And what he's going to pull off here, Chuckles looking to get the diff on Hulk now, going up towards the top ground. They're looking to take the battle inside. Stinker's trying to get some quick picks there. Nothing from it, though, and here comes Crazeman from the top rope. Ship is going to come down to that first pick. There comes the Meteor and Mace trying to put it on his own hands, but does not connect. Nothing comes from it. That's a big one to not have there, Ship.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for now from Nemesis. You just want them to commit ults and then to not get value, but they're committing everything. Dinks and Craze are popping ult. They're trying to make something happen. Valentina in a dangerous position gets dove on. Will that pick come through? Yes, Valentina goes down, but Scatter falls in return as Mace gets one. Numbers evened out, but being down a strategist, it's all about playing slow now, making something happen. Stinkers with the Rage of Ultron now towards the backline. Ricky in a dangerous spot. Goodbye, Ricky, as Stinkers gets a pick, and oh my goodness, that's a two-piece. Melaphobia on a Stinkers. That's two again onto Jabari, and they're still holding. Amadian onto Chime. Can they shut this down? All ults ready for Nemesis. They have to commit. This could be it.
Two squids down to get two heroes out. The whale comes in. The whole ocean's with it. They get the elim there on Mace. Now that's going to slow things down. And it's over. Nemesis with a minute on the clock end up taking the overtime.
Oh my, we've seen it in ladder. You get shoved through, and with plenty of time on, your team potentially on the verge of giving up, changes comp just a little bit, and you come through, push through, and win an OT. Are you joking me? That experience, that patience, that calmness, them able to push almost a 0.3 with 1 minute in OT is why they won that. Dreamland, that was an insane push. Do not let that be lost on you. But wow. What a hold as well. Way to stay patient. And Nemesis coming on top 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, we highlighted it, right? You just can change your strategy whenever you've gotten to push that well, right? Because then they don't have to overcommit and use things that they don't want to. They lost that first fight. Hey, it's okay, right? And then the way they made the decision to use Ricky's ult, I thought was so risky, but it paid off, Shib, as you said, right? And then you had a little bit of a stagger. Yes, they ended up winning that fight, but then running out of gas. But gotta highlight it here, right? Stinkers. He gets down the Ricky, right? Gets another pick, but Melaphobia, double squid elim, followed by the finish there on the Vanguard. Oh boy, man, this is such a good grand finals. This is so good.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, man. This is so much fun. So happy to be on this one with you, brother. But that, I mean, yeah, like you're saying, just value back and forth. It was a pick, a two-piece, back with another two-piece. Who's going to win it? And then it's another ultimate. The strategist line comes through with a big ult, keeping the team healthy. You see Ultron get a few, then the squids get a few. It's like, this is just perfect play, so back and forth. The commitment is real. So you'll see them get these picks, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, this fight is lost. But the reason those picks happen is because the team was committing somewhere else in finding value on another fight or another play. So wow, what an insane set of back and forth plays, and well done again by Nemesis.
Yeah, hey, listen, it was worth the wait, right? We got things prepared, readied up, and we were just putting on and getting ready for what this show is all about. And right now, we go from what was, I mean, these teams going so back and forth, but momentum is now definitely in Nemesis's hands, right? Up 3 on the series, and that's going to put things a little bit more tight here as we head into what our next map will be. We can't spoil it. We'll go and give a little bit of a taste here, a little bit of an appetizership of Yggdrasil. We'll see whose favorite that's going to go to for this next matchup. But man, I mean, are you not entertained? I'm certainly am on this Sunday night, my friend.
Yeah, both these teams have run triple, and this is one of those maps. Yggdrasil is one of those maps you can definitely do that. So I'm excited to see who comes out on top, but we will find out who comes out on top with a potential game-winning win for Nemesis if they do it right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing out for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again.
Hello.
Greetings.
You cannot hurt me. I was merciful. Crawl back to your domain, Hela.
In this timeline, the machines will rule.
Embrace, the doctor has conjured a portal. Ultron is like a plague. We must be the cure. A disappearing act. You are under my spell. Pure chaos!
We are done chasing spiders. We have bigger enemies to conquer. You're ours now. Time to toughen up. We are Venom!
The other guy's been doing a lot of talking for me. You remember old Eddie?
Hello and welcome back to the MRC Season 3. And Chip, we are on to match number 6. And if it's anything like match number 5, heck, really any of the matches we've got between these two teams, either way, buddy, we've got a great grand finals on our hand.
Yeah, this has been so much fun. Both teams are just showing up. And we talked a little before break, but these teams, this is one of those maps that you can run the triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition. They've both done this in the past on Midtown in their last matchup, and it was a heavy stall for both of them. Looked really good. They're confident on some of those more off, not off meta, but, secondary tanks, things like Groot and Emma, which can be a huge force here, even thing on defense. So we'll see if they do it again, or if that, plays a factor in the bans, as we see Wolverine banned out, and that is a good ban if you're going to run that triple.
Absolutely. I expected to see the same, right? We saw what the difference makes when Wolverine is available for Team Nemesis. And I mean, it wasn't last time, but that came down to overtime and in a minute push. You're not going to get that all the time, right? So we are going to get the exact same 1-2 happening with Wolverine going down. They're going to get rid of Phoenix as well. I think both teams getting rid of what is kind of the ace in the sleeve for both of their opposition. So like to start off here, the save though, this is a big one. How do they open this up? I think we did, was it Psylocke last time? Nemesis going with, I like this pick, Ship. The
me too.
on Ultron is where they shine.
Yeah, I agree. I think they found success as soon as that was pulled out. And, the Mantis is likely going to be banned here very shortly just because that really enables that composition. I'm curious to see if we'll see Dreamland ban that because I know they're comfortable on Mantis as well, but I personally know that really enables that Ultron composition. So I'm curious to see if they feeling confident matching it right back or if they want to remove that right now, as we'll see in 3 seconds. Ooh, yeah. Okay, goodbye to the torch.
Yeah, with the Ultron save, there goes the torch. Then we're going to get the Emma once again. So we're going to see a little bit of the same because can't have that exact, team ups. Magneto save was the last time. Mace is already hovering it. I could probably tell you it's going to be the Mag on their side. Like the Punisher, I think that was banned last time. So now you're giving both Mello and Amadian plenty of flexibility. Magneto is what I expect here into potentially, we'll see either the Luna band or the potential Loki here from Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Hulk ban, and that is, you know what, that is all right. 2 back-to-back similar matchups, and it's going in the favor of your opposition. Just get rid of it, you know what I mean? And there goes that Luna, like you had mentioned seeing. So, not a horrible ban. I think that makes sense to me, and we are going to be seeing that triple composition here being run. A lot of teams have been now running Adam with it. I think Warlock, with the new changes, the new buff is insane in this composition, but I guess neither team, or on the defensive side, it's got to be Nemesis that would run it, are not wanting to do that. Instead, they are going to have the Ultron in the sky. I don't think you can run necessarily both. You need more mainline heals.
Yep, with the good old Ricky there on the Mantis. We have Melophobia kind of looking at what they want to do. I will say this, Shib. We highlighted this when they were playing Atlanta Phoenix Guard. Nemesis has not at least shown the craziest triple Vanguard lineups before, and they've been pushed over a little bit. So bit concerned there, and we could see stinkers there on the Iron Man, right? So we do have that. Of course, to what you said all the time, the storm damage boost is just such an easy way, whether it's be the Moon Knight or in this case, we got the Iron Man to get that extra poke damage and get the ults, online. But this is going to be a lot. It's going to be told here in this opening first point.
Yeah, teams are still trying to figure out how to best handle the triple composition. I think we've seen a lot of storms. You see Chime on the storm. That makes sense to me. Damage boosting virtually everyone around you, and you're going to play low to the ground and just try to burst all the equipment from Groot, from Loki, from whatever may be the issue at the time, the available scatter there onto the thing who just has no real shield to protect. So that is going to be potentially one of the ways. But like you're saying, I think we see a good job of Moon Knight doing that too. Craze already at about 5 HP. Goodbye, Chime. Going to find Craze early on, and they're going to keep this pressure forward. So good attack, clearly working out for him on the side of Dreamland.
Yeah, that damage boost just on full throttle here, and they're not going to be going with the Strange here, just in case. Remember last time they weren't able to portal back because of what happened, so now Craze able to switch to that, and that is, maybe learning from your mistakes a little bit. But Chime right now, absolute cat 5. I mean, just the Hurricane is going to be on the ready before you know it, 46% and climbing damage boost ready to go. Here comes the portal and the pressure, and we'll see if Team Nemesis can stop them.
But remember, folks, on Convoy, point is king, and they may have lost everyone there, but they all fell right on the point, so it didn't really matter. They're still taking this fight right here before the bend even happens, guaranteeing that they can walk back for a third touch. It is not about the KOs. It is about moving that point. Amadian going to find stinkers early on, and this puts Nemesis back up in numbers on the attack. Mace going to take to the sky, and that is what Strange can do well into things like Ultron. Can actually duel pretty strong in the sky. Jabori going to find one. Valentina going to find one. Chuckles as well, and they will win fight 2, giving them one more chance on the defense. But Dreamland looking really good on this attack with a ton of ults ready.
That was crazy, man. Double cloaks. You had Jabori and Valentina Terror Cape, and they just slurped the enemy team down at the end. Love to see just everything work out for what they have planned there. Now, Dreamland has got everything else online outside that Jabori and Chuckles ult here, and just the turrets, the plant, and just being ready for what is going to be one last touch. For Nemesis on point 1, you've got the Mantis ult into it, but the quick Agamotto is going to stop that pressure. Melophobia, though, does get the pick on stinkers here, trying to get something rolling for this team. He's done it so many times before, but Chime is locked in, Shib.
Yeah, and it's looking really clean right now. The team is just on some heavy momentum. 4 minutes 25 pushing through point 1. Dreamland is stepping up, and they are angry. They do not want to end this series just yet. Looking for game 7 now, as we see the change up here from Mace heading over to the Magneto to try to shut down Melophobia.
Yeah, looking at what we've got at disposal, you could go with the internal bond right into the final judgment, right? So now both teams kind of match here on the equity. Now going into the fight, Mace playing lights out here, going from that quick straight to the Magneto. We've got the final judgment up and ready to go. Stinkers trying to match the aggression in the Pirates Castle. Castle once again. Stinkers give the best of Melophobia. That's a massive win there as they're able to push through, make it 2. Shiv, but this is all right now. Team Dreamland making it look easy.
Yeah, Madian's going to come back with the Rage of Ultron, which will be threatening, but they still have to get to this point, and it will be a little bit tricky. Chuckles, obviously, on the attack is playing that Groot, and Groot is a very strong pick right here, specifically on this point. Yes, you can see, take that high side, wall off that high side, and then play right down here. Anytime anyone enters through this tunnel, you put a wall behind them, and your team just tries to explode them. So this is some smart play from the side of Dreamland, who is almost through point 2, and this is one of the most defensible positions in the game. Great ult there on the backside. Can they follow up? Everyone going to be held up, and they get point 2 for nothing. What an ult from the side of Chuckles. You don't need to get a bunch of picks. It's all about the cart. Once again, Chuckles, good strangling prison, allowing that point to come right through.
Yeah, great, fantastic job, a good highlight there. And I love how Chai picked Storm for the opening of the gates. And then like, you know what? I think I'm okay on this Omega level X-Men and just staying the same here. We've got the Hurricane on the ready. And this is looking very similar to what we just saw in Wakanda, right? A little bit of a different story. 4 minutes left. This is a tough position now to hold back. Melophobia going to the Moon Knight. You see, we've got the clouds opening up. Will it be a Cat 5 or the respawn room as it goes down? At least pushes the opposition back. A Madian going down, Shib.
Yeah, I can't believe that. And also good positioning there to stay outside the side of the door and so allow that damage AoE to impact inside the door. That's some big brain stuff right there by the side of Chime, who's playing lights out right now. Like you had mentioned, Craze goes down as Jabori gets a pick, and they might walk this thing through with over 3 minutes. Are you kidding me? Is this going to be the same story, or are they going to be able to hold on this time? Because I know this team can do it. Dreamland looking very different, looking angry as they keep pushing forward. We're going to see a ton of Qs being popped. Ricky going to use that boundary now for the side of Nemesis. We see Dinks copying up and doing the same. A Madian out there with the Hurricane, but Chime gets a 2-piece onto Ricky and Melophobia, and another onto Scatter. Why not? Craze goes down from Jabori, Stinkers onto Dinks, and that should do it. What a push by Dreamland, getting the entirety of the map with 3 minutes and 14 on. Wow.
I don't even think I could say something they could have done better. I mean, that was just pure perfect play from start to finish, and really playing with that anger after what should have been a very winnable Wakanda map. But hey, we just saw it happen. You know, they put the cruise on the payload in Wakanda, and we saw the match there from Nemesis to easily make it into overtime and then push on. So we'll see what we have from there. Melo does like to play this Moon Knight. That's what they like to go into with the Maiden, doing the Storm, doing the role of Chime. But Shib, that was textbook.
Yeah, I mean, Dreamland, that's 2 back-to-back full pushes with, you know, a ton of time on the clock. They are playing so well. The thing now that needs to happen is they need to lock in on this defense and not just get swept. I think sometimes it's a mentality issue and ladder when you're climbing where, you know, your team gets walked through, and then you kind of play a little safe and secure, knowing that you can let them through a few points. And I think just that mentality can mess with you a bit. And at this level of play, you know, that can never happen. So Dreamland needs to lock in now with this triple composition, as you see them also going to do the same thing with a little bit of a different backline there. They're not going to have that Ultron, instead running for a more of a healing comp with Res up from Chime. I think this might work out for them, as, you know, Nemesis, it didn't find a ton of success. So let's see what happens here. But they are going to run that damage boost comp. Instead of it being Punisher and Iron Man off the rip, it is going to be that Moon Knight.
Will history repeat itself? We already have the revenge battle happening. The sweep now turned into what is the pressure on the line for the grand finals. Dreamland doing a good job not folding under it now, as Mace would get the advantage point of the Vanguard, pushing for the gap. Okay, I like what we've got going on here. Good kind of rotation. Melophobia up to 50%. Look at that thing go up like it's counting milliseconds on the ult charge of the quick hand of Conchu. Scatter with a trade on Chuckles. And hey, listen, though, Strange going down first. Not a bad thing.
Yeah, Chuckles comes right back too, though, because of that res. They're going to stay 6-6 at this point, just play slow. But Chuckles comes right back and takes out Scatter now. Melophobia finds Stinkers with the ultimate, and followed up with some damage. Chime onto Melophobia. A lot of the time, you're going to see your duelist running Rocket and just trying to deal some good damage, because Rocket does some good damage up close. Mace onto a Madian now, and that is going to be enough of a defense for them to shove them right back into their door. And this defense is working out better than Nemesis. So at least they're buying some time here, and they will still have 2 more fights guaranteed.
Fantastic effort there. We do have Craze with the ult, but I mean, Melo's gonna have to farm back up if they want to try to get the wombo combo out. Scouter can also get that Agamotto, and they can just go with the pure neutral win with the combos here. We've got the amplifier on to keep things alive. Invisible boundary to match goes Ricky. Agamotto's out. Stagger's been huge with these, but Valentina matching that with the sustain of the invisible boundary. Once again, Shib making this an absolute tight fight, but Jabror gets rid of Melo. That's massive.
And we're continuing this fight. Nemesis is down 1. Here comes the Hurricane. Will it land? It does start wreaking havoc on the back line, but not enough just yet. Everybody trying to deal that damage, focused heavy on to the Storm, but Storm escapes for a moment. Dinks finds Jabori, chuckles on a crazy. Madian goes down. Chime gonna res back Jabori to try to give those numbers more towards Dreamland, who's still holding on. Are you kidding? Before they even need the second fight. This is insane. Dreamland is showing how strong they could be on this 3-3 comp, and this could be a huge detriment for Nemesis because this momentum has shifted, and that is everything on attack.
Just fully locked in here now. Craze having to hold on to an ult, which seems like an eternity. We do have the hand of Conchu though, ready to go. Scatter almost back up with it too, so this is all going to come down to this giant moment. But Mace or Chuckles hitting the massive Agamotto to get the stun, and there goes the prison, but it's going to be in the hands of Stinkers taking out Kraz. That is not the script that they wrote. Now going into it, this is looking like Dreamland has such an iron defense.
Wow, and the Scatter is going to find Jabori. Melophobia onto Mace now. This is the attack they need. They need to keep walking, but Chime with the third res of this single life is Wild Craze now going to find one. Chuckles goes down to a Madian. Now the attack is starting to walk a bit, but at this point, there is a minute and 11 on. They're going to teleport here quickly as a team. Stall for this point too, as you'll see. Ooh, the counter portal coming through. This could be huge. This could be enough to at least guarantee them to lose. Oh, that was sick. Portaled up with the push to shove them back into spawn. That was genius. Ricky, Scatter, that was beautiful. I never thought about that.
Bro, that was such a sick cancel. You can't they can't make it up, man. Wow, can't believe it. You got it. You see something new every day. I love this dang game here. Moving in, good wall there to close things up, but we do get the quick fall. Stinkers with the trade, Scatter with the pop of the 2 though, making it look a lot more likely for the 1. We get the res back. Dravori coming back with the team. That's going to help a lot, but down goes the Raccoon. And it's looking like now Nemesis can at least get a little bit more life here on point 1.
Yeah, this has been nutty, but it does look like Nemesis will push through point 1 here. Great patience and way to make that fight happen. Honestly, that portal cancel was everything for the side of Nemesis. And yeah, we talk about the, the infinite brain plays, how big of a brain you could be with Strange when it comes to these portals and how there is no limit to the value. That is another example of an insane cancel I've never thought of. A lot of the time, you put the portal over the Strange head, try to deal enough damage to burst through his portal, put it, in front of him, try to get the team to jump through it. But an Invis portal combo push into spawn was not on my bingo card. Really well played.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to have Melo play Mr. Fantastic for the big brain play to happen here now. As another Agamotto for Scatter. He's just been so clutch with these now. Going to farm up another pop in the burst here. We do have, forcing the ult there. Love that from Stinkers to get a little pressure, but good peel from the team. Melo taken out, and we've got the funny back cap there from Chuckles. Good awareness. Minute 53. They got to be perfect here, though, Shib.
Yeah, another example of all that matters is the cart. Chuckles takes the cart during that fight. So yeah, they won that fight, but the cart still hasn't even turned around this corner, and there's a minute 40 on. It's all about that cart. That's all you can think about. Back capping, that was everything. And now they win this fight while the cart is still back here as Mace gets to Jabori, Chime, everybody finding value again. And this will put Nemesis in a dangerous spot, but they do have ult advantage in this next fight.
Yeah, and yet again, they do the double Darth Sidious, right? The 2 cloaks just sucking down the life. And that was a great job there now as Chime and the team looks to reset. Another Hurricane up for grabs. And, they do have the internal bond and counter, but they're going to have to nail this. It's going to come down to the Wombo combo, buddy. The Moon Knight, the Groot ult that Nemesis does have in the tank. Here comes the Cat Hurricane. Taken down, getting 1. Mesa with the follow-up, make it 2. Chime does go down. What's going to allow a little bit of pressure as now they're gonna have to rotate back. Ship Stinkers looking for some more.
Yeah, great defense here by Dream. At this point, they're just stalling to get ults to even out for this next fight. Chime obviously committing the Hurricane there, but it did work for them, and to the point where at least we have 43 seconds for Nemesis here. Dreamland with 3 minutes and 14 on the final point. That is just raw, like just fear if I'm on the side of Nemesis. What a throw there by Mace onto Ricky. Don't even look at that cloak. You don't need to. You know that's where the protection is going to be. Look at someone else. Craze gonna find Mace though, and Scatter gonna get a pick. Now the numbers are even on the bid. Chuckles onto the back line, and that's so much damage. Goodbye to 2! Chuckles, are you joking me?
Climbs up the wall, does the best parkour impression I've seen, taking out both strategies with ease there. At least the 1 to 2 on the Ultron. Going down now, pushing Stinker's going to clean up the scraps. I mean, that's an absolute clutch job on what was a great combo there from the Groot. Now forced to push in, and Madian trying to get something going. There's not enough time. Master class in Asgard.
Folks, we're going to game 7. The script has been written once more in this MRC. Come on now, let's go. What a match there. What a push and defense from the side of Dreamland. And again, just looks like a dominant performance. It's been so back and forth. These fights have been wild, a ton of trading, but every single game a team shows up and looks like the team to beat, and it's always back and forth. We are going to game 7. Wow.
Dude, every time, right? We're gonna get this game 7 in grand finals. This is what you're here for. From what was an absolute stopping reverse sweep in the upper bracket to now making it this 3-3. Talk about cool under pressure. Dreamland wasn't even phased to have their backs against the wall there, looking at the jobs all around. I mean, dude, it's hard to even give an MVP out from that team. Every single person just playing that role, from Chuckles getting to that clutch plays, Mace coming through where he needs to, and then Chime, just such an insane job there on Storm. Man, that was fun to watch.
Yeah, you got to show love to that Storm. That was wild. I mean, Stinkers got to play Psylocke at the end there and found some value, but Chime, just in every fight, it looked like they were finding pick after pick. So, I mean, that push was wild. The defense was enough. They all you're trying to do with that triple composition is buy enough time off the clock that you possibly can, and they had plenty. They were able to push through with a great portal cancel, but I think that portal cancel is pretty much why they were able to get through on the first point. So, you know, you're relying on a lot here, and when the game is coming down to these small little plays, these minute plays that are winning everything for you, that just goes to show you how intense the competition is. Wow.
Yeah, just being able to, I mean, this is what's so great. It's who shows up at the moment, and even within, you know, giant big brain plays, they are able to continue to, you know, not get phased. I mean, after they get pushed to the spawn, you know, the comms of Dreamland were like, what just happened? What did I just win? I mean, they're going to go back and watch a clip that I'm sure is going to be on Twitter at this point. But yeah, buddy, we find ourselves game 7. Will it live up to what I'm sure is the hype of this grand final so far? But it's been a great one no matter what.
Yeah, I'm having so much fun casting this with you, man. These games have been just crazy. I mean, they've been super fast pushes, insane defense. Again, super fast pushes. It looks like a dominant performance, and the other team does it right back toward them. It is wild. And folks, we are not going to take a break. We're going to go right into game 7, and guess where it is? Midtown Convoy, another position that enables that triple comp. And we saw what happened there. And just because of that triple composition, honestly, I have to say my bet's on Dreamland. I don't know if you're thinking the same thing, but they just ran that better.
No, I'm telling you, bro, when we were watching the Phoenix Guard and against them, it's like I just was not crazy about the triple Vanguard. Here's the great thing. They know what they need to fix here going into Ignite, and just the overall lineup that they do have. Yes, I'm giving this fully here to Dreamland just because of the confidence I saw and really no beaten hesitation. I will say, though, I did see plenty from Team Nemesis here on this map against other oppositions, but I'm pretty sure this is one of the maps they faced above in the upper bracket, and it wasn't even close, my friend. Look at that. We do get the Psylocke save there. Why not get Stinkers rolling right where they left off? And they got the bans exactly what they thought, right? So the Punisher, this is going to come down to this, right? You are going to give Mello the Punisher, though. That's going to help them out a bit on what is going to be the stall, but Nemesis pushing first. Man, this is going to be tough.
Oh man, My adrenaline is through the roof. I can't imagine what these teams are thinking. You know, we had Nemesis, who was one game away, and they could not push through. The Dreamland wall was that triple composition. Goodbye to Emma again, but, you know, they didn't even necessarily need the Emma on that comp last time. Who knows if they need it again? I think that we're going to see Stinkers on the Groot, which, believe it or not, Stinkers got a few picks on that first attack there on Groot, so I'm not afraid to pull that out. So really can play it all, as we saw Stinkers on Ultron and even that Psylocke, obviously, which is a tried and true pick. So crazy as we go into another triple composition battle.
Yeah, really the same match and bans outside of Ultron being banned this time around. They do get the Punisher save. Going into their next save, this is a big one. They've got to really focus up. Who do they think is going to give them that difference? They go with the Hulk here, right? Like that's been working out. They're going to go with Groot. They're going to roll with the Groot instead. And we'll see if that pays off. And that's a big save, big decision. Luna being banned makes it a bit easier. What do they go with the last ban here if you are Dreamland?
And there it is immediately again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Goodbye to that Hulk. And they've, you know, Crazy's done a great job on Hulk, and, you know, has been a very strong group with some huge ultimates, but, you know, just maybe not as impactful from what we've seen from the Hulk throughout this. You know, that Hulk nameware composition has been really like bread and butter here for Nemesis, at least in these last couple maps. So, you know, I think that's a really smart ban. Again, same exact position. Goodbye Hulk, and maybe they wanted to lock that in early. I'm not sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even know if Groot would have been banned there at the end. I mean, we saw it before. You know, maybe we'll see it again here, but I don't know what side you'd want here with the grand finals game 7. You want to defend first and see what you have to do right on the offensive side. That's a lot of pressure to have, but it is going to be Team Nemesis first to push Scatter there on the Squirrel Girl. It's our first view of that, especially from this team of Madian over there to the Storm. We already know what Dreamland is going to do, and buddy, this is it. This is going to be a lot of pressure here, and we'll see if they can break through this first point.
Here we go. Yeah, I think Squirrel does a great job in this map in particular, because if they do try to hold that hallway, you just get so much value with Squirrel. You get your ult instantly, and it's actually really difficult to burn the squirrels down, which I do think, you know, please, everyone in ladder, burn the squirrels down as soon as you see them. Put some damage into it. Treat it like it is the most valuable target, because they can really do some work, especially as you're climbing ladder. You just need to focus them and get rid of them immediately. But yeah, they're not going to stack inside the building. I think that's a smart play, because you know the option of Squirrel Girl is there. So instead, they're going to stay on the high side and fight on this first corner, teleport back by the bridge, which is right after that, and then touch for the third point. And that's the strategy of Triple here as we see how this first fight begins.
Yeah, a lot of space here they're giving the team here for Nemesis to push through. And again, with the Groot save, thought we were going to get the Moon Knight, but instead we've got a little bit of a different look from the team. Yeah, altogether, like Mello there on the Punisher. He's been doing a great job with it. We saw when the pressure comes, he can deliver with that shotgun, right, as the smoke blows. Now pushing a Madian, getting some good pressure too. And right now, it's a lot of Team Nemesis pushing them back into this corner. There goes the first invisible boundary up.
Wow.
Chime, though, double ulting.
Yeah, Chuckles with a 2-piece early on, and they follow up. That's 3 more as Mace, Valentina, and Stinkers get a pick there, shoving them right back to the spawn door once more. Nemesis is going to start walking out, but this is just that strength of Dreamland. They are making these fights work for them with this triple composition, which we did not see for Nemesis over those first 2 points, over those first 2 takes and fights, excuse me. As we start again, here comes the Hurricane, and it is going to be matched. We see the wall go up, the boundary. The Meteor Ram lands in a crew, does not get too much value. Drops back to their own boundary, and nobody getting anything done just yet. Huge eye coming from Chuckles onto the back line, and that is 2 as Mace gets another. Make it 3 for Chuckles onto Scatter. Wow. What an ult.
I can't even explain how that's everything, man, because both of the strategist ults, we had Chime and Valentina ult together at the same time, right? Then Jabrori had to use theirs to survive the Hurricane, so they had nothing left for the judge, the jury, right? But doesn't matter, because Chuckle comes through with the massive Agamotto. That was everything.
Dinks on the attack is going to copy early. That is what they need to ride on their way through here, but Valentina matches it right back. There is that Venn diagram we like to joke about, but it is an imperfect answer as both teams can't really do much about it right now. Both forced to fight inside their circle and essentially just negate the ultimates between each other. Scatter gonna launch the squirrels, so the squirrels get value directly towards the back line, bouncing back and forth, but notice how they're focusing them instantly, and that's exactly what you need to do. Goodbye, Scatter out of the sky from Mace. What a shot there from Mace. Chuckles onto Craze. A Madian now onto Stinkers. That's a 2-piece here for a Madian. Will they be able to walk off that? And a Melophobia finds one onto Chuckles, but the res comes through for Stinkers from Chime.
That's a big res, though, to help out the team. And where it's going now, Mello going with the Winter Soldier. Gets a reset. That's neat. It's going to get another one. That's going to be 2. And that's going to allow this team to make it through the first bit. But a minute 17 second shift. There's not a lot of time. He wants more. He's a great man as he goes in, tries to get the hook. But pushing through there, like what they were able to do. There is 1 minute 7 seconds, though, man. They're going to have to, again, play perfect.
That would have been an absolutely insane cancel for the record. That would have blown my mind if he used alt to dash back and then, you know, grappled the Strange, but unfortunately did not work. But I love that idea a lot. And we see Stinkers with a pick in Mace now. And at this point, folks, 50-second game. Chime finds one, Mace finds one. The retake portal on that bridge, like I had discussed, was enough for them to retake and change the momentum once again. Dreamland is a wall, a brick wall, and Nemesis is not sure if they can run through it.
35 seconds. They do have the entanglement, right? Mello can combo. Median can if they can farm fast enough. Though Valentina's going to be just seconds away. Everybody's getting closer. Chime's going to be able to match. And so they're going to have to nail this down. You're going to go and look for the raccoon, maybe for the respawn. To help with that, Chuckles has just been a demon on the wizard. Voldemort himself here pushing through. Love the approach from the top ground. Chuckles, though, staying strong. And oh no! The group go down. Craze almost going down early in this fight.
I mean, these strategists are, I'm sure their hearts are dropping when they see Craze in some of these fights. Down to 1 HP, still able to escape. Walls go up, everyone match. There go the crystals, the green, keeping the team healthy. Now we've got Strange and Madian very low. Chuckles takes a Madian mid-alt. Stinkers on a Ricky. Valentina, Jabori, Chime. That's an OT. This may be it, folks. What a hold by Dreamland. It's all, the ball's in Nemesis's court. Can they do the same, or will this W go to Dreamland?
In game 7, they're down 3-2 ship. They do a perfect play in Yggdrasil, and then the best defense you could conjure up, man. These duelist ults meant nothing. Just did not get value out of it, and being able to sustain after sustain, you said it best too, the strategist and the way they played. My gosh, absolute cinema for the game 7. Dreamland wants to make the dream a reality and win this MRC.
Yeah, I mean, for the sake of the battle, I would love to see if they could push out, just for the sake that this has been so back and forth. But I'm gotta be honest, this is looking exactly like what we saw from Dreamland last time. They do a great job on these holds on the triple compositions, and then they know how to counter it here with these damage boost comps, as we'll see Chime again on that Storm, who found so much value last time. Stinkers is gonna be on the Punisher, damage boost Punisher, gonna just melt walls, and everyone else, it's all about just giving your duelist time to just pepper these vanguards, get all, and win the game. And Storm can do that incredibly quickly. Can Chime do it one more time, folks? Will Dreamland clutch up and push through, much like what we saw on Yggdrasil?
I mean, listen, this is a hero shooter, and it's made of hero moments, and Chuckles found his, right? That Agamotto was so massive to stop what was going to be the onslaught of the duelist ults that couldn't be stopped from the strategist angle. Now we find ourselves on offense ship here. Looking at the angle, we saw what Chime was able to do, quite literally channeling every bit of the Omega level X-Men of Storm now. Damage boosting. We've got the Brigade behind them. Stinkers on the Punisher. No Psylocke needed. The Valentina locked and loaded here as the last push of wall and defense comes from Nemesis.
Great positioning here, just building that alt like crazy, and that's what Cloak can do. A demon on the defense. Play inside that bubble. Melophobia with great positioning finds Chime early. They need to keep this pressure on. An insane force. They need to make sure they get that portal through if they want to win this. Valentina is going to cloak out, but not for long. Good shot there by Melophobia, who read that like a textbook and found Valentina really quick before Valentina could get that ultimate again. Everyone is close to ult here on both sides. The hold is working for them so far, but it's still so early on as we see an ult from Craze up on height. Great usage of that ult over the shields, and they find 2, but they do force out that invis boundary, which maybe, you know, they must have needed it in that moment, but I'm not sure if it was worth. Chime gonna find Ricky here, and Amadi gonna res Ricky right back, so that res was still on the table. Out we go with the Sia, and they are still keeping this pressure forward. Good hold again by Nemesis, who are looking much better at this than the last map so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess trying to match what they had from Jabroi there. The Agamotto goes out yet again, and it's going to be now on the side of Scatter, getting some stuns, but nothing to go through the ultimates there. The judge, the jury's out. Stinkers is ready with the executioner. He gets 1, make it 2, Shib. He can see the grand finals in his grasp there now as we're going down. Oh my goodness, it's all Dreamland at this point.
It is their game to lose. 2 minutes on, the portal is already coming out. They've got a guaranteed fight here coming from Nemesis. It doesn't look like the cancel's happening unless Mace is trying. Does it work out for him? No, the portal still comes through. It was a great idea. It's going to shield that cloak, and they are going to keep the pressure. Alt advantage. Out goes the Hurricane. That finds one onto Grace. Is that going to be enough? Another as Scatter falls. Dreamland are trying to make the dream a reality. Down goes Scatter. He's back again from the res from a median. Team's keeping the pressure on. Crystals are out again. More cooldowns being used. Stinkers is going to find value. The shotgun goes out. Bang. And down goes Scattered. Mace onto Dinks. And that is going to be a very tough comeback. I'm not sure they can. Chuckles onto Ricky. Mace onto Melophobia. And folks, that is going to do it. Dreamland are your MRC Season 3 winners.
New team, new champion. Ice in the veins. Dreamland gets it done. Absolute cinema there, and just perfect play on my. We could break down so much there, shit, but having Crazy, yeah, he was 8% to the ult, ready to go for the Strangle in Prison. That could have turned the tide, right? Nope. Out of the battle, Terror Cape hits them, and then down goes the momentum from that point on. My gosh. And then Stinker, you know, they're saying, okay, Psylocke only. No, hey, how about a little bit of Frank Castle to win this thing, man? 4-3 grand finals, and it ends in 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Hot damn.
Wow. I mean, it's as simple as that. They just understand how to run the triple, and they understand how to beat the triple, and they can do it better than Nemesis. And I truly do believe that was the deciding factor there at the end. Gotta show quickly some love to Nemesis, who looked very, very strong out there today. Incredibly strong. But at the end, Dreamland making that dream a reality. 12 there for Chuckles. Mace with the 8 final. Stinkers with the 9. It just was a team dominant force walking through on that attack and being an absolute brick wall there on the defense. Really well played.
Yeah, the revenge story, it doesn't always end with a happy ending, and coming up just so short, man, of it. But I gotta say, even revenging the name of Nemesis, they did a great job, right? I mean, clearly going from the sweep to make this thing a game 7. Obviously not the result they're looking for, but can't be completely mad with what they've been able to put together in such short time. But Dreamland, man, putting this roster together, going on the run that they have, they've got to be so excited to hit Ignite with everything they've got. This is a team to fear, buddy. This is a good one in North America.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these teams were very evenly well matched. I mean, we saw them push to 7. There's no better example of a team or teams that are well matched than that. I mean, especially in these fights, the amount of trading, there was no real true dominant team fight win besides some of those early attacks when the portal comes through and you find some staggering. Everybody was getting value, and I just think Dreamland was looking so much more confident in those last 2 maps. I think they just rode that momentum, and in a very momentum-based game, if you start walking like that, if you push through with almost 4 minutes on the clock on a 3 stack, you just have this new set of confidence, and they truly utilized that to their advantage, and they took this W home. What an ult there.
Yeah, and then this is where, like, you know, usually in Ignite we have the loser pick the map, and man, having 2 back-to-back maps where the triple Vanguard is such a huge advantage. I mean, that's just tough, right? This could be tough.
Yeah.
You know, pill to swallow there, because then you can change it up a little bit. But hey, you gotta be ready for everything here in this level of play. And again, this will surely have Nemesis get ready for what's gonna be an absolute dominant Ignite. Mid-season was absolutely crazy, but I think all the roster mania has really perfected some of these teams, and we're seeing that with some teams getting pushed together into one. Dreamland beating your MRC championship, coming at a great time.
Yeah, and Dreamland, yeah, like we talked about, they've got some synergy with some, you know, teams or teammates being on similar teams in the past and then combining, but they're still a new team together, right? They're a new team as one unit. Being able to pull an MRC off as a unit still relatively early on is a huge vote of confidence for you in the future as they progress forward into Ignite. So gotta make sure you have eyes on them. I'd love to see a rematch of this again as we head towards that series, but wow, this has been a ton of fun, man.
Yeah, you know, we've been saying birth of esports, right? We're in the kind of the first year of it all, and already getting all these different storylines. We have some and plenty from not only mid-season, but at the LAN. Now, going into this is just yet another matchup. The tale of revenge ship, it lives on, right? It's going to live on going into Ignite. You know, Nemesis, when they see Dreamland on the board, they're going to circle the name and be like, okay, we're ready, right? We'll see if orgs change and whatnot. But either way, excited from it. And we saw a lot of previews from this, right? Obviously, this was the grand finale, but going back, we saw Atlanta. We're going to see them. Noir is going to be in here as well. And so a lot of the teams auto-qualified that we saw the previous Ignite, but we just see a taste of some of the new ones that will be coming here in the later half.
Yeah, and I agree. That's going to be a ton of fun to see how these teams play on the biggest stage that there is in Rivals. But then, you also I'm curious how they're all going to shake up. Who's got, we talk about rock, paper, scissors, right? And this is very much a game where you have strengths and weaknesses, whether it's not only, team compositions, but also teams that you struggle in. And we're going to find out which teams perform better into each other, which have the weaknesses to others. We've seen underdogs come out and dominate some of the top seeds, and I have no doubt we'll see that again. But speaking about underdogs and such, Dreamland had none of that. They stayed topside bracket this whole tournament, walked all the way through to the finals and won it. But it was game 7. It was tight, but that is some true dominant performance right there.
Yeah, that's a great call. I didn't even just playing peak performance the entire time. And hey, when we move on now, because this is kind of our sunset of season 3.5, right? We're going to be now going into season 4. And hey, buddy, Emma still going to be around, but a lot of stuff is going to change, right? Captain America losing 5% off the top. You can tell Psylocke and the burst damage is going to be a little bit away as we look at what today's results were. Again, if you just missed it and hopped in, go watch the replay, guys, because it was cinema at work. 3-0 Nemesis getting the job done, falling just short of the revenge dream.
Yeah, this was a crazy day. Yeah, the beginning lower side bracket was 3-0. Still were some really tight games there from the side of Atlanta versus Nemesis. We saw Atlanta has some really strong talent too, but then, you couldn't have drawn it up better. A 4-3 game 7 series back and forth. Game point there for Nemesis, not able to get it done, and Dreamland comes back with the final 2 wins on a triple composition diff and pulls it off, becomes your MRC Season 3 champions, and is written down in a history. Dreamland here at the very end.
And so fun to see it. We always talk about where MRC lands with where Ignite's at now, and I forget about it. This is such a fun scene to see. From couch to competitive is what we always like to say here. You could easily be one of these teams going into it, right as they continue to carry on the mantle of what this is. But yeah, buddy, I think Angela is going to kind of shift things up with the displacement. Again, some of these teams relying on what they've had in the past may not work so much as we continue to move on in the future. Magic looks like a demon, bro. It's going to be fun.
Hashtag ban Magic. No, I do think that there are going to be some heavy shifts in the meta and things that we're going to see that we haven't seen yet in these tournaments. I'm very excited to see what they change, what they bring into the meta, what team comps we now see. Things that have been starting to show up that we didn't see before. And speaking of things we haven't seen before, Angela, a new Vanguard coming to the game. I've been hands-on with Angela. Angela can play a very selfish play style and just find off-angle picks, those tackles into your team, finding the back line and throwing them into your front line. It is going to mean some devastation for back lines everywhere, but a very difficult Vanguard to play, at least in terms of skill ceiling. As we look over here, we do have another event going on with the Chrono Storm. Make sure you log in all the way until September 12th to make sure you get those Chrono tokens, and you can actually convert them to make sure that you can pay for some skins. If you have extra tokens, you can convert them. So make sure you jump on this event.
Yeah, bro, I don't know about you, but every time I watch one of these or cast in this regard, right, I'm always just amped up to play Rivals. Get out there. So go get some Chrono Storm action, go and do your best Agamottos that you saw from Chuckles, or hey, maybe play Penny Parker with a new Wasteland mech skin. Again, this hero getting buff, might as well get some practice in. Hey, maybe get a portal there to grab people into the mines, buddy. We've seen it all here from both teams in what was this grand finals. Want to give another shout out to this team, from top to bottom. Mason, Chuckles, just what they were able to do in their respective roles. The newcomer of Chuckles, the young buck, right? The prodigy, as you say, the 1-2 punch and Stinkers and Chime. We've seen what they've done all tournament. And of course, Jabrori and Valentina. Valentina, I'm a fan. You are an insane strategist. So fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Loved that entire team. Looking forward to seeing more of you in the future. Quickly, Cozy, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you, brother. Of course, it goes to Game 7. Gotta have some hype like that. I think I'm 3 for 3 on MRC Finals at this point of it going to Game 7, and I love every second of it. It's been a pleasure working with you, man.
Oh, as always, man, love to get a little bit of that good luck charm of Shib in the 7 coming, this way. But man, getting this duo together has been so fun. Looking forward to maybe some more of it in Ignite. You guys will have to see. It's coming shortly your way. So if you guys are gassed up in the esports scene of Rivals, you don't have to wait long. We're about to enter into that next stage, guys. Thank you so much for watching, Shib. Again, thank you for being such an incredible partner. Enjoy. Good luck out there. Happy rivaling, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Good night.